little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me. Take a little trip, take a little trip and see. Take a little trip, take a little trip, take a little trip with me.
For relaxing times, make it Suntory time.
Hey, Joker, welcome to the stream, everybody. Let's get into
There's
it.
one issue that's decided every presidential election for the last decade: border security. Trump got elected on building a wall in 2016. In 2020, we couldn't protect our borders from a Chinese virus. This election year, the border is the top issue again. The second biggest concern, the government. You see what's going on here? Now, this poll was taken before Biden's migrant murdered a college kid in Georgia, and another Biden migrant sexually assaulted a kid in Virginia. So expect these numbers to go up. And it's not just safety. We're losing money. We're spending billions treating illegals like visiting foreign dignitaries. lavishing them with free hotel rooms, culturally appropriate meals, spending money, phones, college tuition, sex changes. Do not forget about the sex changes. But the government doesn't want you to know about it. Rachel Campos Duffy tried checking into a secret migrant hotel in Arizona. Watch.
What you're seeing is basically an unmarked building. All signage is removed. That's the first sign you know that this is an NGO, a non-governmental organization, in this case, Casa Alitas, who is housing illegal immigrants. Let's go inside to see what happens.
We're trying to rent a room.
Oh, no, we don't rent rooms.
Why? Isn't this a hotel?
We don't. Can you guys get off the property, please?
Is this not a hotel?
Can you please exit the property? It's private property.
But is this where illegals are being housed with government funding?
Can you please get off our property? All of you, please, or I'm going to call the police.
You need to leave, please.
But I need to know what it is. Oh, Casa Alitas. This is Casa. This is an NGO paid for by government money.
We're not going to answer any of your questions.
¿Podemos hablar? Tú puedes hablar con nosotros si quieres. Yeah.
No, sorry, bud. You guys cannot come into our shelter.
To be seen, directions to a hotel, el aeropuerto.
We get our computers.
Now, when Rachel went back to the hotel later, security threw rocks at her car and bloodied up her cameraman.
What are you gonna do about it?
Oh, touch me.
Move! Move! Thing.
And they take our money and disrespect us. And if the government's so proud of their so-called compassion, why are they hiding it from cameras? Biden's paying his hotel owner-donors with our tax dollars. He's importing foreign hotel guests to line the pockets of hotel CEOs and then hands you the bill. The migrants see us as rich whales they can squeeze. This Venezuelan migrant laid out the scam. Break in, drop a baby, and be a welfare king.
A todas esas mujeres.
To all those women that find themselves pregnant and are in Latin America, please come have your baby in the United States. And if you get married, you'll get more back in taxes. And, well, if you have 5 or 6 children, can you imagine? My daughter is American and she gave me citizenship. She pays our rent. She pays our bills. She gives us $1,500 a month since she was born. I have 6 months in the USA and I have everything you don't have. Citizenship, residency, a good car, and a good apartment.
Now, when American women get pregnant, the government helps them stay single, work, and have an abortion. When a migrant gets pregnant, the government helps them cross the border, have the baby, get married, don't work, and put their hand out. Primetime producers crunched the numbers. A migrant family of 4 in New York could get over 20 grand a month in freebies. $500 a night at a hotel, $130 a day for food, and having 2 kids in public school costs us $5 grand a month. We didn't even tack on Mayor Adams' $1,000 cash gift cards, the free health care at the ER, or the free phones and free lawyers, or the $400,000 in free college tuition per dreamer. Meanwhile, taxpayers with jobs in New York pay thousands to live in a closet.
Welcome to my 80 square foot apartment that I pay $17.50 for.
This apartment's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps long.
I'm basically living in an RV or van without wheels.
New Yorkers aren't stupid. They're seeing migrants living large on the news while they get pounded for rent and groceries.
These guys are receiving like $4 grand a month. $4 grand a month to live in hotels and buy things and stuff. I'm like, aren't we the ones in need? The people from the United States? Well, on top of that, we're giving away money to other countries. We're the ones in need. Like, this is ridiculous. That's why I've never voted in my life, and I'm voting this year for Trump.
I say we flip it. Walk to Mexico, claim asylum because the libs are persecuting me. Emma has another baby, oh my God. And wait for the checks to roll in. Kevin O'Leary is the chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Kevin, this is really audacious, what not only our government's doing, but what these migrants are doing.
Well, clearly the 2016 election that had this as you pointed out earlier,
a #1 issue. It's changed a little bit this time. First of all, it's policy unresolved that's turning back into politics. And that's a little unusual because right now on a bipartisan basis, this is the #1 issue. But now it's at the state level because the cities that have turned into migrant sanctuaries are burdened with this incredibly expensive metric that you're detailing here. But it's not just New York. Chicago's got issues. Many cities have issues. And all of a sudden, the people that vote, and here we are 9.5 months, 10 months away from the election, are realizing the impact of this unresolved 2016 issue now hitting them right in their own jurisdiction. And so I predict this probably becomes the #1 and maintains that status as both sides turn this into a huge fight. But now it's hit home. I mean, New York's got lots of other problems these days, but this one's getting up to the top of the New York charts. Right. And I think that's going to make it even more unstable and really going to be a very interesting outcome in terms of the general election.
What does this do, though, to the country's foundation? If you have overwhelming waves of migrants moving into these gorgeous cities and then it bankrupting these cities, the services aren't as good, the streets aren't as good, and a lot of the families living in the cities move out because they can't afford it and don't want to deal with the drama, and then they go to the counties and they go to the suburbs. What does this do to the country at large?
Well, that's already happening. The competition of states started 5 years ago when all of a sudden taxes and inefficiencies and poorly run jurisdictions started seeing people leave. And you can count San Francisco as one of those places. You can now count the state of California. You can count the 1,200 license plates that are changed into Florida from New York State every day. And so that's happening anyways before the migrant issue hit. The more successful states like Tennessee, if you look at Nashville, it's the fastest growing city in America, have figured out a way to deliver goods and services on a very competitive basis. This is really about management. It actually is about management. Some cities are well managed, some states are well managed, and others are not. And now, post-pandemic, we have the competition of states. And I frankly think it's healthy.
I do too. And it's hurting the punching power of these blue states because, you know what? They punch themselves in the face. Kevin, thank you so much.
Take care.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox.
All right, joining us to share his thoughts on Biden's sniveling snub, National Border Patrol Union President Brandon Judd. Brandon, it's always great to see you. President Trump had planned this in advance. You will be with him. He will be at a place where there actually is a crisis. In Brownsville, it's not so bad right now where the president is going. He wants to be somewhere where it's sanitized so he can again say it's not as bad as everybody thinks it is. Having said that, he's now piggybacking onto this Trump trip to make it look like to the people who are mad about immigration when they go to the polls, he's trying to do something. At the end of the day, though, Brandon, you know as well as I do, you cannot please everybody here, and a trip like this, it's just not going to work for him.
No, and especially for the Border Patrol agents. They are extremely upset. We're all upset that he is going to Brownsville rather than going to an area where he would be able to evaluate exactly what's going on and to come up with ideas and policies to actually secure the border. Rather, he's going to Brownsville. And that's the exact opposite of what President Trump is doing. He's coming right here to Eagle Pass. He's going to see exactly what has been done to secure this particular area so then he can expand upon that when he gets back in the White House. That's exactly what policymakers should do. That's what people that govern should do. They should look at the areas that are trouble spots so that they can use what has worked and expand upon that. Biden just isn't going to do that.
You know, Brandon, I continue to hear the White House, and it's frustrating, keep talking about how Joe Biden's been trying to secure the border, and if Republicans would just pass his amnesty bill. Listen, I know the Border Patrol, you want a bill. You want money. But when you look at when the White House transitioned from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, did you see the rules of engagement actually change when Joe Biden signed his 90-plus executive orders on how you can engage migrants at the border? Did you see that change?
Yeah, everything changed under President Biden. The way we patrol the border, our operations have changed. The way we vet people has changed. The way we process people through the system has changed. Everything that we do has changed under this administration. And it's not about enforcement. It's about getting people into this country as quickly as they possibly can. And so we've become extremely efficient at doing that. And we're all sick of it because we know that if this administration would do what is necessary, we wouldn't have the deaths that we have in this country. Not just Laken Riley. Look at all of the fentanyl poisonings that we're seeing in the United States. We could stop that if we had the proper policy. He won't give it to us because his open border base won't let him.
We've got about 30 seconds, Brandon, so real quick. We already have a problem with the immigrants who have come into this country illegally over the course of the last 3 years. Even if he put the hammer down right now and said nobody else can come in, we still have a massive problem on our hands dealing with what we have.
Yeah, he's already let more than 8 million people into the United States. So even if we shut it down right now, we would still have to deal with all of those individuals that are here. We don't have the resources to do that. It's a major catastrophe. He should own it. I wish he would, but unfortunately, you and I both know that's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. I love when we talk about the vetting process. We're vetting people, and we're getting, gang members from Venezuela who come in and are shooting up New York City, down in Georgia, as you mentioned. It's a horrible situation. It has to be redone. We need new leadership. Brandon Judd, good luck with President Trump tomorrow. Thanks for being with us on The Bottom Line.
Let's bring in our next guest. He says we need a solution to the border crisis, not more politics. Jay Johnson served as DHS Secretary under President Obama and joins us right now to explain. Mr. Secretary, great to see you.
Thanks for having me back.
Have you ever seen it this bad?
No.
The border. And what do you think?
December, we had 250,000 apprehensions in 1 month. My second year in office, we had 315,000 apprehensions in all of the year 2015. Just for some perspective here, I understand the numbers have dropped a bit of late, but longer term, big picture, this is a hemispheric shift northward. It's a crisis on multiple levels in multiple places.
There you use that crisis word. Whenever we think about numbers, we think about you when you said this back in the day.
I know that 1,000 overwhelms the system. I cannot begin to imagine what 4,000 a day looks like. So we are truly in a crisis.
Okay, so we've doubled.
Who was that guy?
Just as handsome. Why were you on that channel?
That was 5 years ago.
It was 5 years ago.
The network across the street, right?
Exactly, but you were talking about how 1,000 was bad. 4,000 is a crisis. Now we're
10,000 a day.
In some cases, triple that.
That is true, and it's a crisis on the southern border, in Texas, in Arizona, and it's a crisis here in Midtown Manhattan, just a few blocks away. You can see migrants by the Roosevelt Hotel, on the subways, at Times Square. This is extended nationwide now. The issue is, what do we do about it? Yeah. Do we continue to play politics and scream about this issue, or do we fix the problem? There are solutions to this problem, but given our politics, they become politically unobtainable solutions. In my view, the legislation that James Lankford, the very conservative James Lankford, Chris Murphy, and Kirsten Sinema negotiated is a good bill and would fix this problem on a number of levels. I guarantee that if those provisions become law, the numbers will drop. The question is, what are our politicians in Washington going to do about this? Are they going to adopt this hard-fought compromise, or are we going to just continue to complain about the problem?
I mean, you hate to make it political. We want this all fixed. But day one, Joe Biden took office. He rolled back Donald Trump's policies. He's rolled back 90 different policies on when it has to do with the border. So it is political because it's affecting
day
lives.
One, Donald Trump rolled back a number of our policies from the Obama administration that were actually working. We hit 1 million in 2019 while President Trump was in office. And so I think we need to put aside whose fault it is, on what administration did this happen. There are solutions to this problem. We need more Border Patrol officers. We need more judges. We need an emergency authority like a Title 42 when the numbers get high. We need to fix how one qualifies for asylum in this country, raise the bar on the front end. That aspect of the system serves as a magnet for more illegal immigration. And then longer term, you've got to deal with what's happening in the hemisphere that is causing this great shift northward.
So a couple of things.
Nobody likes to say that, by the way. We want quick and easy solutions. But so long as those conditions in Central America and South America persist, we're going to see this problem over and over again. It will ebb and flow, but it's going to get worse.
But you just said it's going to ebb and flow. Just on what you said on Central and South America, anybody who looks through history over the last few decades, there's always a problem. There's always a dictatorship. There's always a Nicaragua about to pop up, a Bolivia that's about to go along with it, a Cuba of dissidents, and now you have Venezuela, the biggest problem in the hemisphere, arguably. But there's little things that can be done. Number one, the remain in Mexico, when you had to deal with Mexico, the president had that was an immediate deterrence. The fact is, there's a sense right now among Central and South America, among Africans, Eastern Europeans, now's the time to come. So there's always going to be tornadoes and communism and dictatorships, but there's the word went out that now's the time to come, now or never. Do you agree with that?
Let me answer it this way. I owned this problem for 3 years. The lesson I learned is that there are things we can do on our southern border to clamp down on enforcement, to expand detention capabilities that will cause a very sharp, sudden decrease in the numbers. But so long as the underlying push factors persist, the numbers are always going to revert back to their longer-term trend lines.
Push? You mean they just want to come, or a magnet, we're bringing them?
The overwhelming factor at issue here are the push factors. There are aspects of our system that serve as magnets to the problem. But there's a reason why these families are making a decision to leave Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala in the first place and head north. One of the things we need to do, which doesn't get talked about enough, is get the Mexican government to do more on their southern border with Central America. We have a 1,900-mile border with Mexico. They have a 300-mile border with Central America. They don't have much of a border enforcement force down there. One of the ways we dealt with the crisis in 2014 was to get the Mexican government to do more on their southern border.
One of the big problems, and you know this because you read the New York Post, every third day there's a story about some sort of migrant crime. So the Biden administration has allowed all these people in, and as it's being adjudicated, and some are getting court dates in 7 or 8 years. But while they're here, some of them are committing crimes, and in some cases, really bad crimes. So we had the story a couple of days ago about the young nursing student who was murdered when she was out for a jog. Turns out that may have been a sanctuary city. We're going to talk to the Attorney General of Georgia in a moment. But this is a sanctuary city, and there's been a lot of crime here. And now the White House is asking for sanctuary cities to cooperate with ICE. But, you know, a lot of them are going to say, no, we're not going to do it. Don't care. Should they?
So this has been a problem through multiple administrations. In 2014, we had a program called Secure Communities that did exactly this. It became politically and legally controversial. In 2014, I revamped the program to encourage local law enforcement to work with ICE again, particularly on those who are the most serious felonies. And we got something like 80% of local communities start working with us again. Only like 2 major cities refused. One of them was the city of Philadelphia. I got Mayor Nutter to work with us. His successor on the first day in office tore up the agreement. And, you know, I'll never forget talking with a member of the city council in Philadelphia who said to me, why should we send him back? He's already done his time here in the United States. That's not the point. He's a convicted felon. So we ought to be able to have local law enforcement work with ICE to detain and send back certainly the most serious criminals among us.
Mr.
That's not a hard proposition.
If those were your policies and you felt like they were working well under Obama, Biden was our vice president. Are you disappointed with his policies now and the state of our country when it comes to immigration?
I'll answer it this way. I'm all about solutions. I believe that there should be a sustained, visible, energetic, forceful commitment to addressing this problem and messaging. You know, in Washington, you have to repeat yourself 25 times before anybody will listen to you. That's same in the public space. You have to repeat yourself 25 times. I suspect you all know this on this network. And so one of the ways you deal with this problem is continually send the message to Central America, don't come here. Don't just say it once. I used to go to Guatemala and Honduras to the airports and greet the ICE plane coming back with the cameras so people in those communities could see that we're actually sending people back. So you have to say it over and over again, along with the strict enforcement.
So there's a couple of things. Number one, you sound like Henry Cuellar, as an example. He said, I need to see video of people getting onto planes and being sent away, because that image goes through every news network so they get it out. So the one thing that happened, I don't want to, we could go back and forth on whose policies whose, but the one thing that seemed to get through the message is denying aid to countries that are allowing their future illegal immigrants here to get in. Also, telling, when the President of the United States said, and his method is tariffs, he told the Mexican president, Obrador, a socialist, who wasn't a supporter of his, said, Lisa, you got to get tariffs. If these people see you coming through, we're going to put tariffs on it. Next thing you know, he's got 20,000 Marines on the southern border, and the message is remain in Mexico, and they did it. And the message was for these people, who are probably, in some cases, well-meaning people, if you come, you're not going to get in. The $20,000, you sold your car, you sold your house, you gave it a coyote, and you can't get in. So this would ripple downward, but you couldn't, for the longest time, get the Homeland Security Secretary to admit it was even a crisis. So it was maddening to see one thing and have somebody describe it differently.
Well, the problem with remain in Mexico, it's like taking a balloon and filling it with water. Sooner or later, it's going to burst. I believe that more effective than that is getting the Mexicans to do more on their southern border. To stop the flow heading into Mexico, because what happens in Mexico is there's a whole lot of incentive to just encourage them to keep heading north. You know, don't stop here, just keep going, just keep going. And Mexico, if you put enough pressure on the Mexican government, will appreciate that it's in their interest to partner with us on this problem.
Would you urge a city like New York, right now in a crisis, stop with giving hotels a turn-down service, 3 meals a day, the transportation to get here, because we have to send the message, we can't. If you come, you can turn right around. Of course, people who are in Guatemala and El Salvador would prefer to live here. These people are preferring to come to America instead of coming here and not using our system. So would you crack down on the Democratic mayors as a Democrat who's a Homeland Security Secretary?
Mayor Adams has been very vocal about this issue. This issue has blown a hole in his budget.
Not originally.
And you know, I've said to Mayor Adams, you know, keep making noise about this issue. But this primarily is a matter for the federal government.
Sure.
Immigration is part of our foreign policy. It's part of our national security. It's really up to the federal government to continually send the message, send a consistent message, executive and legislative. Right. And I want to come back to this point. There is a solution to this problem at hand that has been negotiated in the U.S. Senate.
You like that bill? I
like that bill. That is the strongest bipartisan pro-border security bill we've seen in a generation. It would be a tragedy if it slipped through our hands.
And that's what Joe Biden's going to say today. He's going to go down there to Brownsville and say, look, I'm trying, and I worked with Republicans, but Donald Trump doesn't want it, said it would help me.
Look, it's an election year.
Exactly.
We have to stop playing politics with this issue. People in Texas, on border communities, people here need relief.
100%.
This is the solution.
So my question is this.
Yes.
The president is going to Brownsville.
Yes.
Where the illegal migration has slowed to a trickle. Whereas
for the moment, it ebbs and flows.
Whereas Eagle Pass, you know, it's a fire hose that people are coming across like crazy. Why would the president go to Brownsville other than it's good optics? There's hardly anybody coming.
Well, Brownsville has historically been ground zero for this problem. in Southeast Texas. I probably visited Brownsville 10 times in 3 years. There's a lot of infrastructure there. I suspect the Border Patrol leadership in that region is there. I don't know why they picked Brownsville, but Brownsville traditionally has been ground zero for this problem, and it ebbs and flows all across the southern border. You know, you go to Texas and they say, well, no, there's more in Arizona, or you go to Laredo and somebody says, no, there's more in El Paso.
But it's very easy to pick out a different place because you can see what the numbers are and show up where it's bad, and go to San Diego and see where the buses are unloading people, or Shelby County Park.
Can I ask you, what do we need to do to help Mexico fix their government? Because Rachel Campos Duffy was down at the border, and these were heart-wrenching stories of people coming across the border. They're saying they had to sell their car for $2,000 to get money to pay a cartel. Someone else said, what'd they say? They had to sell their house. They were all charged money. The majority of them were charged money to come over the border. So the cartels are a problem. Kamala Harris was supposed to figure out root causes. Well, we know the root causes is the cartels.
The that they choose to sell all their shit.
Them not securing their southern border. So why is it, how can we help the Mexican government clean up so their people don't want to leave?
I've been of the view that it's in our interest and the Mexican government's interest to support their border security efforts on their southern border. Traditionally, we think of illegal immigration as single adult males from Mexico. That's not the problem anymore. It's Central America, South America,
Chinese,
other continents. And so it really should be, and we have a great relationship with the government of Mexico on so many levels, on trade, on lawful trade and travel. They ought to be partnering with us, and continued sustained engagement and pressure with that government will make a difference. I know that for a fact.
Would President Obama have ever allowed it to get this bad?
President Obama, I mean, of course, that was at different times, 10 years ago. He did not mind, to a point, I think, the aggravation we'd get for strict enforcement, because we all saw at the time this was the path to fixing the system overall, get the border under control, comprehensive immigration reform, and that's what we need now. Now, I keep coming back to this. We have a solution at hand. We have a bipartisan, very pro-border security solution at hand, negotiated by Republicans and Democrats. Let's embrace it. Let's vote on it. Let's get it done. I guarantee that if that legislation became law, the numbers would drop, A, because we've addressed the problem, and B, because people in Central and South America are seeing that we are addressing the problem.
Were you happy with that
and
legislation?
We'll make a
what
different
would you
decision.
change about that legislation? Because Republicans were not happy. So if we're going to get this passed, then it needs to, both sides have to agree.
Well, there's almost nothing for the left in this legislation. It's all very pro-border security. If I had a chance to add something,
facilities.
If I had a chance to add something, I would protect the DACA kids who have been here since, they were small.
It started during your administration.
Yes, it did in 2012. There are DACA recipients who are practicing attorneys now, who've been to Yale and Harvard Law School, but they have a legally uncertain future. We ought to be able to take care of these young people. They are almost entirely amazing, responsible people.
How the hell were they able to afford Harvard?
We got another 8 million 8 million have been here over the last 3.5 years. So then they have kids, and where do we start?
Where do you start? Exactly. Listen, you start with a great guest like you. Nobody knows more about this than you do. Jay Johnson, thank you very much. I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click.
Anyway, back to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp on this. Governor, on this whole under the hands of an illegal immigrant. And I can well understand, sir, but let me ask you a little bit about, something that you do care a great deal about, and the death of this 22-year-old girl at the hands of an illegal immigrant, allegedly. If he was the one behind it, there were plenty of opportunities for border officials to arrest him and send him back to Venezuela. They never did so. There were a lot of cracks in the system. He was able to buck the system and allegedly pull this off. What do you think of how this is handled?
Well, I mean, that's what's so frustrating about this whole thing, Neil. I mean, really, when you think about
when and where it started in 2022. This guy came across the border. You know, for over 2 years now, myself and a lot of other Republican governors have been saying we have mass migration happening at the southern border, illegal immigration. We have bad people coming into our country, people on the terror watch list coming into our country, people bringing fentanyl into our country, people bringing human trafficking into our country, and it needed to stop. And this was long before anybody, you know, started saying, hey, don't make this political or whatever. I mean, it's just a no-brainer to secure our southern border. We've seen Governor Abbott do things that works. We've seen the previous administration in the White House do things that works. And this president and his, you know, border czar have literally just ignored this. So that is the first problem, allow these people coming across a porous southern border. And then you have a situation where this person's arrested in New York and is released, and then they're arrested again in Georgia and released, and nobody's checking them. You have someone that's illegal, that's breaking our laws. I mean, they should have been deported, and now we have, you know, unfortunately, in a horrific crime, a dead 22-year-old.
Do you think this bipartisan border deal that just didn't work out, Republicans blame Democrats, Democrats blame Republicans, be that as it may, Governor, could it have stopped something like this? It doesn't look like it could have, but what do you think?
Well, Neil, look, to me, the buck stops with the White House and with President Biden. And I said this at the World Economic Forum over a year ago, at last year's World Economic Forum. I told Senator Manchin, Sinema, and Coombs, who, when Sinema was saying we're working on a bipartisan border deal, and I said, look, that's great. Washington, D.C. has been working on that for a decade or for 20 years now. And while you're doing that, just secure the dang border. We know how to do that. Republican governors have sent a letter, you know, suggesting ideas. We have said that we will work with this president and any future president to secure our borders. There's things that Joe Biden can do right now. There's things he could have done, you know, when the vice president said the border was secure. The Homeland Security Secretary said the border was secure. His press secretary said the border was secure. And over a year ago and over 2 years ago, there's things that they could have done. They have ignored this problem. And the American people see through that. And it's not just Republicans that are upset about this. I mean, you look at what former Senator Lieberman said. I mean, the guy was a big-time Democrat at one time, turned independent. He knows this is a problem in our country, and Middle America knows that as well, and they want, and we should demand action. I mean, we've got to keep the pressure up on the president, and I hope when he goes to the border tomorrow that he'll actually talk to somebody that will tell him what's really happening and what has been happening down there.
Do you get a sense when the president had an opportunity today, Governor, to talk about crime? That was an unscheduled event. He made a point of saying the progress we've made on crime, but he did not mention at all the Lincoln Hope Riley tragic death. In fact, he didn't mention any of the cases that have come up in your state or anything having to do with anyone illegally here.
Yeah, I mean, I read stories today about other instances where you had people here illegally that had committed murders and violent crimes in places like Louisiana, Maryland, and in Colorado. And we know, obviously, what happened in Georgia. And we know the amount of fentanyl that's in our country. I mean, we know the amount of people that we're losing our children to one dose of fentanyl that's coming across the southern border. We know that the cartel is being emboldened by this and enriched as well, and to not link, you know, the crime that we have in our country with what's happening with the southern porous border that we have is just insane to me. I mean, I guess he just simply does not get it.
While I have you, Governor, if you'll excuse me, I mean, the Fannie Willis trial and her relationship with another prosecutor, how long that was known, and whether this entire case against Donald Trump, at least in Georgia, should be dismissed or start over, or she should be dismissed. Jeff Duncan, your former lieutenant governor, dismissed a lot of these accusations against Fannie Willis as a sideshow. Do you?
Well, I think it's more like a soap opera than a sideshow to me. You know, I got to be careful, Neil, about what I'm saying. I was subpoenaed by the special grand jury that she did. But listen, I said a long time ago that this was political, and it's gotten more political now. And I think she's understanding now the politics on the other side of this because of, quite honestly, what appears to be her own actions. But I think we need to let the judge work through this. I think Judge McAfee will work through it in a fair and good way, and we'll see what he says, and then we can take it from there.
All right, but not a sideshow to you. I think his view was, Governor, and I understand how careful you have to be in answering this, that you know, whatever you make of her relationship or anything, it shouldn't get in the way of getting to the bottom of what Donald Trump might have done to influence the final vote in your state.
Well, I would just say this, Neil. When you're a prosecutor and you're picking high-profile cases, regardless if it's this one or any others, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people watching. And when you don't have your I's dotted and your T's crossed and, you know, things like this happen, I mean, people are going to take advantage of that. She made this political, and now the other side's making it political, and it's up to Judge McAfee to be the referee, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does.
Yeah, very interesting. Governor, thank you very much with all this breaking news. Always appreciate it, sir.
Now, President Biden and former President Trump will both visit the southern border today. Each side is accusing the other of a political stunt. And now the White House appears to be changing its tune on sanctuary cities cooperating with immigration officials, saying, quote, "We welcome local law enforcement support and cooperation in apprehending and removing individuals who pose a risk to national security or public safety. When a local jurisdiction has information about an individual who could pose a threat to public safety, we want them to share that information with ICE." What a novel concept.
Joey Jones is a Fox News contributor. Joey, that sounds awfully Republican in this election
here. Or just common sense.
Both. What say you?
Yeah, guys, the devil's in the details. When they add the line "who pose a risk to public safety," well, the city of New York doesn't think that people that commit violent crimes pose a risk to violent safety. They let them out all the time, or to public safety. They let them out without bail all the time. So, you know, they're not really going against some of those sanctuary policies if those cities deem a migrant not to be a risk to public safety, even though they've committed what could be violent crime or at least accused of it. But, you know, you go back to President Biden, President Trump, visiting the wall. I can completely understand how President Biden doing it for seemingly the first time ever might be a publicity stunt, especially since his own views contradict a strong border. I mean, his first day in office, he tried to halt deportations for 100 days and wasn't successful at it, thankfully. But President Trump, this is the guy that was elected president in 2016 on the campaign slogan, "Build the Wall." He's been very consistent on this. But I just want you guys to know, I got an email last night of pictures of a post on a federal website. All the steel that President Trump bought with taxpayer dollars to build the wall with, that has been sitting at the border dormant for 4 years now. Our federal government put out an APB to all other government agencies. Hey, come get this steel and use it for whatever you want to. Even an opportunity for private citizens to buy it back at 1/3 the price. So when you have a president blaming Republicans for not funding more border security, and at the same time he's giving away the material to build the wall with, it's hard to take that president seriously.
Okay, so Joey, we want to switch topics with you and get this one in. New news out of Afghanistan. We're learning that since President Biden pulled U.S. troops out of the country, the Taliban is now holding public executions in stadiums. And people are saying that this is one of the horrifying consequences of our Afghanistan withdrawal. What are your thoughts on this development?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. As someone who is sick and tired of the murder and rape and assault that happens in this country, I don't know if I'm entirely against public executions as a principle. But if the Taliban's doing it, I can guarantee you there was not a fair trial. There wasn't evidence. It's not about justice. It's about retribution and political scores. I would be easy to convince that no one being publicly executed were actually guilty of the crimes that were levied against them. But even more concerning than that to me, I think, is if you read about the justice in Afghanistan right now, people are being flogged and stoned to death on what they call moral crimes. Yeah. The only thing I wish is that some of these social socialists in the universities around our country could live stream and see exactly what a dictatorship and a brutal dictatorship looks like, because that's what we left in Afghanistan.
That's right. It's all about perspective, being on the ground in these horrific places to appreciate what we have here at home. And Joey, you certainly have that. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you.
Fighting between Hezbollah and Israel continues with fears of a bigger war in the near future. As CBN's Chris Mitchell reports from Jerusalem, the war may include Iranian-backed forces in Syria and Iraq.
The Syrian government accused Israel of major attacks in and around Damascus on Wednesday. One building reportedly served as the headquarters of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard in the southern part of the city. Israel also struck a number of Hezbollah installations in southern Lebanon, as Iran has reportedly given the green light to its proxy to escalate the fighting in the north. CNN reports the Biden administration is concerned Israel is preparing for war with Hezbollah in late spring or early summer if diplomatic efforts fail. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant says Israel is operating in all areas of Lebanon, including far north of the border. He says Israel is committed to bringing tens of thousands of residents evacuated after October 7th back to their homes, even if it means a wider war.
We are giving a chance for a process of settlement, and on the other hand, we are preparing all the possibilities in order to safely return the residents to their homes, even in an operation that is not a diplomatic operation.
With the Muslim holiday of Ramadan less than 2 weeks away, the U.S. State Department is urging Israel to respect religious freedom and allow access to the Temple Mount.
It's not just the right thing to do. It's not just a matter of granting people religious freedom that they deserve and to which they have a right, but it's also a matter that directly is important to Israel's security. It is not in Israel's security interest to inflame tensions in the West Bank or in the broader region.
Israel's foreign ministry tells CBN News Israel respects religious freedom.
Let's make it very clear. All security challenges and all decision-making is in line with one of the cornerstones of Israeli society, which is freedom of religion and allowing people from all religions to pray.
Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh is calling on Muslims in Israel to flock to the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the first day of Ramadan. Historically, Israel has imposed age limits on worshippers because younger Muslims have used the Islamic holy month to riot on the Temple Mount. Meanwhile, on Wednesday, family members of hostages held by Hamas began a 4-day march from the Gaza border to Jerusalem as they hope and pray for a deal.
We send them strength and ask them to hold a little longer. Omer, just a little longer. A deal is possible.
Chris Mitchell, CBN News, Jerusalem.
Morning, the race for the White House heading to the Texas-Mexico border that has seen record-shattering illegal crossings under the Biden administration. Trump promising massive reforms if he's elected, while President Biden tries limiting the damage that's already been done. Angela Brown at the live desk following today's high-stakes trips. Good morning to you.
And good morning, Jan. We're tracking those competing trips by both former President Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden. Their plans underscore the urgency to get the handle on the crisis at the borders. Lawmakers also look to address the wave of violent migrant attacks. We'll have more on that in just a minute. But first, taking a live look over Eagle Pass, Texas, where former president, you can see some action going on here. It seems like they're searching cars, the dog's out. Where later today, former President Donald Trump will be here. Now, under the Biden administration, the region has become the busiest corridor right here for illegal crossings. This morning, we're taking a look at the numbers for you this morning. For the first time, illegal crossing arrests topped 2 million in each of the government's last 2 budget years. That's more than double Trump's peak year at more than 800,000 in 2019. And in December, the Del Rio sector tallied more than 71,000 arrests. That's more than the entire 2019 budget on top of that. And now a live look over at the White House right here. The president has plans to meet with Border Patrol, law enforcement, local officials in Brownsville today, not at the White House.
Well, President Biden and former President Donald Trump will both be at the U.S.-Mexico border today. Biden will meet with Border Patrol agents and local officials in Brownsville, Texas. And just a little over 300 miles away, Trump is expected to speak in Eagle Pass. Our Camila Montoyo Galvez is joining us now from Del Rio, Texas, where former President Trump will be landing a little later on today. So let's talk a little bit about what we can expect. What's going to be going on with these dueling events?
Good morning, Anne-Marie. In many ways, we have a presidential doubleheader here at the U.S.-Mexico border. Today, President Biden is heading to Brownsville, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley for his second trip to the U.S.-Mexico border. He is likely to underscore, Anne-Marie, that Republicans in Congress, for political reasons, rejected a bipartisan compromise that he and a small group of senators in Congress forged and brokered to make sweeping changes to the U.S. immigration system here, and that President Trump is to blame for that deal collapsing in Congress. We also have former President Donald Trump landing here in Del Rio later today and then headed to Eagle Pass to underscore that he believes that President Biden and his administration are directly to blame for the crisis here along the border, and that their policies have encouraged illegal immigration. Obviously, the Trump campaign, as you know, Anne-Marie, believes that immigration is a winning issue for them. The Biden campaign recently has tried to go on the offensive a little bit more on this issue, but it is still an issue that is very tricky for President Biden and Democrats. We know it will be a defining campaign issue in this election. Polls indicate that many Americans view this as a top concern.
So speaking of many Americans, what about the local Americans down there? What are you hearing from local residents? How are they responding to these visits?
Well, look, Anne-Marie, residents here in communities like Del Rio and Eagle Pass along the border are not very happy with the national attention and believe that this issue of immigration and the very high levels of illegal crossings here have given their communities and these towns a bad reputation. And here's what one of them told us. Do you think, again, it's just for show?
I think it's for show. I think it's just a political deal.
Do you think the visits by Trump and Biden will change anything on the ground?
No, because for one, I mean, these people that are coming across from different countries, they're going to come no matter what. They've already gone too far.
Well, look, Anne-Marie, as you just heard now, residents here don't want political theater. They don't want political shows here at the U.S.-Mexico border. They want concrete policy changes that address the incredibly vexing and complex challenges here on a humanitarian and operational scale, and they want real solutions from the administration, but also Congress. Congress, again, we have to remind our viewers, has not passed an immigration law in any significant way since the 1990s, and it remains desperately gridlocked on this issue, Anne-Marie.
Yeah, it's a good reminder. They have a front row seat to this crisis, and they've had it for far too long. Camilo, thank you very much.
That's right.
So speaking of Trump, he's actually going to be in Eagle Pass tomorrow.
Oh, he is.
And Biden's going to be here. So kind of competing narrative on the border. Obviously, two very different messages. Trump saying that there needs to be a lot more enforcement. Biden is not sure what he's going to be talking about, the policies. But what's the reality of what's happening here on the border? How would you describe the situation here right now?
Well, there is a lot of illegal people coming across. You know, you see them everywhere. They're scattered. And actually, there's a place called Casa Romero, which they all go with there. You know, it's like what is it called?
Shelter.
Like a shelter, correct? Like a shelter that they have there. And you get to see a lot of people there. My mom lives close by. Every time I go visit her, you get to see a lot of people. Even in the neighborhoods, they're walking around. I mean, they're everywhere. You can tell who they are. You know, there's Venezolanos. Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Has it gotten more or less over the past couple of months?
More.
So there's more now than.
And I don't know if it's just here in South Texas, or is it all the border? You know, up to El Paso. I don't know how far that goes.
So
here in Texas.
Do you feel like there's more migrants now than there was, say, this time last year?
I think so. Yeah. I go a couple of times to Matamoros, and you get to see a lot of those people now everywhere as well. And it looks like they're starting to live there.
And so what do you hope comes out of this visit tomorrow? What do you feel? I'm sorry. Does the migrant situation, does it impact life here? Does it Does it impact your life at all?
It doesn't affect me. I believe that it does affect to other people, but to me, I don't know my brother, but we don't discriminate. They don't bother us.
And I don't think they're here. I don't think they're here to stay. I think they're here to go up north, not to stay in Bronzeville. Because Bronzeville, it's not that. It's not a good place.
It's not.
It's low income here.
I don't know what to say.
I would hope everybody just sees that it is real, because they're trying to say that it's fake. You know what I mean? Like they're saying like, oh, that's not true. What's going on? Oh no, it's very real here. It almost even scared my wife. She thought it was like zombies, because I don't know if you saw like half a year ago when they were crossing, and they just came in full force. Nobody stopped them, and my wife was like, oh my God, they're coming to kill us. I'm like, nobody's coming to kill us. They're coming to get their, they're gonna cross. They're probably gonna get a check and a phone, and they're gonna be shipped somewhere. It's not like that, but it's very real what's going on.
So you can see them throughout town walking.
Oh yeah, and it's different. We saw a whole family of, they're all blonde and blue-eyed. They're from Ukraine at a Pizza Hut, and they're just there, trying to get, somewhere, But
Like outside of the Pizza Hut?
No, they're inside Pizza Hut eating. Yeah. I have a feeling like it's not just Mexicans crossing over. We have other people they're coming from Africa. They're coming from, South America. They say they're running from things. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm not in total agreement with it, because I know people that did it the correct way, and they had to wait to cross the border. I'll give you a real strange scenario. My daughter's a ballroom dancer, right, for Fred Astaire Ballroom, and they had somebody from, I don't remember if he was from Russia or the Ukraine. They didn't let him cross. So why are they letting all these other guys cross that could be, MS-13s and, this guy that just wanted to dance ballroom, I don't know. He tried to come in through Mexico as well, because I don't know what his thing was with his visa. And so he thought, oh, let me try to do what everybody else is doing. No, they stopped him. You know what I mean? And, this good-looking, white guy, he's nothing, he's not brown like these, you know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't think like, oh, we're going to stop him. No, they stopped him, and they didn't let him cross.
That's because you got to be a minority.
To go through the passage, like where you walk across the border, like with everybody else, or come crossing the river. So maybe he should have crossed the river like everybody else, and he would have been given a phone and a check and a bus ride. You know what I mean? Did you see the buses over here at the hotels?
I haven't seen them yet. But
they're all along the feeder, the frontage road where it would be 802. And you see there's a Motel 6 and there's a bunch of hotels. You'll see if friends that we know from, 30, 40 years back, they did it correctly, they should too. Why are they any better than them, And, I just think it should have been done differently. Not just like...
No, he didn't like it. No, that's true. Probably.
Storm the wall, or, just... I don't know. It's a little crazy. I'm thinking about it. I wasn't thinking about it today, but...
President Joe Biden is taking his team to Brownsville, Texas, and the Rio Grande Valley. The National Desk's Matt Roy is in Brownsville this morning ahead of the president's visit. Thanks for joining us, Matt. Good to see you. Why is the president choosing now to make just his second trip there to the southern border?
Hi, Jan. Happy with you. Good morning to everybody out there. And that's really the question, right? Why now? It's something that Biden's political opponents across the aisle are using to call Biden's trip here down to Brownsville a political stunt, based on that sheer fact that you just mentioned, that this is just his second trip to the southern border during his presidency, the other one being last January when he made it to El Paso as part of a larger trip down to Mexico. But according to the president's press secretary, the visit is not a political stunt, but a way for Biden to bring the issue of immigration directly to the American people. He's expected to be visiting with local officials and law enforcement so he can hear from people who deal with the immigration issues every day. The president will also, once again, voice his support for the bipartisan immigration bill that crumbled earlier this month, mainly because of Republican opposition after Donald Trump voiced his opposition to the bipartisan agreement. As for the question of why now, political experts have suggested to me that it's because the president has had his oh shoot moment, meaning that Biden and his campaign staff have realized that the issue of immigration is important to the American people and it isn't going away. That fact evidenced by numerous recent polls that show that immigration is a top 3 issue for voters during this election cycle, and for many, it's the #1 issue. So President Biden going to be speaking this afternoon right here at the Border Patrol facility down here in Brownsville, Texas. Meanwhile, 300 miles away, his biggest political opponent going to be speaking in Eagle Pass. So sure to be an interesting day on the border, as always, Jen.
Yeah,
in Brownsville, I'm Matt Roy.
I was going to say, Matt, we always see huge crowds, lined up sometimes for more than a mile for the former president. Have you seen anybody there getting ready to gear up for Biden?
As far as media coverage, we saw a lot of people that are lined up. I mean, just at Amelia, my photographer, and I's hotel, a lot of people here getting ready. But we do have know that a lot of people, as far as their credentials, have not even been accepted. It should actually be a pretty small group of people that are allowed in. I know myself and my photographer will be allowed in tonight, but we were actually sending 2 crews from our station in San Antonio, and our other crew, their credentials got denied. So it's going to be a pretty small group inside tonight.
Okay, all right. Matt Roy reporting for us from Brownsville.
I now want to bring in Texas Department of Public Safety spokesperson Lieutenant Chris Olivares, who is on the border front lines. Lieutenant, it's always good to have you on the show. What do you make of the location choices for these dueling visits today? Trump in Eagle Pass, Biden in Brownsville.
Well, good morning, Marky. So we know for a fact, of course, as you mentioned, in some of the reporting there, Brownsville, Texas, at one point was a problematic area where we saw an increase in illegal border crossings. That was back in May of last year, leading up the week to Title 42. Now, of course, that would have been the moment where the president should have visited the border, because he would have seen firsthand thousands of illegal immigrants that were coming across, the frustrations, the strain on federal resources to be able to process thousands of illegal immigrants that were coming across. Also good to see what Texas did by fortifying some of those areas along the river, by placing concertina wire. National Guard did a tremendous job during that particular moment where we were able to stem the flow of potentially thousands more that could have come across that week leading up to Title 42. Now you look at Eagle Pass. Eagle Pass obviously has been a problematic area for the last 3 years. It's been ground zero for illegal border crossings. You look in December, we're averaging anywhere from 3,000 to 4,000 a day that were coming across, and Border Patrol had to make a makeshift processing center under a bridge at Shelby Park, where the former president will be visiting. Now, one thing is the former president will get to see firsthand how Texas was able to stem that flow by placing concertina wire, shipping containers along the river, and being able to prevent any illegal border crossings from taking place. And ever since then, ever since the beginning of January, there has not been any illegal border crossings at the Shelby Park area. And if there has been, those individuals are single adults, and they have been arrested for state charges. So there's a difference, there's a contrast between the areas. Obviously, of course, there is politics involved with this, unfortunately. Yeah. But I think that what's very appreciative is that the former president will visit an area that was very problematic, and we'll get to see witness firsthand how Texas was able to actually step up those efforts and prevent potentially more illegal border crossings.
And outside of just seeing things firsthand, I mean, you know this better than anybody else. These border delegation trips are usually heavy on camera clicks and political theater, but light on meaningful change. I mean, outside of seeing it, for themselves firsthand, what good comes from today?
Well, I mean, obviously, we have to see what's going to happen as far as with the 2 visits, right? And see how that message is going to come across the American people. And the American people can decide to see what visit or see what message is going to really pertain to them and how we're going to see some change moving forward. I mean, we do need some change. I mean, not just from, from the standpoint of the American people, but even from a law enforcement perspective. I mean, it's been very challenging for us as a state police agency in the last 3 years. I mean, you look at everything we've been doing the last 3 years through Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star, the billions of dollars that we have been able to use taxpayer money to fund a border operation where the federal government should be doing as far as taking on that responsibility. So I think it's going to be in the hands of the American people to decide how that message is going to come across and see what visit is going to be most effective and to see what kind of change we can see moving forward.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to
832 and illegal migrant housing is the latest problem the city is now being forced to deal with in the wake of the migrant crisis in New York City.
Yeah, before the housing issue, the city was cracking down on migrant crime, and before that, it was the demand on an overburdened shelter system. Public advocate Jumaane Williams has been keeping tabs on the city's response to the asylum seekers and is releasing his findings today. He's joining us this morning with a preview of that report. So good morning to you, public advocate. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us this morning.
Good morning. Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, let's start with discussing the discovery of these illegal and overcrowded migrant housing units in Queens and also in the Bronx. A lot of people saying this speaks volumes about the city's response and its shelter limit policy. What do you say?
You know what it does? One, I'm always clear that this situation is untenable without federal assistance and even our governor really stepping in. With that, there's some things we can do better. We did know that the 60-day rule was going to hit hard, in particular how disruptive it was and how it was put into play. So we're not surprised to see this. I do want to say the people who are hit the hardest now are Black migrants who are coming from African countries and Haiti and such. And you saw that here. And we've been trying to sound the alarm in particular for these migrants who don't have any of the infrastructure that's needed to try to make it here.
You know, public advocate, the business owner here, Ibo Sar, who was running both of those operations, he says he was just trying to help the migrants, says this should bring attention to how bad the situation is in the shelters. Administration saying, well, he was charging them, so how much was he really helping? Do you think that he should face charges, or should the city work with him when he has the space to maybe arrive at a better solution?
You know, I think both things are true. I think, there was a situation you can make a couple of dollars, but knowing the community, I also think he really was trying to provide some assistance as best he could. It was a very, very dangerous space, and God forbid something that happened that we'd have lost a lot of lives. But I do think it's highlighting a very, very serious situation, and that community in particular is not as connected to government to be able to provide the resources that community needs. And that's what we really need to help to coordinate that community's resources and the assistance that's needed. And we've been trying to highlight the plight of Black migrants in particular for a very long time.
Should he face charges?
I think there should be accountability, and we should talk about what that is. And you can't just have people in those dangerous situations, but we want to make sure it's proportional to what it was that was happening.
Yeah. I mean, also migrants have been in the headlines for violent offenses recently and crimes, which your report also addresses. So can you elaborate on what your findings were there?
Yeah, there's always, when you have, you can make a circle around 100,000 people, and you're going to find people who unfortunately flout the law. And this is no different. But what we do know is there's no particular increase with this particular population. As a matter of fact, all data shows that there's usually less crime with this particular population. That doesn't mean that what you see is not true, because it is. And we want to make sure that folks are held accountable as they should be. But the bigger narrative here is to make sure that we're not.
Dude, there's actually more crime with this population, What's he talking about? Per capita, they're creating a ton of crime for how small of a presence they have in our country.
Messaging that will provide harm. So what we've seen, unfortunately, is a messaging that usually comes from conservatives, but unfortunately is coming more and more from our city officials, which is, this is crime. The reason we have to make these cuts are because of the migrants. And those things are much exaggerated. than they need to be, and that has been part of the harm that we see happening.
Some of that messaging that the mayor has really been sounding the alarm on is working with ICE for those who commit crimes and having them deported, right? And he says he would like to work with ICE, but they can't because of the sanctuary city laws. And other city officials saying, we'll let the due process play out. Where do you stand? If someone commits a crime, slashes someone, stabs someone,
are you becoming woke, Sister T?
And then come back for their court date?
Uh-oh, I think you got the
I
virus.
would stand with the mayor of 2 years ago, who was saying the exact opposite of what he's saying now. And there is a process in place where deportation can occur if someone is found guilty of a crime. There's no reason to change it now except to feed the narrative and the fear that's not really based in reality. And sanctuary city provision laws is not what the problem is here. The problem is a mismanagement of housing over decades, a mismanagement of shelter system over decades, and the fact that the federal government and the governor and the state are not providing the assistance that's needed. Those are the things that are causing most of the problems that are making it really untenable as we go forward.
I mean, I guess this could be a very broad question, but are there any immediate solutions right now?
Well, the one thing we have to do is make sure we're moving through this without feeding the fear and making sure that people aren't harmed. We have to have a compassionate message, even though we navigate through some difficult times. We did put some findings in that we thought might be helpful. The federal government really needs to step up. They just have to. The state and the government have to do that. There's some volunteer situations that our residents can do. And the city can really do some work around helping how to manage the shelter system. But we really have to get to the heart of the problem, which is affordable housing and how we manage a shelter system. So there are some things we can do.
Okay, and we have that full report on our website, pick7.com. Public Advocate Jumaane Williams, appreciate your time this morning.
Always appreciate it. Thank you.
Joining us now exclusively to react to this and much more, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being with us. First reports were that they ganged up on you yesterday. Joe Biden, Mitch McConnell, and Chuck Schumer. Any truth to that?
Well, the reports are pretty accurate. They said that I was on an island by myself and it was me versus everyone else in the room. What the liberal media doesn't understand, Sean, is that if you're here in Washington and you're described as a leader that's on an island by themselves, it probably means you're standing with the American people. And that's what I did yesterday. I reminded the president and all involved that the #1 issue in America is that open border, the catastrophe that we have, that President Biden himself designed, that he caused and created. And I told him, just as I have many times before, he must address it with his executive authority. We can't wait any longer.
My understanding is you're referring to this as a process CR. This would be the fourth continuing resolution. In Washington, these bills, the appropriations bills, should have been done by October 1, as you know. Apparently 6 of them are expected to be done by March 8th and another 6 by, I believe, March 22nd. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do you have faith and confidence that finally those appropriations will get done?
Yeah, it's been a fight, Sean. It's taken a long time. We broke the omnibus fever in Washington, where the Democrats, usually in the Senate, would jam the House right before Christmas every year with, 4,000-page piece of legislation that spends, over $1.5 trillion. That's no way to run a railroad. So what we did was we broke this up so that we could actually amend and negotiate and fight for policy initiatives on 12 separate appropriations bills. We've done that. We've got an agreement now, and now they'll be passed in 2 packages because, as you noted, the calendars run out. But this was an important thing. We have got to break the cycle in the way Washington works. We got to reform budgeting and spending, and we're going to have an opportunity to do that going forward because we had this hard fight right now.
There are 2 big issues I know that are on the minds of conservatives and many Republicans, and that is the issue of Joe Biden's wide open borders, nearly 10 million illegal immigrants. Former top FBI officials have described this, their words, as an invasion of military-age men. We have described the countries we know they're coming from. Iran, #1 state sponsor of terror, their satellite country, Syria, Egypt, home of the Muslim Brotherhood, Afghanistan, home of al-Qaeda, our top geopolitical foe, China, tens and tens of thousands from there, and 10,000 plus from Russia, our #2 geopolitical foe. Is anything going to be done, any part of this deal going to deal with the issue of Joe Biden's wide open borders?
We never stopped working on it. You know, we passed H.R. 2 almost a year ago now. Chuck Schumer's let it sit on the desk collecting dust. We'll continue to push it, every piece of it, every initiative. Because, listen, now the catastrophe is having real-world consequences around the country, as you know. Violent crimes, brutal murders, Lake and Riley and others that, even in my home state of Louisiana, aggravated rape this past week by illegal aliens because Joe Biden is catching them and releasing them into the country. And it's caused an absolute catastrophic effect, and it will continue, Sean, sadly. So we have to push. The president has the executive authority to fix it right now. I told him at the White House yesterday, one-on-one, and in the group, I told him, Mr. President, if you just issue an executive order that reinstates remain in Mexico, sir, the Border Patrol, the own Border Patrol, your agents told us it would reduce the flow by 70%, almost overnight, because the message would go out throughout the world. Don't waste your life savings on a cartel. They're not going to be able to get you over the line. Stay where you are. Stay in Mexico. Stay in a safe third country. He won't do it, Sean. He told me that he didn't have the authority to do that. I said, that's just simply not true. President Trump did it. Why can't you do it? He said, oh, Mexico doesn't want that. Well, you're the president of the United States. You should act like it.
Well, in the first 100 days, he rescinded all the Trump policies that had actually secured the border, and the result has been devastating to the country. We saw what happened to this nursing student in Georgia. I mean, this should not happen. And my biggest fear is, you know, have terrorist cells, because many of these illegal immigrants are unvetted from some of our top geopolitical foes. What do you think the odds are that there are terrorist cells that are in this country as a result of Joe Biden's policies, plotting, planning, and scheming another 9/11 or worse against the American people? I'd say the odds are 100%, but I pray to God I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
There's no question about it. This is a very, very dangerous time, and we've allowed that to continue. You've got, I think there may be 15 million illegals who've come across that border since Joe Biden took office. You know, President Trump had there was such a distinction between these two leaders. You know, he built the wall. He deported criminals, and he seized fentanyl. Joe Biden has done exactly the opposite of all of it. We see the effects, and America can't stand for this any longer.
Yeah, by the way, give you a lot of credit. I'm not sure how well I would do in a meeting with Joe Biden, the Vice President Harris, Chucky Schumer, and Mitch McConnell. Not a great position to be in, but we will watch carefully. These are consequential times, Mr. Speaker. We need leadership. We definitely need a united Republican Party, something we discussed from day one. We appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe.
First, though, News 6 cameras captured this exclusive video showing troopers with the Florida Highway Patrol working along the Mexico border, and you are paying for it. Tonight, for the very first time, you'll see what some FHP troopers are doing as a part of a mission to stop illegal immigration. Thanks for joining us. I'm Matt Austin.
And I'm Ginger Gadsden. Those troopers drove about 1,300 miles to serve at the border between Texas and Mexico. We sent News 6 investigator Mike DeForest there to watch the troopers work.
We have traveled here to Eagle Pass, Texas, along the Mexico border, because we wanted to see for ourselves how Florida taxpayer money is being used to help Texas combat illegal immigration. Now, just so you know, we showed up here unannounced. We did not want Florida authorities knowing we were here, so there would be no chance of any staged photo opportunities for our cameras. It's no secret where Florida Highway Patrol troopers are staying in Texas. They park their patrol cars right in front of their hotel. FHP has been here so long, they're now showing up on Google Map images. But we're not disclosing the hotel's location or the troopers' identities. At 4:27 in the morning, this SUV pulled up to the hotel. It was driven by a Texas Highway Patrol trooper. A Florida trooper came out of the hotel and climbed into the passenger seat. Soon, more Texas vehicles arrived to pick up more Florida law enforcement officers. Governor Ron DeSantis says the federal government is not doing enough to combat illegal immigration, so he's been sending help to Texas at the expense of Florida taxpayers.
We've had National Guard, we've had Highway Patrol, Fish and Wildlife, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, you name it.
We could not determine where these teams of Texas and Florida troopers were headed that morning, and FHP officials will not tell us, saying they cannot provide details because, quote, this is a very sensitive and dangerous environment with involvement of Mexican drug cartels. In the past, FHP says its troopers have made contact with undocumented aliens while also participating in traffic stops, assisting with crashes, and conducting commercial vehicle inspections. Back at the hotel, more troopers were hitting the road after buying gas for their taxpayer-funded vehicles. We followed some here to Shelby Park, which has become ground zero in the illegal immigration battle. From this vantage point up here, with the help of our camera zoom lenses, we're able to see much of what's taking place down there in Shelby Park, which has baseball diamonds, soccer fields, even a golf course. Now, the park sits right along the Rio Grande River, and as you can see back there, across the river is Mexico. Last month, the state of Texas seized control of Shelby Park there and began installing razor wire along the riverbank. At nearly 50 acres, Shelby Park is roughly the size of Crane's Roost Park in Altamont Springs, but surrounded by fences and protected by a large number of heavily armed Texas National Guard soldiers. On this day, we counted at least 6 FHP patrol vehicles inside the secured area and no illegal immigrants. Now, keep in mind, what we're seeing here today is just a small snapshot in time. Had we been here back in December, we would have seen 3,000 or 4,000 migrants illegally crossing into Eagle Pass and Shelby Park right here every single day. But Texas Governor Greg Abbott says that number has dropped dramatically.
Now that we've taken control of this area, for the past 3 days, there's an average of only 3 people crossing illegally in this area.
This Florida trooper arrived at Shelby Park around 9:24 a.m. and parked underneath a bridge used by people to cross between the U.S. and Mexico legally. It remained in the same spot for more than 3 hours. The trooper left around lunchtime and then returned about 2 hours later to almost the exact same location. At one point, another driver pulled up and they appeared to chat for more than an hour. Later, a group of golfers approached the 4th hole of the nearby course, which happened to be right in front of the trooper's car. Earlier in the day, we watched a different Florida trooper back this cruiser behind these military vehicles. 5 hours later, it was still there. As the 2 FHP troopers were parked under the bridge, nearby, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission officers prepared their airboats to be launched onto the Rio Grande. Unlike the Highway Patrol, Florida wildlife officials did tell us about their activities on this day. The agency says FWC officers helped Texas officials recover the body of a man who likely drowned in the river while attempting to cross into the United States. The body was brought back to the boat ramp by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. This Florida trooper, whose patrol car was parked next to a Texas trooper for nearly 6 hours this day, got out and walked up to the boat ramp, but did not appear to participate in the recovery effort. The main entrance to Shelby Park is secured by the Texas National Guard. Just after noon, yet another FHP trooper arrived and parked just a few feet away from the gate next to a Texas trooper. 5 hours later, the SUV was still there. Most other FHP personnel had already left the park by then, including the 2 we saw under the bridge. By about 6 o'clock or so, most of the troopers had returned here to the hotel. I just counted 14 FHP vehicles in this parking lot. So far, I have not seen any other out-of-state law enforcement here in Eagle Pass. Early the next morning, this FHP cruiser arrived at Shelby Park and backed into a secluded area. In the dark, we could see the trooper was watching a video on the patrol car's laptop. FHP will not tell us whether it was a training video or simply entertainment to pass the time. Just after sunrise, more troopers began arriving again, including this one that took up a familiar position under the bridge.
I think you've seen at Eagle Pass, for example, there's been a lot of great progress.
Last week, as DeSantis bid farewell to a new group of troopers headed to the border, he said illegal crossings have declined there because of efforts by Texas and other states.
We're going to continue to be in this fight until the problem is solved.
At any given time, there are 76 Florida troopers deployed to Texas, which is about 4% of the Highway Patrol's force. We only saw a fraction of them in Eagle Pass. So the big question, how much is this costing Florida taxpayers? Well, FHP could not give me that answer. Instead, the agency instructed me to file a public record request for the cost information. I've not yet received those financial records. Ginger.
Interesting findings, Mike. So what are Texas authorities saying about having these Florida troopers in their state?
Well, Texas is definitely expressing gratitude for that, but with the plummeting numbers of illegal border crossings lately, I asked the Texas Department of Public Safety how much longer it's going to need FHP's help. The agency did not give me an answer, but says that it is constantly monitoring the situation along the border to make real-time decisions and then adjust their operations.
Certainly gives you an insight as to a snapshot of their day, though.
Right, and it was just one day.
Yeah.
Had we been there months earlier, we may have seen more migrants, we may have seen more activity from FHP, but this is the first look I think most folks are getting to see what our troopers are doing in another state.
And it's interesting to see. Mike DeForest, thank you for that.
We appreciate it. Look forward to getting some of those numbers back, hopefully at some point.
Well, do you have a tip for the new 6 investigators? Email them at theinvestigators@wkmg.com.
As we have been talking about, these are very real life situations and something familiar to too many American families right now, the consequences of the unlawfulness happening at our border. Just this week, 4 illegal immigrants have been accused of separate violent crimes, from the murder of that 22-year-old nursing student in Georgia to the murder of a 2-year-old in Maryland. Our next guest knows this pain all too well. His son, Drew, was killed by an illegal immigrant in a motorcycle crash back in 2010. Let's bring in Dan Rosenberg, who has now become an advocate for victims of illegal alien crime. We're incredibly sorry for your family's loss, and you live with that every single day. What is your reaction, sir, to the president still not even mentioning the death of that 22-year-old university student?
I really have no expectation that he will ever say anything right about anything. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I don't even know if he's aware that this happened. I mean, certainly if he watches the liberal news media, he has no idea, because they're barely covering it, and what they do, they're lying about. So that doesn't bother me one bit. I just want to see this guy go. He should be. Put it this way, you know, they talk about impeaching him. No, it's treason at this point.
Well, Don, we had
aiding and abetting.
Sorry to cut you off there. We just had a picture of your son up on the screen, 25 years old. I know that you felt compelled to respond when you heard a Democratic lawmaker from California, of all places, that's dealing with a lot of crime, Katie Porter, say this about the heinous murder of that 22-year-old girl. Listen.
Whenever we're dealing with violent crime, there is a sense of outrage. The important thing to focus on is any one instance shouldn't shape our overall immigration policy, which has so many different facets.
Well, so this one instance, she says. Your reaction?
Well, obviously, first of all, she's vile and disgusting, to put it mildly, but obviously she has no idea that Laken Riley is not the first American killed by an illegal alien. We're talking about tens of thousands. This is a woman that's been 5 years in Congress. She's now running for the Senate, and she's unaware of how much illegal alien crime there is.
But Don,
it's inexcusable that she would say that.
I just want to make sure I get your full story here, because we're crunched for time, because we've had those breaking news. What happened to your son?
Yeah. Okay, well, my son was on his way home from law school, and an illegal alien tried to make a last-second left-hand turn, collided with him, and then trying to flee, he drove back and forth over his body 3 times. And, you know, Drew was, dead at the scene. Had he not tried to flee, my son would have walked away with a couple of cuts and bruises. But when you allow people in the country illegally and they do something bad, they're not going to stick around most of the time. So, you know, and that story, I mean, I could repeat that story with literally thousands of other people.
Well,
so it's just, it shouldn't be a shock to this woman that people are upset over this.
People hear you, Don, and I know that you are out there and you're telling your story, and you have been, and you're trying to get your message across. And we're about to hear this White House press briefing moments from now. We'll see if they say anything then. Don, thank you. And again, our deepest apologies for your family and all that you've been through.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News.
Video shows this white GMC pickup truck crashing into a Ford Mustang while trying to get through a sideshow in Vallejo. That's when things get ugly. The crowd gets angry and surrounds the truck, beating the driver, shooting at him, and stomping on his windshield near Springs and Rollingwood at about 5:30 Sunday afternoon. In this video, you can see the driver wearing an orange shirt running from his truck, but it wasn't over yet. The man in orange runs into the 7-Eleven at the corner and is chased by the crowd and again attacked inside the store. Some in the crowd then loot the 7-Eleven of everything from cigarettes and candy to lotto scratchers and beer.
Hey, what's up? Let me get some hot Cheetos.
At one point, someone set the victim's truck on fire. Vallejo police arrived and saw many sideshow participants taking off and running red lights. The truck continued to burn. Big T works at a pawn shop at the corner, which was covered with tire marks.
Yeah, he's just an innocent person trying to get to wherever he's going, and then he gets victimized. And sideshows are, all they do is just, you know, disrupt everybody, and they're dangerous, and people get hurt.
Tom Davis lives nearby.
Of course we're frustrated. We're angry. You don't see the police. You never see the police. The only time you see the police is 30, 40 minutes later after whatever happens.
Vallejo Mayor Robert McConnell says those caught spinning donuts should have their licenses revoked and face stiffer penalties beyond having their cars impounded for 30 days.
I believe it should be much longer. I would like to see 90 days. So they're just making a mockery of everybody else.
We begin with a school bus driver who is speaking out after she is brutally assaulted by a student on her afternoon route. You see it happen right there. That entire attack caught on camera. Well, tonight she's recovering from serious injuries. Fox 31's Nicole Fierro sitting down with that bus driver in an interview you'll see only here on Fox 31. Nicole.
Yeah, this bus driver, all she wants to do is go back to getting kids around safely, but she's suffering from physical and emotional trauma, getting 66% of pay from workman's comp while trying to recover from the footage you're about to see. We did obtain it from a public records request from police, and we do warn some of it is hard to watch.
This is footage of Jeffco school bus driver Laura Owen doing what she loves most.
The kids count on us as bus drivers to get us to and from safely, you know, and it's a pride in doing that.
Making what happened here on January 29th. So much harder to take in.
This situation should have never happened. We only implement the bus safety that we are instructed to do per district policy, and nothing more than that.
This student here coming up behind her, Owen says she initially asked her boyfriend to get off at the next safe stop for moving around the aisles standing, putting safety in jeopardy.
It's a safe place for you since you can't follow the bus rules.
The girl here has her mom on the phone threatening her, something Owen says happened another time on the bus just days before too.
Straight like that. I heard she's gonna kill me. Straight like she's that. She's gonna kill me. Just coming through. Okay. Okay. Straight up. I got you. I got you. No. You need to get off the bus, please. Nah, bro. Get off the bus, please. Come on.
Escalating to this physical assault, leaving Owen with a concussion, residual and constant ringing in her ears, headaches, neck pain, and emotional trauma.
Whatever I can do to get myself better. I can't change what happened. I can only pray that things get safer throughout the district and, you know, for anybody.
Yeah, so we reached out to the district. We asked if this student has assaulted another employee in the district before, if she should have been on this bus in the first place. They say they'll get those answers to us tomorrow. In the meantime, they do say that that student is expected in court next month. They also gave us a statement that says, in part, it's absolutely unacceptable to us that an employee would come to harm on the job. In reviewing all safety incidents, we strive to improve and strengthen our measures to keep our staff and students safe. Now, there is a GoFundMe to support Laura during this time. We have it on this story on our website, kdvr.com. Reporting live, Nicole Fierro, Fox 31.
All right, Nicole, thank you.
The beaches of South Florida have long been a spring break destination, but violence in years past is prompting law enforcement to take new action this year.
Come here, enjoy, but don't come here looking for trouble. We've had enough.
Last spring break, Miami Beach saw 2 deadly shootings and some 600 arrests at a time when the city's holiday slogan was, "Come on vacation, don't leave on probation." This year, a new warning to visitors. We're breaking up with spring break.
We won't allow this for people to come here, disrupt our way of life, ruin it for the residents who live here, and ruin it for people who just want to come here and have a good time.
In addition to more police patrols this year, the city plans a midnight curfew, increased DUI checkpoints, $100 parking garage rates for visitors, beach access will close at 6 p.m., and sidewalk cafes on Ocean Drive will shut down on the weekends. In Fort Lauderdale, similar measures, but some businesses also plan to raise the drinking age to 23 for out-of-state visitors.
It's unfortunate because a lot of college students are 21. And then you just can't get into bars when you're of age to drink.
But many residents say they're thankful for the added security.
I'm glad about the security, and it's good for us and good for the kids.
The cities are most worried about the peak spring break time period of March 8th through the 17th.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks.
Southland Rolex robbers return bolder than ever, this time attempting a brazen daylight robbery targeting a local man and his tiny dog on the busy Sunset Strip. But this time, they chose the wrong target. Eyewitness News reporter Leanne Suter is live in West Hollywood with more of the dramatic video and what the man attacked is saying tonight. Leanne?
David Rocco DiStefano used to be a competitive bodybuilder. He now owns a gym here on the Sunset Strip, and he says he wasn't going to go down without a fight when those would-be thieves targeted him and his expensive watch. A brutal beatdown caught on camera as armed thieves try to steal Rocco DiStefano's treasured Rolex.
I've never had a gun pointed to my forehead, so the one thing that I was thinking of, I was just like, this is it. This is it. I just opened up this gym 3 months ago, 29 years old.
It happened Tuesday afternoon just before 2 in front of his gym, the Lab Athletic Club on Sunset. DiStefano had taken his multi-poo Hercules for a walk when 3 masked men, one of them armed with a gun, jumped out of a black Cadillac and attacked.
They're just like, take it off, we're gonna shoot you, we're gonna shoot you. And at a certain point, I'm like, they've threatened to shoot me for about 30 seconds to a minute at this point. If they haven't shot me yet, because I haven't given them my jewelry when I have other jewelry on and the Rolex is in my hand, they're not going to shoot me.
He says he had taken off his Rolex and had it clenched in his hand. Hercules trying to help as the suspects continued to beat him.
Then adrenaline hit, and then they're on top of me, kicking me, punching me, pistol whipping me. I'm like, I'm not dead yet, I might as well and fight back. I pushed through the person that was hammer punching me in the back of the head, through his legs, and I tackled him into the gunman.
He managed to escape and run into the spa next door. The 3 suspects and a getaway driver fleeing the scene empty-handed. Investigators say about half an hour later and a couple miles away, 3 men in ski masks and a black Cadillac robbed another victim of his watch. Authorities now investigating if they are the same suspects. DiStefano, who ended up with some cuts and bruises to his head, is counting his blessings. He and Hercules escaped with their lives.
I don't want to stop living my life because of these things, but I'm definitely going to be more cognizant of where I wear jewelry.
DiStefano says he is now considering adding security outside of his gym during the day.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown. Get more great ABC7 content by clicking the subscribe.
A North Carolina police chief is sounding the alarm on crimes committed by kids in his own community, a surge that we're really seeing across the country. In a recent op-ed, Charlotte
Good evening. The victim tells me that the thief looks like an average everyday shopper and would blend in easily with the rest of the crowd. She says that she went on a South Sound shopping spree that racked up thousands of dollars in charges with her information, and she hopes you can help identify her so she doesn't victimize someone else.
I've kept a binder of everything that she's done here.
Julie McReynolds says on February 12th, her life was flipped upside down by this suspect. Deputies say she was caught on camera ringing up thousands of dollars in charges on her credit.
I've kept stuff for all the places I've contacted to have to lock things down.
She says the woman went on a 3-day shopping spree after stealing her identity.
Yeah. I would say the first week definitely was pretty nightmarish.
McReynolds first noticed something was wrong when she started getting strange email notifications in her inbox.
A specific store wanted me to take a survey for a recent shopping experience I had had, and I haven't been to that store in a year. So I went to look at my account online, and sure enough, there was a charge for over $1,000.
Then other emails came in indicating other accounts were being used. She reported the fraud and froze her accounts, then contacted the Thurston County Sheriff's Office.
She's using a fake ID to look up my account numbers to charge these things to me.
The woman is accused of running up more than $6,000 in charges over a 3-day period at stores in Lacey, the Capitol Mall area in Olympia, and the Tacoma Mall and in Puyallup.
The vulnerability is the hardest part.
McReynolds doesn't know how the woman got her information since she didn't have any cards stolen. She suspects she may have gotten it through a data breach.
I have friends that think she looks like a traditional mom. It's just a mom out there doing her shopping.
She hopes someone can bring her to justice.
It's definitely a very violating feeling, and I know it happens all the time, but I want her caught before she can hurt more people.
And McReynolds suggests that you purchase a protection plan with a company like ID Shield or LifeLock prior to being victimized, so you have that ready to go if something happens. She also recommends you freeze your accounts immediately, of course, if your identity is stolen, and keep it frozen. She says you can always unfreeze them later. Reporting live in Tacoma, Jennifer Dowling, Fox 13 News.
All right, Jen.
A North Carolina police chief is sounding the alarm on crimes committed by kids in his own community, a surge that we're really seeing across the country. In a recent op-ed, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Chief Johnny Jennings outlines his department's struggle to deal with more and more offenders under the age of 18. Just last year, get some of these numbers. Chief Jennings' department saw a 34% increase in juvenile arrests, with a major jump in nonviolent crimes. There was a staggering 192% increase in juvenile car theft arrests in Charlotte in 2023. And of the cars stolen there, 2/3 were taken by kids. Chief Jennings is joining me now. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk about this growing issue, not only in your own backyard, but really across the country, sir. Your editorial is eye-opening, and it lays bare how juvenile crime is rising at unprecedented levels. Not only the overall arrest, but the property crimes, but the shooting investigations are also up 33%. Chief, that's scary.
It is scary, and I appreciate you having me and bringing this attention out, because we're in a crisis and in a trend that we have to reverse, or we're going to have a very grim future for not just Charlotte, but our country. We are seeing kids that are getting younger and younger that are carrying firearms, committing violent crimes, that are repeat offenders. We had 1,700 repeat offenders last year for juvenile crime, and it's just devastating to see the work that our officers do every day to bring closure to these cases, and it's basically a catch and release.
Mm-hmm. And speaking of that, I wanted to ask
you.
They
should start letting fucking juvenile records follow them after they turn them into an adult. If they have a certain amount of them, one, hey, we'll forgive one. You have 5 arrests, yeah, you're getting followed now with that shit.
About that next. In your op-ed, you reference raise the age legislation, which increased the age of criminal responsibility to 18. And you say it led to that wave of juvenile crime fueled by a system of catch and release. What has that domino effect looked like?
Well, they raised the age in North Carolina. We were actually the last state to go from 16
being
an adult to 18 being an adult. But we didn't provide resources for that.
It should be 16.
You had to anticipate there would be an influx of more juveniles coming into the system. But even without raise the age, we are seeing such an increase in juvenile crime. It's frightening that we need to really invest in what how we're looking after our kids.
Now
when they
more
get
of them
into
are
the
considered
system,
juveniles.
to get them back on track. And we talk about detention, and I've never said that we need to arrest and throw away the key and lock up a lot more kids. But I do think that when they are in the system and when they are in detention, they need to have programs to make sure that they get back on track when they get out.
Yeah, I know in your piece you also said overturning raise the age wasn't the answer. And to your point, it's probably a lot more complex and multifactorial than that. You were one of a handful of police chiefs who met with President Biden at the White House on Wednesday to talk about crime in America. And as I understand it, the president touted a drop in crime rates while he's been in office. How did that land with you as you're fighting so much of it right now in your own backyard?
Yeah, we look at violent crime, and a lot of it is a testament to the great work that a lot of the chiefs that we were in the room has done, and we were able to tell the president things that have worked and things that we need going forward. And basically, we need.
By the way, if you missed that meeting, 70% of the chiefs were black, and one of them was a black female. It was fucking weird. Like, out of all the chiefs we have in America, what, he could only the black ones wanted to come talk, or what? Or did he only call the black ones because he wanted to show the world that he supports black people and you gotta vote for him? I don't know. It was weird. Remember that yesterday? Yeah.
Support from the federal government to continue with grant funding, to continue with programs. This is exactly what
I'm talking about. This is the main guy that talks, black guy. This guy, mixed, I'm pretty sure he's black or a Pacific Islander. If he's Pacific Islander, guess who they click up with in LA County Jail? They are made to click up with the blacks. Yep. Pacific Islanders and Asians click up with blacks at Men's Central and Twin Towers, and they're made to. You have like a liaison and everything. The guard walks you over to and like, this is your rep. This is your whatever, your race rep. Asians and Pacific Islanders, well, theirs is the black dude. And then you got, this is a black female, this is a black dude, this is a black dude, and this is a black dude.
Programs and resources that we can do our job to be successful. So we've seen.
Is that really representing our fucking country or what? All right. Let's just make everybody black in government. Fuck it.
In violent crime in Charlotte in last year, we were actually flat in violent crime, but there's still so much work to do. And you look at what we're dealing with these juveniles. We're not on a good path right now if we can't bring this under control.
Yeah, it is a frightening trend that we're seeing everywhere. You've been police chief now for almost 4 years. Again, we're seeing this committed in communities across the country. What concerns you the most about what you're seeing in the Charlotte area?
Just the sheer violence. And one of the chiefs, we had a side conversation that we were just talking, and just, there's just so much disrespect for each other in the country right now. And there's so many, it's disrespect for police, disrespect for each other. And that's what's frightening, because people are quick to now pull out a gun and settle disputes and use violence towards that. We're seeing the smash and grab going into stores where people just have no respect for retail, that they just go in and take everything and leave out. And then trying to keep up to prosecute these crimes is difficult.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
So remember what I just said about the black thing? Guess what?
And in honor of Black History Month, we're also spotlighting Chief Judge Rowan Wilson, making history in the New York Court of Appeals. His mission is to change the narrative around the criminal justice system. And as News 4's Miles Miller explains tonight, it starts with more representation in the courtroom.
In his chambers overlooking Park Avenue, Chief Judge Rowan Wilson, the first African-American to hold this prestigious position, is taking it all in.
Why don't we just hand the fucking keys to black people? Here, it's your government now. There you go.
after being appointed. Wilson's upbringing in Berkeley, California, amid a canvas of social upheaval and reform, laid the groundwork for his empathetic and critical approach to law, shaping his views on justice.
His empathetic approach towards law, that sounds like a lot more people are going to get away with shit. His brothers and sisters.
Much care about people. And if that ends up making me liberal in somebody's mind, okay.
Judge Wilson not only weighs in on matters that reach the Court of Appeals, but also oversees the unified court system, a massive bureaucracy with 16,000 employees and a $3 billion budget. His first year in office has been marked by addressing challenges facing family courts. A racial justice report by the court found Queens, with over 2.4 million people, only has 13 family court justices.
It is more judges, and the legislature and governor have given us more judges, and we've asked for even more, and we will get those. In addition to the judges, obviously the court clerks, the court officers, but that's all wrapped into
a lot
the
of white
request
going on right there, though.
We'll get that.
The City Department of Investigations found in January, New York City evictions returned to levels seen before the pandemic, with about 1,450 evictions, mirroring January 2020's numbers, an issue that keeps Judge Wilson up at night.
The fundamental problem is there isn't enough affordable housing. That's the fundamental problem.
Right.
And the courts can't do much about
Well, bring
that.
in more
We're sort of
immigrants.
Caught in the
Make it
middle.
better.
Wilson's reflections on the state of housing court underscores a broader concern for equity within the legal system, a concern that extends to the representation of black individuals in courtrooms.
It's the old, Richard Pryor joke from back in the 70s, go to court to find justice, and all. That's what we see, just us.
His focus is on shifting the public perception on crime and justice.
Well, if you weren't breaking the
doesn't
fucking law
believe that
constantly,
everyone
you'd see
arrested
others.
must be held without
Maybe you
bail
wouldn't be
at
there to begin
Rikers.
with.
If somebody steals, a tube of toothpaste, which happens, right? It happens a fair amount. They need a tube of toothpaste, right? It's a good thing that they want to have a tube of toothpaste. That doesn't mean we should allow them to steal it, but it also means we shouldn't set them in Rikers because they stole a tube of toothpaste.
It's these issues Wilson...
As if they are. They're not. You know what I mean? These people don't just go in and steal a tube of toothpaste. They go and they rack the entire fucking shelf into a bag of all this shit that they can sell on eBay. It's not so that they can go brush their fucking teeth, dude. There are plenty of organizations in New York where you can go get some toothpaste.
A father of
Fucking
three
guy,
is
he's starting off on a great foot, I think.
left to contend with as the state's chief judge, in a career that has spanned Harvard and Harvard Law School and rising to partner at one of the most prestigious law firms in the country.
This is a rare opportunity.
That's trustworthy.
And, time is ticking. I have 2,499 days left before I age out of the job, and I'm going to try and use every single one of them to the best of my ability.
In Midtown, I'm Miles Miller, News 4 New York.
A major grocery store is taking steps tonight to crack down on retail theft, installing a fence to try and deter thieves. It's happening at one of two Safeway stores in Stockton, this one at the Pacific Avenue location. Customers, they are now forced into a one-way entrance and exit blocked off by barriers.
CBS 13's Brady Halbleib spoke with customers and industry experts about the move to help protect items.
We live in a busy world and we like the path of least resistance. So when a barrier emerges, we like to see it coming and plan ahead. But what if a barrier comes out of nowhere where you least expect it? Well, that's what's happening to one neighborhood Safeway. Barriers now line the entrance and the exit of the Safeway on Pacific Avenue in Stockton.
At first, it is a little bit to get used to it.
Griselda Gonzalez is a regular Safeway shopper. She noticed the barriers within the last week. While she says it's an inconvenience, it doesn't bother her.
But if it cuts down on the theft and stuff like that, and that I can shop in the afternoons with my kids safely, I'm okay with that.
In a statement sent to us by Safeway, it reads in part, "We are working on ways to curtail escalating theft so we can ensure the well-being of our employees and foster a welcoming environment for our customers." These long-planned security improvements were implemented with those goals in mind. While these kinds of barriers aren't a widespread trend yet, it signifies the lengths some stores are going to prevent theft.
if the status quo continues, they're going to have to look for new ways to keep the store safe.
Like retail theft, grocery store thefts have been an issue in California for a while, but Rose notes it hasn't gotten the same publicity.
They're spending, skyrocketing amounts of money against each year over year.
Rose says people aren't stealing food items like milk, eggs, or bread to get by. Rather, thieves are targeting makeup and alcohol.
Things that have, street value, things that could be resold across criminal networks.
Grocery shopping, a process that should be seamless, now with barriers to protect items from thieves.
Rose also notes that there could be more innovative ways in the future to be able to prevent some of these thefts from happening.
All right, and of course, we will keep you posted on if this is a successful effort there. Brady Hoplite, thanks so much for that update.
Migrant charged in the death of a Maryland toddler is underlining the effects of soft on-crime policies. Sanctuary cities stand accused of making it harder for ICE to take custody of migrant criminals who are in this country illegally. The National Desk's Brad Bell reports from Maryland.
Last Friday, we were with ICE agents as they prepped for an early morning raid aiming to catch a non-citizen in the country illegally who'd been convicted of multiple crimes of violence, but who had been released by a local county despite an ICE detainer.
So what's happening right now is they've gotten to a point in time where they feel like they'll be able to get the guy that they are after. So we're walking down this residential street, approaching the house.
After some nervous moments and a search of the home, the immigration agents leave empty-handed and frustrated with the lack of cooperation from local county leaders.
This is a very dangerous person that is now running the streets.
Now, ICE is pointing to the case of this man, 25-year-old Nilson Granados Trejo, street name Gucci. They say he was ordered deported 2 years ago, that he has been arrested twice since in Montgomery County, but released from the county detention center each time despite ICE detainers. Now, he's charged with murder for his alleged role in the February 8th Langley Park street gang shootout, which led to the death of 2-year-old Jeremy Caceres, the head of the local ICE field office last week, blasting the county policy of non-cooperation and warning of such possible consequences.
One of the major frustrations for me is when these executives are releasing egregious offenders back into the communities. How are they protecting the communities?
Today, Montgomery County Executive Mark Elrich addressing the issue after meeting with ICE officials, promising better cooperation, including 48 hours notice when someone with a detainer is to be released. But he's sticking to his policy of cooperation only when the subjects of detainers do serious crimes.
And it's anything violent, anything related to sex offenses, child abuse, use of a gun or any other weapon. It's a pretty good list of things that we will deport for, and we will cooperate.
It's known as gas station heroin because that's among the places you can find it. Tianeptine, the actual name, doesn't contain heroin, but tonight is producing new warnings
now
for
all of
dangerous
Chicago knows about it too.
Effects, and as lawmakers and regulators try to get a grasp on this emerging threat, the I-Team didn't have to look far to buy it.
Sterile ointment will do.
Inside the Illinois Poison Center, staffers noticing an increase in something unusual. Calls about a suspected ingredient causing symptoms similar to opioid addiction, withdrawal, and toxicity.
I had a call about a 40-something-year-old male who had been taking 2 supplements. Tianeptine was found in both.
Nationally, tianeptine cases are steadily increasing with a record number in 2023. Gas station heroin, as it's known on the street, is not approved by the Food and Drug Administration for medical use, and the agency says does not qualify as a dietary supplement. Overseas, it's sometimes prescribed by doctors as an antidepressant.
Anything that's over the counter that is marketed as a supplement is essentially unregulated, and there are some things that are just not going to be safe, and this would be one of those drugs.
Liquid or pill form, it can be found at smoke shops, gas stations, convenience stores, and on websites, sometimes marketed as a mood enhancer, claiming to help energy, anxiety, and more.
There may be patients who don't feel well, but never connected to their tianeptine use.
The I-Team shopping online. and visiting dozens of shops in Chicago and the suburbs looking for tianeptine. Many clerks claiming they were out, but then offering to order it for us. In a handful of stores, the supply was plentiful.
Once the FDA has a number of cases, then they can make a case for regulating and removing the supplement from the market. But it's a very long and arduous process.
They're sold in this kind of regulatory gray area. And what we have found is that these products contain all manner of other things, and that is dangerous.
The FDA warning people not to buy any tianeptine products, including those sold under the brand name Neptune's Fix. The manufacturer has since issued a voluntary recall, but adding their distribution channels have not reported any adverse events from the use of its products. The FDA citing reports of serious health risks associated with tianeptine, even death.
My belief and opinion that he died of toxic effects of the tianeptine.
In Northeast Ohio, the Lorain County coroner confirming for the I-Team tianeptine contributed to the accidental death of 37-year-old Christopher Haggerty last November. Only a handful of deaths across the country are currently linked to the drug. Addiction experts suspect many reactions are underreported.
In these cases, people are showing up with an opioid overdose, but they're testing negative for the opioids that we typically test for.
House lawmakers sending this letter to the FDA commissioner citing the urgent need for action on tianeptine. In Illinois, newly filed legislation obtained by the I-Team seeks to have tianeptine classified as a controlled substance.
If it got scheduled as a drug, then it would need to be clearly labeled. And right now it's not scheduled at all. That's when we get into trouble, because that's when the compounds could literally contain anything.
FDA officials tonight tell the I-Team that the agency evaluates reports of adverse effects from products sold as dietary supplements, trying to identify early signs of safety risk to consumers. And as the feds try to figure things out with this, a dozen states, including Indiana, are now regulating locally gas station heroin. There are some people who take this and claim it's for medicinal use, and they swear by it.
Watch breaking news on YouTube. Subscribe.
Tonight, shocking video showing Albuquerque high school students sparring with real swords in the middle of chemistry class.
It's right here. That's how you're supposed to use it, like this.
And this wasn't teens going rogue, according to a new lawsuit filed by one student who was injured. Their teacher, Loviata Mitchell, announcing earlier on this day in June of 2022 that she had a surprise for the class, telling them to arrange their desks into a circle, handing one student a rapier-style sword and the other a katana, according to the lawsuit. Then instructing the students to fight as a 2-minute timer counted down. But shortly after this video was taken, one student allegedly slicing another student's wrist with a katana-style sword, severing multiple nerves and tendons.
Her surgeon says when he was in there doing the repair that he could feel where the sword had actually indented in the bone.
That student's family now suing the school district, the assistant principal, and Mitchell, alleging as she bled in the classroom, the teacher did not seek immediate medical attention, instead telling students, quote, "I'm in trouble," ordering them to delete any video recordings they had taken, and then attempted to call the school's medical office.
The response was not what you would expect. It took about 30 minutes before anyone called 911.
An accident report written by the assistant principal saying the teacher brought a prop to school to show a lesson on metal and melding, but responding paramedics say the sword appeared to be real. Almost 2 years later, the lawsuit alleging the student is still struggling to perform normal tasks after surgery and extensive physical therapy.
She's lost a lot of mobility and strength and sensation in her right hand and in her thumb. I think those will be permanent effects.
That teacher, Mrs. Mitchell, could not immediately be reached for comment, while Albuquerque Public Schools, known locally as APS, declining to comment. Now the student and her attorney seeking more information and damages.
We want to know what APS actually did to investigate this and whether that report looks like it's trying to sweep this under the rug without a full investigation.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking
Yeah, good morning to you, Craig and Vanessa. Just doing his job, right? Working the overnight shift. And we see this all the time when we're down in the subway station. The subway conductors coming through and they're making sure that the station is clear, that the train is ready to pull out, and they're doing their job. And this time he was slashed in the neck. Take a look at this video. Very heavy police presence as they were called to the scene here with the report of this slashing for this MTA conductor who has now been taken to the hospital. We do not know his exact condition at this point in time. Still working to find exactly what happened in that assault. But what we do know is that crime has continued to be an ongoing problem, whether it is for riders below or it is the workers themselves who get us to where we need to go on a daily basis. And we do know that this transit worker has been taken to the hospital. Crime has been on the increase. The mayor has talked about it. We've seen resources pouring in. As a matter of fact, as of February 1st, 1,000 more police officers have been added to the transit system in order to make people safer and try to prevent crimes like these. Very little in a way of a description for the person who assaulted that transit worker. We are continuing to try and get more information throughout the morning. But back out here live, you can still see we've got a heavy police presence. We saw detectives going in and out of this station as well. And the trains are skipping this stop. At this point in time, we're at the Rockaway Avenue C station. We will continue to get you more information as it becomes available. We're live this morning at a transit slashing. I'm Kirsten Cole, Pix 11 News. Back to you, Craig and Vanessa.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, how many votes would it take to pass this bill with the emergency clause?
That would be 4/5, Senator.
And what would be the exact number for that, Madam President?
Yes, sir. That would be 32. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no.
I said something that upset Senator Rome. Let it be known, I am not here to upset anyone. I am here to do the job that the people of Virginia have called me to do, and that is to treat everyone with respect and dignity. I myself have at times not been afforded that same respect and dignity.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, how many votes would it take to pass this bill with the emergency clause?
That would be 4/5, Senator.
And what would be the exact number for that, Madam President?
Yes, sir. That would be 32.
Canceled comedian Jim Florentine joins me now. So, Jim, were you like at the club ready to go up when they gave you the hook?
No, I wasn't even booked till October. I just got booked 2 weeks ago, and tickets were on sale. They were selling, and all of a sudden we get this email: "No, you're canceled," along with the 3 other comics.
What were the activists so upset about? Had they ever even heard you before?
I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, they didn't even see my act, what I'm doing now. I talk about my pronouns. I talk about people of color. I talk about transitioning. I'm going to put a pink streak in my hair, so I don't know why they canceled me.
Do you feel upset by this, or do you think this is going to help your career?
I think it's actually going to help. At first I laughed about it, but then I got all these different venues in the area go, "We'll have you there, we'll have you there." So there's a club 20 minutes away, the Tacoma Comedy Club, goes, "We'll have you." So they booked me for that weekend, which is great.
Have you ever actually had one of these local activists come up to you in person, face to face, and said anything to you, or is it usually just anonymous?
Never. They never do. I perform in New York City all the time, one of the biggest liberal cities. No one's ever said anything, ever. They don't care. If they don't like the joke, they just don't laugh.
Right. I mean, or you don't have to go to the show. I don't understand how a show, which is in an enclosed building, would in any way affect anything in this so-called community.
Especially all 4 of us have our own following, so all of our fans were going to come to that club. It wasn't like people just going to walk off the street. They researched the comics, and they go, "That's not my style of comedy." So all of our fans were going to come to that club, so I don't see what the problem was going to be.
So your fans were going to come to the club, spend money in the city, buy drinks in this town, help this neighborhood economically, and they said, "You know what? I don't think you're that funny and you're offensive. Let's just lose money.
Exactly. And maybe step in some homeless poop, too. Our fans might have done that, too. But other than that,
all right,
it's just crazy. Look, it's not like I haven't got canceled before, so I get it. Other clubs have done it. Plus, I've been married. I got divorced. That's like getting canceled.
That's true. And Gutfeld.
But at least I still,
Gutfeld canceled.
I didn't lose half my cash. Right, Gutfeld canceled me. Plus, I didn't lose half my cash and my big screen TV. So
there you go. No smash
whatever. I'm doing a club 20 minutes away now. Cancel culture is over, I think. Shane Gillis just did Saturday Night Live. He got fired from there. So we're all good.
I think we're all good. You're going to have your big screen. You're going to have your better venue, and they can have their ethos. How about that? Jim, thank you so much.
I don't even know what that word means. I don't even know what ethos means.
I didn't even know how to pronounce it. I winged it, and I think I might have gotten it right. Thank you so much. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News
Live and on your side. WBRC Fox 6 News starts with breaking news.
That breaking news, these 7 people all charged with murdering a 20-year-old mother from Jasper. Someone found Mahogany Jackson's body on Monday in Birmingham after she had texted a family member that she had been kidnapped.
Our Bria Chapman was at a press conference held by Birmingham police this evening. The chief not mincing his words when discussing this case.
Scott Thurman describing the murder of Mahogany Jackson as disgusting and one of the most heinous crimes that he's seen throughout his career. And not only was Jackson shot and killed, she was also sexually assaulted by multiple people. Now there are 7 people under arrest facing charges for felony and capital murder and also kidnapping. And Chief Thurman says all of the suspects were acquaintances of the victim. And not only was she tortured to death, some of these horrific acts were recorded by those suspects.
Facts of this case are deplorable and sickening. Saddest of all, they were made public by the suspect's decision to videotape portions of this horrific act. We hope to shield Mahogany's family and friends by withholding specific facts surrounding the investigation. However, we have determined that Mahogany was a victim of sexual assault with murder and kidnapping. There's videos of some of these heinous acts taking place. And that's something that was a pivotal piece of the investigation.
And with 7 arrests in 48 hours, Chief Scott Thurman is commending the people of Birmingham, saying that you all answered the call. And now these suspects will await their day in court while Jackson's family prepares to lay her to rest. And they'll also honor her life tomorrow night with a vigil. Reporting in Birmingham, I'm Bria Chapman, WBRC, Fox 6 News on your side.
Here at home, massive wildfires in Texas are growing fast, creating new dangers for firefighters. One fire in the Texas Panhandle is among the largest in state history. Dave Malkoff is in the town of Canadian, badly hit by that fire. Dave, good morning.
Nate, good morning. Look at this porch swing here. The Rankin family spent nearly 4 decades here in this house raising a family, but now it's all reduced to ash. You know how this fire got started in this neighborhood? Teresa Rankin told me a rolling, burning tumbleweed came onto their property and burnt the place down.
How did it all start, though?
The Smokehouse Creek fire in the Texas Panhandle has already scorched more than 850,000 acres, bigger than the size of Rhode Island.
They sent fire trucks and the deputies came out and forced us to leave.
The fire, now the second largest on record in Texas, has left towns in ruin.
That's about all that's left in my bedroom right there.
Teresa Rankin lost her home of 38 years. It burned to the ground in the town of Canadian.
I got in my Jeep and I looked and saw that. I said, oh my gosh, this is not good.
There are at least 4 other fires burning in the Texas Panhandle, and they've crossed the state lines over to western Oklahoma. Texas officials say a break in the weather may not last long. Once the winds pick up, firefighting efforts will become difficult.
I don't want the community there to feel a false sense of security that all of these fires will not grow anymore. This is still a very dynamic situation.
Back in Canadian, Teresa Rankin says she's looking forward to when she can rebuild her home.
You lace up your shoes and you do what you got to do, and I got to have a home.
That is her attitude this morning, trying to just make the best of what's happening here. But if I step out here, I'm very cold. It is in the 30s, and it could even snow later today, Nate.
Dave, thank you.
We're learning more about today's hazmat scare at the New York State Supreme Court.
An envelope containing white powder was sent to the judge who oversaw former President Trump's civil fraud trial, and he's not the only one. Our chief investigative reporter Jonathan Dean's in the newsroom with some new information. Jonathan?
David, Natalie, the call to the NYPD was made around 9:30 this morning. The letter was opened in the mailroom, and the white powder with the note caused the security concern. There was a large police presence, including FDNY hazmat teams. It all happening at 60 Center Street, and law enforcement officials tell us the envelope was addressed to Judge Arthur Engeron, the judge handling the Trump civil case. When the letter was screened and opened in the mailroom, white powder spilled out and 2 employees were exposed. Preliminary field tests for the powder were negative. The 2 employees declined medical attention. Yesterday, another envelope was sent to the Albany offices of Attorney General Tish James. It too was tested and came back negative for any dangerous substances. Judge Engeron recently ordered Donald Trump to pay $464 million in that fraud case. The former president is appealing, and just today, his attorneys filed an 1,800-page motion to stay. The threat is not the first against the judge. Police responded to a bomb threat at his Long Island home back in January, and he's been given extra security as a precaution. Other hate and hoax threats have previously been sent to the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, whose office is prosecuting Trump on charges of falsifying business records. And on Monday, Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., was also sent an envelope containing a threat and powder at his Florida home. The investigation into who sent the threat letter is ongoing. Again, no injuries reported as a result of any of the apparent powder hoax jobs. Natalie?
Считаю принципиально важным для уверенного, долгосрочного развития страны.
Президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин.
Спасибо, прошу вас. Прошу, добрый день. Уважаемые сенаторы, депутаты, заговорили о возможности отправки на Украину натовских военных контингентов. Но мы помним судьбу тех, кто направлял когда-то свои контингенты на территорию нашей страны. Но теперь последствия для возможных интервентов будут гораздо более трагичными. Защищенности армии и флота. В первую очередь, это касается, фактически привели к демонтажу системы европейской безопасности. Наш народ из-за конкретно этих людей. Такие, безусловно, не отступят. Россия готова к диалогу с Соединенными Штатами Америки по вопросам стратегической стабильности. Но вот что хотел бы подчеркнуть, уважаемые коллеги, чтобы меня все правильно поняли. В данном случае мы имеем дело с государством, чьи правящие круги предпринимают против нас открытые враждебные действия. Ну и что? Они на полном серьезе собираются обсуждать с нами вопросы стратегической стабильности, одновременно пытаясь нанести России, как они сами говорят, стратегическое поражение на поле боя. Важным решением уже с завтрашнего...
Molly and Preston, it was $15,000 to repair this hillside. Today, we talked to the man accused of causing that damage. He says he came right back here because he wants to build a cabin. And despite offers of help and criminal charges, he says he has no intention of leaving. Tucked in the woods of Dr. Rizal Park, this is Stephen Irwin's cabin, complete with beer kegs, a washing machine, several TVs, and this treadmill. Irwin took Como News into his encampment, which he says he plans on expanding.
We've got fire, gasoline, propane,
kerosene and live wires and flammables everywhere.
Andrea Suarez does homeless outreach with We Heart Seattle. She's been trying to get Stephen to move indoors.
I've even offered to pay for his first 6 months of housing, and he just told me, that's great, but I'm still going to keep my cabin in the woods.
This cabin is something Stephen has been working on for months. He was arrested here back in October for bringing in an excavator from a nearby construction site to dig up the hillside. The city paid thousands to fix the damage, and Irwin was criminally charged. But it didn't take long for him to come back, and this time,
this guy is just getting away with it, so I don't understand that.
His cabin is now far more extensive than any previous camps here.
Absolutely frustrated. Yeah, it's terrible. We need some civility here. We need some police action.
Neighbors say the damage will take years to undo, and they fear things could get worse before it's resolved. But there's also a risk for him being in that environment.
There are smells of kerosene, propane. He's wiring generators of gasoline. There's 3 different forms of fuel down here, and live wires, hoses are everywhere. It's a ticking time bomb.
And those fire concerns well-founded. Could we have seen some big homeless encampment fires in this area before? What does the city have to say about all this? Well, the park says it is a police issue. I've reached out to Seattle Police to see if they are planning to take any sort of enforcement action. Have not heard back from them. Irwin, though, to this day claims that he has permission to be doing all of this. And of course, the city says he does not. Reporting live at Dr. Jose Rizal Park, Jeremy Harris, Como News.
Well, park stewards, volunteers, and everyone involved say they are grateful for the cleanup and the latest arrest. However, they say if the city doesn't stay on top of this, they fear that site will just be inhabited by another encampment. The makeshift cabin inside Dr. Jose Rizal Park is gone, but small remnants of the homeless encampment remain.
This has been going on for 4 months.
The man behind its illegal construction taken into custody, according to a spokesperson with the Seattle Police Department and park stewards.
Mr. Stephen Irwin was arrested this morning, shortly before 9 a.m.
Park steward Craig Thompson is on a first-name basis with the suspect after countless attempts to remove him from the city-owned park, not to mention cleaning up after Irwin's arrest back in October for using an excavator to dig up the park's hillside.
There have been outreach workers here before from various sources, from We Heart Seattle, from the city as well, and we were dealing with a very stubborn individual.
On Wednesday, city crews finally cleared the space after various media reports and public outcry about the dangers some say Irwin was creating inside the park.
This man had 4 kegs of beer. He had at least 3 propane tanks. He had reportedly 40 gallons of gasoline.
The fuel was the latest concern.
There was a great threat of fire at this location. There's no other way to describe it.
Now the hope is that Irwin will get the help he needs. Still, park stewards say there are other encampments in the park that need addressing.
What I am concerned most about is that the city will take the approach that we have taken care of this one person who was an embarrassment to us, and will then instead ignore the rest of the situation.
And Irwin remains locked up at the King County Jail. SPD says that he is facing a number of charges, including property damage. Again, we did reach out to Seattle Park and Recs for comment on this story. We've yet to hear back. In Seattle tonight, Dave Detling, Fox 13 News.
It might be 70 miles north of the Mexico-Arizona border.
Begin there with breaking border news. In just the last few hours, a federal judge has blocked SB 4, the Texas law that allows state police to arrest people suspected of entering the U.S. illegally. Critics feared the law would lead to racial profiling. The Justice Department argued that the law was unconstitutional, saying only the federal government has the right to enforce immigration law. SB 4 was supposed to go into effect next week. It is expected Texas will appeal.
More violence involving migrants.
2 people were arrested after yet another fight breaks out at the Randall's Island shelter.
Right, Fox 5's Morgan McKay joins us now in studio. And Morgan, the mayor planning to take some major action in response to this latest accident.
Steve and Natasha, at least 2 migrants were arrested and charged yesterday after a fight broke out at the Randall's Island migrant shelter. But this comes as Mayor Eric Adams is also pushing for changes to the sanctuary city laws that would allow the NYPD to turn migrants accused of a crime over to ICE.
You don't have to be a behavioral scientist to state that we're creating a terrible environment.
Mayor Eric Adams says the city is installing metal detectors at the migrant shelter on Randall's Island, and he is planning a visit to the site after another fight broke out at the shelter Monday night. According to the NYPD, a 23-year-old migrant struck a security guard in the face, causing a scuffle. 2 migrants were placed under arrest and charged, but this marks the 3rd violent incident to occur at the shelter in just the last several months. Adams again renewed his call to the White House to give migrants faster access to work papers.
You place 1,000 people in one setting and tell them they can't work. All they can do is sit around all day. Tempers flare.
Adams is also making it clear that he wants to make changes to the sanctuary city laws. Under Mayor Ed Koch and Mayor Michael Bloomberg, the NYPD was allowed to alert ICE when a migrant was accused or arrested for allegedly committing crimes. However, now migrants are only passed along to ICE if they have been convicted of a crime. Immigration advocates are staunchly against this change, and Council Speaker Adrienne Adams says she has no plans of introducing anything like this legislatively. But Adams says migrants accused of committing multiple robberies should not be allowed to wait here while their case plays out.
They didn't give due process to the person that they shot or punched or killed. We can't have these small number of migrants and asylum seekers that have identified that they're going to be dangerous, hide under the law.
An audit by the city comptroller was also released on Tuesday that showed the city has been overcharged at times for migrant services due to the city procuring no-bid contracts.
What we're calling for now is to go through a procurement process that would make sure we get the most competitive price for all these services.
Adams defended the contracts on Tuesday, saying they did the best they could at the time when these contracts were inked.
Because of our response, no child, no family sleeps on the streets of the city of New York.
Now, Adams says he also did not meet with the president during his trip to the city, but emphasized the need for President Joe Biden to issue some sort of executive order that would limit border crossings and create a decompression strategy. Steve, Natasha.
Thanks, Morgan.
It might be 70 miles north of the Mexico-Arizona.
211 LA is supposed to be a simple and easy way for people in the community to connect with services like healthcare, immigration, and housing. But recently, thousands of calls have gone unanswered. And that's really troubling given the dangerous storms barreling through LA County. The problems are detailed in a new report on LAist titled Unhoused People Who Call 211 for Emergency Winter Shelter Should Expect Long Wait Times that can get through it all. McKenna Sievertson is the reporter on the story. She joins us now live with more. Excellent work on this. For people that have never called 211 before, how is it supposed to work?
Yeah, so people without shelter are supposed to be able to call the 211 nonprofit hotline and get connected to a shelter bed, a motel or hotel voucher, or transportation to those spaces. And both the city and the county really rely on it during extreme weather events, especially when the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority activates its augmented winter shelter program, which it has several times so far this season. Overall, the goal is that people can call that really easy to remember number and get help staying safe and warm.
So how is 211 actually working?
Yeah, so I had heard about some long wait times during my reporting, and I was really curious about the experience. So I called a couple of times, and the last time, which was during the peak of that record-breaking storm we had earlier this month, it took a little more than 3.5 hours to reach an operator. And when I asked 211 about it, they said that was about a half hour longer than the average experience for people calling during that time. So 3 hours was the average during the peak of the storm. And that meant a lot of the calls weren't being answered, either because people gave up halfway through, their phone died, or they just couldn't get through for whatever reason. So about more than half of those calls went unanswered.
So that obviously is a problem. You've been tracking this for a while. You spoke with the COO of 211 for LA. What was her response?
Yeah, so the chief operating officer, Amy Latzer, is certainly aware of the issues with long wait times, frustrated callers, and just simply not having enough staff. All of those concerns were actually outlined in a May 2023 report that was shared with several different officials. And overall, Latzer said 211 just did not have the capacity to answer the more than 12,000 calls that came in during the first 2 weeks of February. She said she believes that everyone is doing the best they can with what they have, but the fact remains that the need is far outpacing the resources available.
So is there an effort to hire more people, to get them more funding, to make this an online system, to do something else? Because the idea that a homeless person in the middle of torrential downpour is going to sit there on hold for 3 hours with a cell phone that who knows what kind of plan they have sounds absurd.
Yeah, and that is to assume that they have access to charging their phone,
right,
or they have power to keep that phone on. So public officials have said that they understand the scope of the situation. I mean, it is dangerous having people without shelter, without any proper protection, if any protection at all, out on the streets during these storms. When I spoke to Councilmember Nithya Raman, she said there needs to be much better communication between all of the different stakeholders involved with this. I get the sense that public officials want to acknowledge the progress that has been made, because there has been some progress, especially over last year. For example, hundreds of more beds were added and the availability was updated more frequently. But in the grand scheme of things, that's still just a drop in the bucket. And there's with so many different agencies and offices involved with tackling the homelessness crisis just in LA, that's not going to change overnight, let alone in the middle of a storm. And again, I'll echo what Councilmember Raman told me. It's a fragmented system.
Well, that's been clear about our homelessness approach for a long time, and there's a whole lot of people that are suffering as a result of that. McKenna Sievertson, thank you for highlighting this issue. The only way we get this stuff solved is if people know about it and put pressure on their officials to do something. So we appreciate you coming on. You check out her reporting in LAist.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
It might be 70 miles north of the Mexico-Arizona border, but Pinal County feels like the front lines in the fentanyl crisis. For years, cartels have used this route to smuggle illicit cargo north across the Tohono O'odham Indian Reservation. Since 2017, Sheriff Mark Lamb has worked to stop it.
So if you look out this way, that area down there is going to be the reservation. A few miles, I think it's 4 or 5 miles, the reservation starts, and then that reservation goes all the way into Mexico. It crosses over the border. So on both sides, you have Mexico and the United States, but the reservation is on both sides. And so they'll push through the reservation. And a lot of times, members of that reservation will drive them up to the county line and drop them off. And then what they do is they hike up to the I-8 or just on the other side to a place like where I'm going to show you now. And then they'll load out their vehicle and take off. So mind you, I could probably show you 100 of these spots. You can see all the residue from the people here. The water jugs, the clothes, the blankets. That orange twine is the remnants of a marijuana backpack. They use the burlap straps to make a backpack, and then they'll use the twine to tie these two packs together.
Warner Glenn's family first settled here along the Arizona-Mexico border in 1896. At 83 years old, Glenn works the ranch each day and is well known throughout the area. He says illegal immigrants have always been a part of the landscape.
We moved down here in '62, and at that time there would be 2 or 3 illegals coming through and looking for work, and all the ranchers worked them on and off. They were wonderful for especially hard labor type work and good cowboys if you needed a cowboy. But I tell you, nowadays, the few that are coming through are pretty hardcore, especially the drug guys.
And now residents on the border are seeing an overall rise in crime.
When they come back, if they go by a residence and nobody's there, they're going to go in and look around. And firearms, top of the list. Any kind of jewelry, top of the list. Cash, top of the list.
We don't lock the doors because they'd just break the window anyway.
Billy Grossman lives nearby, and illegals have entered his home a number of times. He recently caught a smuggler trying to steal his truck.
Well, I brought him back to the house, and my wife called the sheriff. And the sheriff and Border Patrol come out and got him, and then we went back to the pickup, and there was a bale of marijuana in the back of my pickup, and he had stolen a lot of stuff from the house.
This is one of the loneliest border crossings on the U.S. southern border. It's on the Tohoto Indian Reservation, which is about 4,000 square miles of desert on the U.S. southern border in Arizona. The Tohoto people live on both sides of the border, and they used to cross with impunity. But it's getting harder now for them to visit their relatives because of the incredible amount of human smuggling and drug trafficking that happens in this area. This vast desert poses a major challenge for Lamb and his deputies to police it all.
This is a unique area. We actually have RIP crews that will come in these areas, and the RIP crews are other drug dealers, other criminals that will come and steal the product from these loads, that whether it's marijuana, the fentanyl, the pills. But lately what they've been stealing, and which has more value, is humans. So if they're trafficking a load of 10 people that are trying to come to America, the RIP crews can come and steal them and then go up and extort them for money, put them into the sex trade, make them work for them, do all that.
The result is measured in human suffering.
These poor people, when we find them, they're darn near dead just from exhaustion from what the cartels put them through.
I want to show you something. We're just out here on the edge of the Indian reservation, the Tohoto reservation that goes all the way down to the U.S.-Mexican border. And there are these piles of clothing everywhere around this area because this is a drop-off point. These are not migrants. These are not people who are coming across looking for asylum. These are invaders. The reason I say that is because we have these shoes made of carpet, which mask their footprints and the sound of their walking. We have camouflage jackets out here. We have camouflage hats. Now these are uniforms. These are the same hats. Here's 3 of them. They've obviously been purchased at the same place. It's the same kind of camouflage. There are several of these camouflage backpacks also out here. This is what you would expect from a military invasion. When people are wearing uniforms that are standardized, these are obviously being funded by the cartels, and instead of carrying weapons, what they're carrying into America is poison.
We're the front line. And frankly, they're far more equipped. If they decided to actually come over with guns and all their equipment, how much military weaponry can you buy with $13 billion a year? They are amassing armies, well-equipped armies in Mexico that are going to be very difficult to deal with.
Lamb believes the problem is as much the fault of the U.S. government as it is of the cartels. That's why this sheriff has decided to run for U.S. Senate in 2024.
This fight, the only way to get rid of these people is to vote them out or to impeach them. And so there is hope. The hope is that every 2 years we have elections. And this next election is a crucial election. Because if you don't like this stuff, if you don't want these people flown into America, we got to get somebody back in there that believes in border security, that's actually going to do it and protect our communities and frankly protect these people that are being taken advantage of by the cartels.
From southern Arizona, I'm Chuck Holton.
Another heinous crime allegedly committed by an illegal migrant. Louisiana police saying this: a 19-year-old man from Honduras is accused of raping a 14-year-old girl and committing an armed robbery, this just outside the city of New Orleans. Kenner police saying Angel Matias Castellanos Orellana is facing charges of rape, battery, and assault. Authorities say in addition to raping an underage girl in a separate incident, he stabbed a separate victim multiple times in the face and back during a robbery. Chief Keith Conley runs the Kenner Police Department. He joins us live. Chief, good to see you, and thank you for coming on. We appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
You got it. I wanted to bring this up for viewers that have not seen it. You release a statement here, and I'll show a part of it. You say this, quote, "This case highlights the challenges faced by local law enforcement when dealing with illegal immigrants. Limited access to data, false identification, and language barriers hinder our efforts. The arrest of Castellanos Ariana brings relief to our community, but concerns remain about potential future crimes and identity changes," end quote. And according to the Kenner Police website, you've served in law enforcement since the early 80s. You're an attorney as well. Have you ever seen anything like this seemingly escalate to this point?
Well, no, and it's very concerning because if this is the trend to come, law enforcement, local law enforcement agencies are going to suffer at the hands of these kind of criminal acts. The city of Kenner is a very safe city. It's a betterment community to New Orleans. People come here because it's safe. These two heinous crimes committed within 20 days of each other by a Honduran national who's in this country illegal is very alarming. We have a good grasp on the immigrants that are coming in, but it looks like this problem's here to stay, and it looks like it's getting more and more evolved.
Chief, what's next for this suspect that we've just seen here, we showed on the screen? He's behind bars at this moment, several charges against him, is that correct?
Yes, sir. He's behind bars. He's in our prison system where he's going to have to stand trial at the cost of the taxpayers. He'll be doled out a sentence because there's no doubt he'll be convicted. There is an ICE detainer on him. We've worked well with the federal government, our partners in federal law enforcement at the ground level in order to help identify this suspect and try to track him through the system to make sure he doesn't slip through the cracks. But at the end of his sentence, the detainer should kick in and he should be deported back to Honduras if they accept him.
We've seen, unfortunately, not only is the family affected, obviously the victim first and foremost, then the family, the friends, the community, Kenner, obviously, and this is expanded as we've seen. If you broaden this out, President Biden, former President Trump, both visiting the border today on the heels of the crisis and the numbers of illegal migrants coming to this country, committing heinous acts of violence here. Trump saying this in his remarks. He posted this on Truth Social last night. Here's the Republican frontrunner for president and what he had to say about the border. Watch.
Migrant crime is taking over America. From his very first day, Joe Biden allowed an invasion of our country, resettling dangerous illegal aliens from all over the world into American communities to prey on our people.
So again, the current frontrunner there obviously blaming this administration, the current one, this current administration blaming Republican lawmakers. But back to Trump's point, we'll show you this illegal migrant accused now of killing that Georgia student, Laken Riley. This is Jose Ibarra. Again, charged with the killing in a brutal way detailed in police records here. And then there's a migrant in Maryland we can show you accused of killing a 2-year-old toddler. This is him released by Prince George's County Police Department. We just showed the man there in Kenner accused of raping a 14-year-old girl in your community. The problem continues to get worse. It's not just at the border, Chief. It's affecting multiple communities. What needs to happen in your mind as far as law enforcement?
Well, law enforcement needs the resources available so we can have access to the databases that the federal government has. We found out since this crime that this subject that committed these heinous acts here in Kenner crossed the border in October of 2023 at Eagle Pass, where President Trump will be later today, was checked in by a border agent but allowed to come on into the country. As you see, these illegal aliens are migrating further into the country and causing these problems. We just need help. We don't have the resources and the tools. This is a strain on our manpower. This is a strain on our budgets, on our taxpayers' money that, we should be patrolling their streets. We should be enforcing the traffic laws. And
and you as well.
Oh, there's something happening.
Another heinous crime allegedly committed committed by an illegal migrant. Louisiana police saying this, a 19-year-old.
The Aurora City Council discussed.
Another heinous crime alleged.
We just need help. We don't have the resources and the tools. This is a strain on our manpower. This is a strain on our budgets, on our taxpayers' money that, we should be patrolling their streets. We should be enforcing the traffic laws. And
The Aurora City Council discussing the migrant crisis tonight, but not before protesters took over the meeting.
Fox 31's Courtney Franz sitting in, and she joins us live with exactly what happened. Courtney, what can you tell us?
Well, the meeting was a little bit chaotic, and it took about 3 hours to even get into the whole thing about the migrants. Started at 6:30. That didn't come down until after 9 o'clock. But we do know that the resolution passing in a 7-3 vote that the city of Aurora will not accept migrants without the funding to do so. The Aurora City Council meeting Monday starting packed with most seats full alongside with an increased and clear presence from Aurora Police. The agenda item on the ceasefire of Gaza pulled at the start of the meeting, but they still allowed public comment with dozens of people speaking. Things quickly then becoming heated. And Mayor Mike Kaufman eventually having to call a recess, having most city council
members.
What the hell
is Aurora supposed to do about Palestine? They came to ceasefire on their own. Aurora is the most dangerous city in all of Colorado because of gun violence.
On strong opinions from the community members was the situation with migrants coming into Aurora.
So it's really discouraging for this type of thing to happen, especially during Black History. I'm most disgusted with Black people.
We do not just live here. We have built Aurora. So
Thank you very much.
ask for a resolution.
We caught up with Councilmember Danielle Durinsky before the meeting, who repeated the city of Aurora is not a sanctuary city, and she says they don't have the ability to be so.
There are not services here for the migrants, and we are not going to fund services, and it is extremely inhumane to bus migrants into a city where they will receive no support.
Former city council member Juan Marcano says the city should be helping the migrants.
Helping to stabilize these folks, connecting them with paths to getting their documentation right and to getting that I-10 so that they can actually start providing for themselves. That's the kind of support that the city of Aurora should be doing.
Durinsky says right now there's an estimate of 10,000 migrants in Aurora, and the worry is that she repeated throughout the meeting is that Aurora will end up like Denver.
I think they're concerned. Denver came out. We're shutting down DMVs every other week. We're shutting down rec centers. We're scaling back times of rec centers. We're cutting $180 million out of our budget. I think the people in Aurora heard that and said, whoa, 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 wait a minute. We better not be next.
Now, with lots of different things on the city council meeting tonight, they did expect actually for this to go until midnight tonight, but it looks like it probably just wrapped up in the last few minutes or so. A lot of people walking out right now, but we do know many of the city council members also discussing during the migrant resolution that their job, they say, is to protect community members' tax dollars. Live in Aurora, Courtney from Fox 31.
All right, Courtney, thank you.
I'm not going to be talking for another 3 hours, man. Oh wait, but Biden said that crime was down though. What the heck? This city has black people in the government. Why isn't it working?
A murder rate like we've never seen before.
I gotta be strong for the family.
Gunfire nearly every day.
That just broke my heart as mom.
Business burglaries, stolen cars, crime is
from 5 minutes ago.
None of us feel safe wherever we go.
And tonight, as Fox 13 helps search for solutions, we're investigating what's driving the crime after Memphis's most violent year. So why are criminals preying on our neighbors like never before?
Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre spoke to a man who lived that life about what's motivating so much violence in our streets.
It's no reward in it. It's only consequences. You're either going to jail or you're going to the graveyard.
Waco boy says he once lived a life of crime.
I'm 47 now, so I was going to jail ever since I was 18. Gun charges, numerous of drug charges, aggravated assault.
Boy says the crime and violence he's seen in Memphis is far worse now than when he was in the streets. Data from the Memphis Shelby Crime Commission bears that out. This graph shows the violent crime trend in Memphis dating back nearly 40 years. You can see the last few years have been the most violent in the city's
But Biden... What you said?
In 2023, nearly 400 people killed by someone else, the most homicides ever recorded in Memphis. Gun-related violent incidents have more than doubled in the past decade.
That's a dumbass liar, dude.
Boyd says it's easier to get guns on the streets now than when he happened to be a teenager in the early 90s.
Man, the access to the guns are way over our head right now. I mean, you would be surprised who has a gun these days. Young, very young guys.
Is that scary even for you?
It is. It is.
Another alarming trend. Car thefts and vehicle break-ins have skyrocketed recently. And while the Crime Commission says major property crime started to decline at the end of the year, we still recorded nearly 16,000 vehicle thefts in 2023. Nearly triple what it happened to be just a few years ago. Memphis police report teenagers are the biggest age group driving those crimes.
I say it starts with the parenting. I mean, you got to know where your kid, your children should be accounted for and what they do.
There have been numerous studies on the biological, psychological, environmental, and social factors that influence crime. The FBI lists more than a dozen factors affecting the amount and type of crime in different communities. Former DEA agent Abe Collins says he saw a common thread while taking down drug dealers like infamous Memphis kingpin Craig Pettis.
Money like always. A lot of poor, poverty, low income. That's the way you make money. That's the way some people decide to make money. It's the easy life. Like they say, it's easy money selling drugs.
Former Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland saw the crime numbers surge during his administration. He blames lack of accountability for criminals. He specifically points at Shelby County courts, where trials have...
Oh, what do you mean? All the cuts to the budget and George Floyd action didn't help everything? What? Oh, my God.
...slowed to a crawl since the pandemic, and defendants have committed additional crimes while out on bond.
And it's our system that is broken, that doesn't adequately punish. When you can shoot at somebody, you get probation.
But that's what was supposed to fix everything. We were being too harsh on them, weren't we?
When you can repeatedly shoplift and get hardly any time for that crime, It's just a message to the criminals.
Boyd says he finally got the message to stay on the straight and narrow after spending years in multiple prisons. He doesn't want to see others going down the same path.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years breaking in cars, getting shot at every other night? Where do you see yourself? I mean, there's no future in it.
He's now working at the Shelby County Office of Reentry to stay on the right path and learning skills he never would have in the streets.
I just took 3 classes this week, got 3 different certificates, and I'm probably gonna sign up for a few more classes. I'm just open for open for change. I'm tired of the same results.
In Memphis, Jeremy Pierre, Fox 13 News.
Here's another Memphis story from yesterday.
Tonight, and actually, he's no stranger to the criminal justice system.
He certainly isn't, Greg and Steph. 39-year-old Michael Wolf just got out of prison back in September after facing 10 years for aggravated robbery and burglary. And tonight, he's facing even more time after being charged with double murder.
I was extremely distraught, down bad. Man, to see Carlos like that.
Travis Coleman says the last month has been incredibly difficult for his family after learning his cousin, 33-year-old DeCarlos Sanders, was murdered.
Always smiling. He was always in a good spirit, good dude, loved his kids. Man, I mean, I'm talking about that boy do anything for his kids, always had his kids.
39-year-old Michael Wolf is facing a number of charges in connection with his death. Police say Wolf just got out of prison and has a lengthy rap sheet dating back to 2003.
That was just somebody who wasn't used to having nothing, obviously didn't have nothing for himself, and really snaked my boy out over $3,500.
It took police more than 3 weeks to piece together what happened and find the second victim in the case, 39-year-old LaBarbara Bryson, who family says was dating the suspect. A police affidavit explains she and the other victim were related. The two were last seen in her car with Wolf. Wolf is later seen at the Save and Go gas station on Park Avenue in that car. And the next time the car was seen, it was badly burned on the same street Sanders' body was found. Bryson was found shot to death in a ditch nearby. Police say a GPS tracker in her car places the vehicle at both locations the night the two disappeared. And family tonight is left picking up the pieces.
Take it day by day, day at a time, because I had to come to grips that I ain't never gonna see bro again, never gonna speak to him.
Now, Wolf is being held here at 201 Poplar with no bond. He's facing 7 charges, including 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated robbery. For now, reporting live downtown, I'm Ashley Paul, WREG News.
Gotta love Memphis, man.
New this morning in Washington, D.C., congressional leaders say it's finally time. They are promising the country will have a long-term fiscal year budget by March 22nd. But first, they're holding votes on a store gap plan. As Amy Kiley reports, they have until the end of tomorrow to avoid a partial government shutdown.
It looks like segments of the federal government won't shut down this weekend after all. Leaders say they agree on a continuing resolution. But that's not the biggest budget news in Washington.
This is for the process to allow us to honor the rules and not jam people with a large piece of legislation they haven't had a chance to review.
Top congressional leaders say they'll hold votes on 6 long-term appropriations bills next week. Here are some of the government agencies that legislation affects. The CR keeps them open through March 8th. Leaders say they're still finalizing another 6 bills covering the rest of government. The CR gives them until March 22nd for those. Some lawmakers say it's about time the country had a fiscal year plan.
This is stupid. This ridiculous back and forth about nothing. I mean, this is supposed to be done in September.
Voters are shaking their heads, wondering what in God's name we are doing.
We should be dealing with issues that are meaningful to American families immediately.
The budget news comes the same day as another high-profile announcement. The longest-serving party leader in Senate history is giving up his title.
This will be my last term as Republican leader of the Senate.
Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says he'll still be a senator, but he says it's time for the next generation of leaders.
I yield the floor.
A husband
seeks justice after a driver suspected of being under the influence hit and killed his wife, who was riding her motorcycle to work. Good evening, everyone. Glad you're with us tonight. I'm Jim Snyder.
And I'm Latoya Silman. The deadly crash happening more than a week ago. This was in North Las Vegas. It's now causing outrage in the motorcycle community. Kristen Drummond has more on the concerns.
She was too beautiful of a soul for this to end like this.
Sean Confair holds back tears.
Can't believe I'm doing this. It's not supposed to be like this.
Staying strong while visiting this memorial for his wife, Tracy Confair.
This is one of her modeling pictures from last year.
The 48-year-old mother of four with not only a zest for life and travel, but also a love for motorcycles, especially her Harley Davidson.
She loved to ride her motorcycle to work on Fridays to show it off to all the guys at work.
Okay, so apparently they gave a lenient...
My foundation.
A memorial service for
lenient...
He is planning to show up there along with many others in the motorcycle community to share how much they are disappointed by the bail that was set.
Okay, so that happened, but then this happened. Where's it at? Oh my god, I lost it. They changed it? Oh, it's right here. I should have called it. I should have gotten it, and maybe it's at their... Probably on their main one. Well,
Chaotic hearing today for the man charged in a deadly DUI hit-and-run crash that killed a mother of four. Prosecutors argued for a bail amount of $300,000. That's a significant increase from the $3,000 set by a temporary judge more than a week ago.
$3,000? That means it only had to cost him $300 to get out of jail, and he just killed somebody? Oh, wow.
Agreed the bail was too low, raising that bail to $103,000
This is where we're at,
more.
man.
And then cheers erupted in that courtroom.
And hearing that there was a prior DUI,
There has to be a fucking protest to get a judge to do her job right.
aware of that as well, that he is a danger to the community. I need you to be quiet.
One person was taken out of the courtroom after that. North Las Vegas police accused Robert McKinney of hitting and killing the motorcyclist while driving impaired on Craig Road. This was on February 16th. He faces 6 charges, including felony DUI. The victim's widower says that the higher bail is still not enough.
So I'm happy the judge realized that there was a mistake made. I'm not happy that the bail was only set at $100,000. I feel like somebody's life is worth much more, but it's a step in the right direction.
McKinney was allowed to leave the courtroom after the hearing. McKinney's blood alcohol level was allegedly 3 times the legal limit when he was arrested.
It's shocking video showing the heart-stopping moment a helicopter spirals out of control and crashes seconds after taking off from a building's rooftop in the heart of Medellin, Colombia. The flight offered as part of a dining experience by a local restaurant, crashing into a building, leaving the helicopter lodged between the structure and a cell phone tower. on board 5 passengers and the pilot, all of them surviving. First responders pleading with the passengers not to move as they desperately worked to pull them out from the teetering chopper. Francisco Salas was inside. The Texas native lives in Colombia and managed to take out his cell phone, recording what he thought was his final goodbye.
Dad, I just got in a helicopter crash. I'm stuck in a building and I'm really high up. I love you, and I just want to say thank you so much for taking me under your wing, Dad. I love you.
I just thought, okay, this is how I die, this is how I die, this is how I die.
Next to him was his girlfriend, Luisa Osorio. The couple says they were on board with the intention of recording content for their social media channels. But just seconds after takeoff, things took a horrific turn.
I was waiting for the impact, and the impact came, and we were still alive. And you could hear the engine turning off, but the rotor's still going, and it was a shock.
Salas says the pilot immediately jumped out before local residents and the Medellin Fire Department rushed to the scene, using several cranes to remove the helicopter from the site.
God's going to save us. I know it. I know God's going to save us.
God's going to save us.
3 hours.
You're a moron.
Salas says he did his best to keep himself and the others calm.
I said, but we're perfectly wedged here. You guys cannot move, and we got to wait for help. And then maybe like 90 seconds later, somebody came. I really just felt that if I didn't keep the positive energy, that negative energy, I don't know, maybe it causes people to freak out and someone does something that risks us all.
Miraculously, only one person was rushed to the hospital and treated for a leg fracture and lacerations. Local authorities suspending all helicopter flights as they investigate the reason for the crash.
I'm very blessed to have lived a life so far. Aside from getting on a helicopter ever again, I wouldn't change anything about my life. Maybe just tell people how much I feel about them and what they mean to me.
That survivor, Francisco, says he is thankful to be alive, but he says he does blame the business Hangar 45 for negligence. And Tom, he says he does plan to sue the company.
Thanks for watching.
Of course he does. But it's probably going to be his biggest social media video ever. Like, you got exactly what you wanted, bud. How many people do you think are going to watch you fly around? Now you're going to have millions of people wanting to fucking see your crash. Oh, but you want more out of it. You want even more out of it now, though. Like, what the fuck, bro? What are you even doing in Colombia, you fucking idiot?
Now, the FBI and other agencies are investigating the mysterious case of a Houston Air Force veteran who vanished in Mexico City. Friends and family say the last time they saw or heard from John Gamboa was nearly 2 weeks ago. ABC 13's Alex Bozargian broke this story, and she's live outside the FBI building with what's next. Alex.
I can tell you that it was my phone calls and conversations with the FBI on behalf of John Gamboa's mother that really got the ball rolling on this. As you can imagine, the feds are tight-lipped in these kinds of situations, but sources confirm multiple agencies are following investigative leads both here and in Mexico. John Gamboa's mother tells me there was also a withdrawal attempt on her son's bank account the day after he went missing.
I'm just saying that whoever holds my son, please let him go.
It's been 12 grueling days for Fermina Gamboa. She spoke to us on Thursday, pleading for her son John's safe return from Mexico City. Although she was too distraught
what are you doing? Going to Mexico fucking City. Bro, people are retarded.
Life cannot. We only have one life.
It's like the most violent city in the world, by the way.
Friends are now confirming a rough timeline of John's movements before he went missing. They say he arrived in Mexico City on the night of February 16th and then took an Uber to his Airbnb. A friend provided us with photos of his belongings left behind in the room. Around 11:30 p.m., John reportedly went to Montana's Disco and Bar alone. According to his friends, that's his last known location.
I'm not sure if he's...
Honestly, it's the kidnap capital of the world.
A missing persons flyer has since surfaced from La Fiscalía General de Justicia, which is Mexico's Attorney General's office.
If you go there, you almost deserve to get kidnapped. I'm sorry. There's all kinds of fucking warnings that tell Americans not to go there. If you go there anyway, what do you expect?
investigations themselves in Mexico. They use liaisons to communicate with authorities.
The National Police, the Attorney General's office, the Intelligence Service, whatever it may be.
Sources confirm multiple federal agencies are actively investigating after we reached out to them.
We provide a lot of support to the Mexican security services.
Fermina says John is a 5-year Air Force veteran. She also says he gave her a double bone marrow transplant when she had cancer. All testaments, she says, to what kind of man
now
he
his
is.
body parts are going to go to other people.
Just to extend my life.
They're probably harvesting his organs as we speak. At least they know he's a good donor. He's a good donor. That's like feeling sorry for the people that live next to Gaza that got kidnapped. Like, what were you thinking? You probably moved to Israel, got a free place to live, got a free dual citizenship, and you thought that that was the smartest thing you've ever done in life. Well, guess what? Now you know it wasn't. What if they're going to want to move back to the same area they lived in when if they let them out? They still going to trust living that close to Gaza?
Or even command staff members trying to get money from our residents.
Currency scams. Over the
agent.
For this morning. First will be Douglas County Sheriff Darren Weekly.
Good morning.
Some kind of scam targeting the elderly.
About an arrest we recently made in an elder fraud case.
Gold bars.
A 79-year-old Highlands Ranch resident got scammed out of more than $120,000 in gold bars. On July 8th of last year, we got a report of a fraud case. The victim reported that her computer got a pop-up screen advising that she had a virus and that she needed to call an 888 number. The victim called the number, which connected her with our suspect. The suspect identified himself as a federal agent and told her that her personal bank accounts had been compromised. The suspect instructed her to use her personal money to buy 2 gold bars, each valued at more than $60,000 apiece.
What?
The suspect then told her to ship the bars to her house. She was told not to contact law enforcement. 1 week after the initial call, the suspect called her and told her to meet another undercover federal agent with the 2 gold bars at a convenience store in Littleton. She went to that location. Then the suspect told her to drive to a nearby intersection. The suspect told her once she gave the 2 gold bars to the undercover agent, she would be reimbursed by check. She did as she was told.
How can you be this gullible?
The driver did not say anything during the interaction. He just rolled down the window halfway to accept the gold bars. The suspect then drove away, keeping the victim on the phone until she got home. At that time, he tried to get even more financial information from the victim. She contacted her bank, where she was told the incident was a fraud and to end the conversation immediately. That's when she reported the crime to us. The victim got the license plate number, fortunately, which is out of Texas. Detective Eric Oppo did an amazing job on this investigation, tracking down the car, which was a rental car, and there were a lot of dead ends during the 7-month investigation, but he did not give up. Through cell phone records, credit card records,
look at that last
surveillance
name.
Cameras.
Did you see that last name? Is that an immigrant? Patel?
Not give up. Through cell phone records, credit card records, surveillance cameras, and good old-fashioned detective work, he was able to track down the suspect, 26-year-old Sagar Patel from New Jersey. He was arrested and extradited back to Colorado to face charges.
New Jersey.
Unfortunately, the gold bars were never recovered. I want to stress that these are allegations, these are charges, and the suspect is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But bottom line, these cases are extremely complex, and it's often difficult to find these criminals. There's typically a 1% arrest rate, but we will not tolerate crimes like this in Douglas County. We will take the criminal reports. Our detectives that are assigned these cases will work the cases, and we will do everything that we can to bring justice to our victims. At the same time, we need everyone to take these cases seriously. This happens on a daily basis. We need to make sure, people need to make sure that they don't give out their personal information or money to strangers. We also need adults to watch out for their aging parents. They are vulnerable and they are targeted by these criminals.
I feel like my parents are smarter than this, dude. Actually. I really do. My parents, there's no fucking way my parents would fall for some shit like this, dude.
Need your help to protect them. Now I would like to...
Some grandparents are just more street smart than others, dude, I feel.
Introduce Lone Tree Police Chief Kirk Wilson.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Kirk Wilson, Lone Tree Police Department.
Now, if your grandparent has like dementia or something, or Alzheimer's, yeah, I can see them maybe just getting them or whatever. But otherwise, yeah, if your grandparents have dementia and you're not like helping them with shit like this, you're kind of an asshole, dude. If my parents had dementia and like they had nobody, I would probably say fuck it and move back to Tennessee, even though I really don't want to because of the weed laws.
So we're experiencing the same types of cases in Lone Tree, and those scams have, there's a wide variety of scams. Probably everybody in this room has had a scam sent to them, either via text or an email, and they all typically have some common threads to them. One is the urgency, that you need to do something immediately, and it only takes one moment of judgment, bad judgment, to click on a link, to make a phone call, to answer a number you don't know. And oftentimes our elderly victims they're a little more vulnerable at times than other folks. And we're continuing, as the sheriff said, they're difficult cases. Oftentimes they're not people here in Colorado, they're not even in the country. So, some of those are, there's a virus on your phone and you click on it and that's going to take you to some type of website and they may try to elicit other information or put a virus on your phone. It could be an email saying you owe a bill. I personally almost fell victim to that because I actually thought it was a legitimate email, and then I realized, wait a second, what am I about to do here, right? So it's easy to have happen, and the variety of it is just unbelievable, and the tenacity of the suspects and what they're doing. I probably get a text message every single day right now on my personal phone asking me to do something which I know is actually just a scam. And so I think our common message really today, and I think you're going to hear it, is when in doubt, call the police department, have a discussion about what you're being asked to do. The government is never, any government, local, state, federal, is never going to send you an email, a text, or a phone call demanding that you go to a third-party vendor and exchange money to pay off some kind of bill or some kind of debt, or you got a warrant for your arrest and you must pay. I mean, that's never going to happen. Yeah, that's not how the government works. The other thing I would say is people listening to this or watch this, you need to have a discussion with your kids. You need to talk to your elderly parents. You need to have a discussion about how to avoid fraud, because have it with your spouse. Some people just are not aware. And it just takes one moment of bad judgment, and suddenly you're sucked in to a fraudulent situation. And we've had folks at Lone Tree who have also lost hundreds of thousands of dollars after they've been sucked into these whatever the scheme or scam that's been produced. So I'm not going to get into a lot of detail about each case. I applaud the Sheriff's Department for making this great arrest, and I'll turn it over to Chief Serapis.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Jim Serapis with the Parker Police Department. Thank you for joining us today. I wanted to address a pressing concern recently impacting our community. the rise of cryptocurrency scams. Over the last 6 months, the Parker Police Department has received reports of residents falling victim to these scams, resulting in losses exceeding $800,000 in total. In a recent example, we had a 79-year-old victim who was called and told she missed jury duty. Being afraid of getting into trouble, they convinced her to deposit $10,000 into their account at a cryptocurrency kiosk. Cryptocurrency scams come in various forms, and scammers are constantly evolving their tactics to exploit unsuspecting individuals. One particularly insidious tactic involves targeting our elderly population by fabricating emergencies involving family members and requesting payment in cryptocurrency. It's disheartening to witness individuals, particularly our elderly population, being targeted by these scammers who will exploit emergencies involving their family members as well as situations of their targeted victims. These heartless perpetrators manipulate emotions and urgency to coerce their victims into sending cryptocurrency as a form of payment. We all must remain vigilant and take proactive steps to protect ourselves and our loved ones from falling victims to these scams. Some crucial points to keep in mind. Educate yourself and your family members about the common signs of cryptocurrency scams, including unsolicited cryptocurrency payment requests, high-pressure tactics, and promises of guaranteed returns. Never send cryptocurrency or any form of payment to individuals or organizations claiming to be in urgent need without independently verifying the situation. Take the time to confirm the legitimacy of the request through trusted channels. Be cautious when sharing personal information online, especially in response to unsolicited messages or emails. Scammers often use social engineering tactics to gather information and manipulate their victims. If you suspect that you or someone you know has fallen victim to a cryptocurrency scam, don't hesitate to contact the authorities immediately. Prompt reporting can help prevent further financial losses and aid in the investigation of these fraudulent activities. In conclusion, we need to work together as a community to raise awareness about cryptocurrency scams and other scams and empower ourselves with knowledge and vigilance. By staying informed and taking proactive measures, we can safeguard against falling victim to these malicious schemes. The Parker Police Department, along with our partner agencies in Douglas County, will be spotlighting some of the scams targeting our elderly populations on our social media sites to increase awareness of our communities, and help to combat these crimes before they happen. Now I'd like to introduce Chief Jack Cawley with the Castle Rock Police Department.
Good morning, Jack Cawley, Chief of Police with Castle Rock. So I'm going to kind of reiterate some of the things that have already been said, but this is such an important topic that we want to make sure that everyone really has a good understanding of how critical it is, of how we can help together between the policing agencies, the Sheriff's Office in Douglas County to do what we do, which is to protect and serve our community. And for us, one of the most important things we do is protecting the most vulnerable within our communities, is protecting the vulnerable from harm. And seniors are one of our most vulnerable demographics. They tend to be trusting. They tend to want to listen to people. They tend to want to be helpful. And because of that, they are more susceptible to these types of scams. And think about it. Our parents, our grandparents, they've worked their entire lives to save for retirement. And that retirement day comes, and somebody comes along and decides that they're going to take that away from them. That's heartbreaking. Any type of a victim in a scam is heartbreaking, but that is so heartbreaking to see that, and we see that a lot, way too much. Our hope is that we don't have to come back to you with another example of the great work that Douglas County has done here in the case that they talked about. Our hope is that we don't have any more of these. So really, for us, the message is prevention. And to do that, it's important for us to have hard conversations with our parents and our grandparents and inform them up front. So we came up with something that we hopefully will help people remember of some tips, and that's SCAM, S-C-A-M. And it's about, first of all, is stop, because as you heard earlier, some of these people who are trying to do these scams with our senior population, they're trying to make this an emergency, it's urgent, and to act fast. So the first thing is just to stop, and then to call somebody. Call the sheriff's office, call one of the police departments, and talk to us about it, and ask questions, and be informed. And the last thing is making a decision, an informed decision. So we really want to give our senior population the information and the education to know that, hey, when they get this call, just stop, get a hold of somebody, and we'll help you through that. So prevention is key. And lastly, this is really personal to me because I have experienced this with my mom, and it was heartbreaking to see what happened. And at the time, both of her sons, myself and my brother, police officers. So fortunately, we were able to have the knowledge to help with that until things got bad. And it's just heartbreaking to see that there's people out there that will actually do this to people. It's unbelievable to me. And I just came from a coffee with a cop event across the street over at Starbucks at the Outlet Mall. And I was talking to two seniors that live in Castle Rock, and they were telling me how much they appreciate the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and Castle Rock Police, and we were having a good discussion, and they were telling me about an interaction they had with one of our police officers. And I was like, oh, well, tell me about that. And they said, and they told me a story about how they get a phone call, and on their caller ID, it was from a local bank. That's what it showed up on the phone. And so the person on the other side of the phone said, hey, we need you to go to the bank and take out $10,000, but we need you to stay on the phone with me. And it was the female that had answered the phone, and the person on the other line said, and don't bring your husband with you. Well, she's pretty smart cookie, so she was thinking on her feet, and she told them, well, I have a broken leg, I have to bring my husband with me. So they kept the caller on the line, and they drove directly to the bank and said, here's what we got going on, and then they were able to stop the whole thing. So here we are talking about this. An hour ago, I just got another story about this. So this happens a lot. In this case, there was a good outcome. There was no harm done. But again, going back, it's going to take all of us together. It's going to take law enforcement, and it's going to take the community together to inform and help our most vulnerable population, and that is our seniors within our communities. And now I'll turn it over to Sheriff Weekly.
Thank you. Just this week alone, our office has gotten dozens of calls about someone impersonating either our deputies or even command staff members trying to get money from our residents. We will never call you, like the chiefs mentioned, we will never call you, law enforcement will never call you, government will never call you and tell you to pay a fine in that manner. But this is happening, again, on a daily basis. Most of us are aware this sounds like a scam, but several times a day this is occurring, and people are continuing to fall victim to it. This is also very critically important. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office has a deputy assigned to our seniors in our community. His name is Deputy Ryan Faulkner. He holds classes on a regular basis and is happy to take calls if you ever have any doubts or questions about somebody contacting you. But I want to stress to people, and this is critically important as well, if you suspect that you are a victim of a scam, contact your local law enforcement immediately. Do not wait until the next day, because time is of the essence. We may be able to potentially get your money back if we can stop it in time, and certainly evidence can be lost if the crime is not investigated in a timely manner. So again, if you feel you've been fallen victim to this, or a friend or relative has, please notify law enforcement immediately. And so with that, I will turn it over. Any questions?
Hi, my name is Lauren with 9 News. I know that you had all echoed that these scams are pretty much all the same, right? But was there anything in particular with this gold bar scam that was different than what you would suspect or what you would normally see?
We're seeing something that's typically more brazen in these fraud cases, and we're seeing it more and more, which is alarming, is these suspects want to meet with the victims in person. And so that's an alarming trend that we're seeing recently within the last year. So obviously that's concerning. But again, these suspects do this so frequently, they know that they're not going to get many people to do this, but the more that they put it out there and the more people that respond to these phishing scams or any other types of scams, the more likely that they are going to get victims.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I clarify something she has? Sure. So just to be clear, they're not all the same. What they have the same attributes, and those attributes are urgency, right? Third-party vendors, and they're trying to get the money. But the scams are manifesting themselves in like unbelievable, ideas that they're coming up with. So it could be a romance scam. So we had a resident in Lone Tree that got online, created a relationship, had a relationship with somebody. It was kind of a long-term scam, and over a period of time, ended up giving that person hundreds of thousands of dollars to help them do something. And even when we finally got involved, we had a hard time convincing the victim that they were being scammed. They believed everything this person was telling them. That's how insidious, I love that word, it is. And then there's other types of scams where it's just a phishing scam where you get an email or a text. But to echo the sheriff's point, this is new where they come face to face. So in the past, it's all about trying to get your information, then they would create they would steal your identity and start somehow using, maybe use your name to get a credit card, rack up that credit card, and then when that's the way the fraud was completed. And really very little money the victims are out of. Now, they're getting into people's bank accounts, their life savings, and asking for tons of money to be sent to a third-party vendor so they can, avoid some emergency that they've created for them. And then they're literally meeting people at these locations and coming face to face, and that is new. It's also extremely dangerous, right? What if there's a confrontation that occurs? So that's happened in Lone Tree. I'm sure it's happened in every jurisdiction, but it's at another level right now that we've never seen before, where they're skipping over the fraud part and creating fake accounts. They're still doing that too, but now they're coming face to face and really working people over in the tune of thousands and thousands of dollars of their money that they cannot recover, versus a check fraud or a credit card fraud, where really the credit card company or the bank is going to be out that money. Does that make sense? So, thanks.
Anything else?
Quick question. Jason with CBS Colorado. As far as resources goes, is there any plans with any of the different departments to increase, cyber type of investigators, or is there any plans to revise anything? Because I know recruitment probably isn't at its greatest that it's been, and how do you plan on working that out with your human resources?
We've already established a task force with Douglas County agencies specifically to investigate financial crimes. Our detectives are also specially trained to do nothing else than investigate financial crimes. Most of our agencies, as far as I'm aware, we're not having a hard time hiring people. People want to come to work for Douglas County law enforcement agencies. So from that standpoint, we're blessed. So, but I do anticipate over the
Dude, what
we're going to continue to need to add additional detectives to combat this.
Anything else? Well, I'll just add that it is taking up a lot of resources, and I would say we probably don't have, at Lone Tree, we don't have a dedicated detective to just work on cryptocurrency crimes or things of that nature, and they are very complicated. But we're going to start giving it more attention. What we have done is the things like what Douglas County has done and had somebody who's working with the elderly and doing presentations. We've actually done that jointly in Lone Tree. And so anytime we get a chance to be in front of the community, and this is great, right? Hopefully we can reach even more. We're talking about scams and we're talking about protecting protecting yourself. And the problem is we just can't get in front of everybody and get everybody to listen to what we're trying to tell them. So.
Here, Sheriff Weekly, if you want to, that's just Alex Arnold with Color and Community Media. You know, it seems like we've been hearing more from law enforcement recently about this topic. I was wondering, when did scamming people out of their money online or over the phone become more of a trend in Douglas County? Like, when did you guys start seeing this become such an issue?
Honestly, it's been decades. It's a lot easier to scam people out of their money, to convince them to remove money from their accounts or to steal their identity, than it is to stick a gun in their face. And so Douglas County was one of the first agencies to start forming task forces to investigate financial crimes and fraud. And then with the growth of Douglas County, certainly within the city of Lone Tree, city of Castle Rock, city of Parker, those crimes have only continued to grow. Our population has increased an average of 2% per year. During the 90s, we were one of the fastest growing counties in the entire country. So when you bring that many people in, that's just that many more victims that could potentially fall prey to these types of crimes. And so I know every year the sheriff's office, as well as the police departments, they do analysis of their crime trends, and they determine what additional resources they're going to need. So for me, I'd have to go to the county commissioners, request additional resources, and then the police chiefs would go to their city council, city managers, and mayors for those additional resources. And again, I want to stress, this is just the ongoing trend of crime and what we can expect in the future.
Are you actively recruiting some of the, when it comes to recruitment, are you actively recruiting people who specialize in this type of surveillance, or how you go about it?
We're interested in people of all backgrounds, and you know, somebody may be in a certain career field now, maybe you're an accountant or something like that, and you want to have a career change. We certainly would love to hire those people. Typically, you have to work your way up to detective. Most people start out as deputy sheriffs or police officers, either on the street or in the jail, and they work their way up to detective, but that can be accomplished in short order. But we have many people that have different backgrounds and skill sets and levels of education. We'll take them all.
Some of you guys mentioned hundreds of thousands of dollars being lost in these scams. What range of time are we talking about with those totals?
I'm sorry, can you clarify maybe?
In terms of people losing hundreds of thousands of dollars in these scams, I guess, do you guys have a more specific amount, and what range of time are we talking about?
Oh, I don't have an overall amount for you or time frame, but I will tell you, investigating financial crimes, it's a very tedious position, one that I probably would not want to do myself. Some of these cases literally take years to investigate, and they're very complex. So, and then the detectives get, it never slows down for them. They get additional cases every single day. So they have a tremendous workload. Anything else?
Well, thank you so much. We certainly appreciate our investigators and our deputies who are working on this, as well as our law enforcement partners and the media in helping us spread this word. It's so important to get this information out to the community. So thank you so much for being here today.
What we will allege, that both the boy and his mother were killed inside the martial arts centre sometime between 5:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. on Monday, 19th of February. Again, this was, as a result of yesterday, and with all the concern from welfare and how it unfolded, set off a chain of events that I think it's not only tragic in the circumstances, but the consequences were cataclysmic. And we've just lost, 3 people from one family who've been had their lives taken away, and what we allege is a murder. Following extensive inquiries, about 11:20 p.m. last night, Strike Force detectives attended Westmead Hospital, where the 49-year-old man was placed under arrest. The man remains under police guard in hospital, receiving treatment for his injuries, and is expected to be charged at some stage. Attend another lesson. So they were known to the 49-year-old. What we can say is the 41-year-old woman and the 7-year-old boy were, or what we're going to allege, they were subjected to an assault. We'll allege it was murderous intent, and they died from their injuries. Again, it's too early to speculate on, and I can't really speculate on motive, especially. So we believe that all parties are originally from South Korea, or at least their original nationality. The consulate has been contacted a number of occasions, and they're assisting police with their inquiries as well. Their injuries and that the 31. Sorry, I don't want to speculate.
What is wrong with this fucking stupid news story? Why do they keep doing that?
Events. We got three people from this one family. It's devastating. It's been a harrowing experience for the families and friends of the 3 victims. They're still dealing with this, and so I'm not going to speculate on any motive at this stage.
The 7-year-old was handed his black belt in a special ceremony by his Taekwondo instructor an hour before the man strangled him. Seven-year-old with a black belt, that's impressive.
The political battle between President Biden and Donald Trump over immigration policy will be on full display today at the southern border. The 2 frontrunners in the race for the White House will hold dueling events along the Rio Grande. Ed O'Keefe is in Brownsville, Texas, where President Biden is expected today. Ed, good morning.
Maybe not much of a black belt.
Anne-Marie, good morning. This is President Biden's second visit to a border town since taking office. He's expected to spend part of his visit blaming Republicans for holding up a bipartisan solution designed to stem illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border, while former President Trump, in his visit about 300-plus miles away, is just going to point the finger right back at Biden.
Under Biden, we now have the worst border in the history of the world.
The only reason the border is not secure is Donald Trump and his MAGA Republican friends.
There have been a record 2.4 million migrants apprehended at the border in just the past fiscal year. The president and congressional Republicans are blamed about equally for failing to come up with a solution. So as he continues pushing Republicans to act, the president is coming to Brownsville, where illegal border crossings are now
What are you doing, Bill? Are you laughing about a 7-year-old getting strangled to death because he wasn't good enough at martial arts that he couldn't beat his instructor? You're not fucking funny, dude. I don't think you're funny.
Says Chris Cabrera, who leads the local Border Patrol union.
I'm glad he's finally here, but I think the timing's a little off. I mean, if he would have come a year ago, 2 years ago.
Well, you're apparently trying to get other people to fucking laugh. Why would you say something stupid like that? Not much of a black belt. Everybody's got to be a fucking comedian, don't they?
I think it would have been a good thing to see that, hey, I have a problem area.
Recent attempts to pass a bipartisan deal were blocked by Republicans at the urging of former President Donald Trump.
I think we killed it. I think it's dead.
Today, he'll be about 325 miles to the west of the president in Eagle Pass, the center of a standoff between the Republican Governor Greg Abbott and federal officials over how to police the border.
It's overkill to me.
Adam Rodriguez owns a business near the park and has lived in Eagle Pass for 30 years.
We're known around town and through other small towns in the area as illegal pass.
But Rodriguez says that's unfair.
We raised our kids here, you know, and there's never been any criminal element. You don't have to worry about walking down the street.
A key reason both presidential contenders are in this region today, of course, is because voters continue to tell us illegal immigration and border security are now one of their top concerns. And remember, House Republicans are holding up a potential spending deal that might lead to a government shutdown in the coming days, holding up aid to Ukraine and Israel over this issue. So it remains, Anne-Marie, a central campaign concern throughout the rest of this year.
So, Ed, everyone agrees there's a crisis at the border, so Biden and Trump alike, but they differ in how they think it should be solved. What's the difference?
Oh, how much time do we have, Anne-Marie? I mean, obviously, President Biden has been pushing Congress to provide more funding for Border Patrol agents, for equipment and whatnot that would be used in this area, has been calling for tweaks to asylum laws and to the number of immigrants that are allowed in. President Trump, of course, when he was in office, had his Remain in Mexico policy, the idea that asylum seekers would have to stay over there before coming here to the United States. And now, of course, President Biden at least is toying with the idea of some kind of executive order that might, in fact, end up reinstating some Trump-era policies, realizing that the record number of illegal crossings in the past year now may just be too much for these communities and for, frankly, the country to handle without bigger changes enacted by Congress.
So, speaking of the community, how are locals responding to news of President Biden's visit in Brownsville?
Well, I think as you saw in our piece, there's a sense of thanks for coming, but you're a little late to be at least in this specific location. 325 miles away where President Trump will be is a flashpoint in an ongoing political argument between the Republican Governor Greg Abbott and federal officials over how best to police that border crossing. But the reality is most illegal crossings now are happening out west in Arizona and California increasingly because of the steps that have been taken by state and federal officials in this state. It moves around. This has happened before where it used to be out west and it came back to Texas. Now it's heading west again. So it's impossible to really, somehow summarize what happens across a 2,000-mile span in one day and in one visit. It's a little different everywhere. Here, at least, they don't mind the presidential attention, but they say, if you're going to do it, back it up with legislation and other things, too.
All right, Ed, thank you.
We're going to be...
No, right here.
Okay, all right, cool. Then come on down, everybody, please.
Give me 1 second. So, oh, great, that doesn't want to pop in.
You got it. All right. Good morning, everyone, and good morning. Thank you for being here today in lovely Eagle Pass, Texas, where, it's a focal point around the world. And I'd like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for being here to hear our story. And thank you for taking the time in your schedule to project our story. So thank you, Press Corps, for being here from wherever you came from. We sincerely appreciate this. My name is Jesse F. Fuentes. On behalf of the Eagle Pass Border Coalition, we'd like to welcome you to this press conference here in Eagle Pass, Texas, today, February 29, 2024. And we're excited to be here before you. And like I said, thank you. We've got a different array of speakers from Southwest Texas, from this beautiful area, the border, from Del Rio, from Uvalde, from Brackettville, from Eagle Pass. And they're going to convey a message to you that it's very important to listen to and to project out to the rest of the world and our United States of America, because despite the fact that some people might have considered the border as a no man's land, it is still part of America, and we should be heard. And I thank you, like I said, once again, for this opportunity. We're going to start with an invocation by Pastor Julio from the Lutheran San Lucas Church, and we'll start with that. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos, hermanos y hermanas. Vamos a comenzar encomendándonos a Dios, porque como todos sabemos, nuestra nación confía en Dios, porque su lema es: en Dios confío. pero que ese lema no solo sea un adorno, sino que realmente sea confiar en Dios y cumplir sus mandatos. Vamos a empezar con el Salmo 113. Aleluya, alaben las obras del Señor, alaben el nombre del Señor, sea bendito el nombre del Señor, desde ahora y para siempre, desde el nacimiento del sol hasta donde se pone, sea alabado el nombre del Señor, excelso sobre todas las naciones es el Señor.
Holy shit, can we get past the fucking Spanish already?
Thank you, Pastor Julio. It gives me great pleasure to, like I said, to be here before you, and we're going to have America Garcia Gruel hopefully lead us through our situation as far as speakers, and they're going to be talking about diverse situations within the border that needs to be sent out so that everybody is aware of our current situation here on the border, especially in Eagle Pass, Texas. Our first speaker is going to be Gates. Gage. Thank you, Gage.
Thank you, Jesse. I prepared something written, but my name is Gage Brown. I'm an organizer with the Border Organization in Kinney County, my hometown, and Uvalde County. And the Border Organization is a nonpartisan organization made up of everyday people who are willing to fight for themselves and for their communities. So I come from Kinney County. It's a beautiful place, my lifelong home, but a place that has been exploited and misrepresented by politicians and so-called public servants who take more interest in playing out their personal fantasies of power than in the lives of the people they are elected to serve. I know this because while the Texas legislature has allocated more than $10 billion to border security efforts over the past 3 years, my community still lacks critical necessities like mental health services, treatment for addiction, access to affordable healthy food, a domestic violence shelter, or at least law enforcement officers with the training to properly respond to domestic violence calls and not dismiss or ignore them. I know a woman who was left lying on the floor waiting for EMS for over an hour because our only ambulance is constantly following crashed high-speed chases. We've also been fighting for 2 years in my community to get a drought contingency plan for our dwindling water supply so that we can have water in the coming years. On top of all this, as a result of the militarization of our border community, I know many friends and neighbors who are sick of being pulled over by police when they're just trying to get to work or go to the store for reasons like a dusty license plate. And my neighbors of all different political leanings agree that the high-speed chases ripping through our town at all hours of the day and night are unnecessary and reckless. Our issues in Kinney County are various, but they all grow from the same source, which is the wide gap between the priorities of everyday people and the priorities of our elected officials. Everyday people in my community need affordable health care. They need jobs with living wages, secure housing, quality public education, and a safe, dignified environment to exist in. These things cost money and attention, the kind of money and attention that is currently being spent on fleets of new police cars, weapons, drones, concertina wire, and endless court cases against people who in many instances are only guilty of seeking refuge and work. Humane, nonpartisan immigration reform is worthy of investment and attention, but this is not what we're seeing now. What we're seeing now is a $10 billion fear campaign which does more to punish people on both sides of the border than it does to establish border security. The border will be secure when people on both sides of it can make a living where they are and can live in dignity and safety. As people, we have no choice but to take time out of our busy and burdened lives to organize together for the things we want. Because when we let politicians call the shots and define our priorities for us, this is what we get. We must organize and we must define our priorities for these elected officials and not allow them to do it for us.
When I was planning this press conference, they told me, stick to one topic. People can only keep one topic in their head. And I said, no, the American public needs to know about what's going on in our community, and it's more than just the river that runs through it. That said, I'm bringing up Jesse now, who's going to talk about the river that runs through our community. Jesse?
Thank you, America. This is America Garcia Gruel. She's I might say, my partner in crime. Because together we've taken on a system that's incredibly unjust. And what do you do? What can you do with a renegade governor in a situation where he doesn't believe in following federal law? Yeah. It's an incredible day today in Eagle Pass, Texas, and in Texas in general, because we've never had two presidential candidates coming into the state at the same time and speaking on just diversely different topics. We have our president, Mr. Biden, that's going to speak later on today in Brownsville, and he's trying to enact some legislation through executive orders to try to assist Texas and the border with some policies. And he's meeting with Border Patrol representatives. And recently he's doing this because of a walk away from a certain political faction that walked away from legislation that would address funding for Border Patrol and for communities along the border, and they walked away from it at the behoove of another political candidate that's also going to be here. But that political candidate, Donald Trump, is going to be in our community today, and it scares me to think that he's also going to have our renegade governor with him, because these two gentlemen are incredibly gifted at the gift of gab. They can tell a story like anybody else, and but the thing is, a lot of the stories that they tell are false narratives, or political theater, or they're trying to grift you for money. What we're witnessing here in Eagle Pass, Texas, is this largest exchange of public tax money being diverted to the private sector, because there's millions, if not billions of dollars that have been spent on these walls, on these wires, on these soldiers, and now they proposed $150 million military base on the border. Now, most people would say that's a huge investment and the community would benefit from it. But like,
they're sure not bitching about the money that's being spent for the NGOs to house these people, just the money being spent to keep them out.
Gage was saying, there's a lot of needs that haven't been addressed. Infrastructure, education, healthcare, the rights of women, gun control. A lot of things that would help make life along the border better. But right now, later on in the day, we're going to have this candidate here. Candidate that has 91 criminal charges against him. Candidate that, you know, I remember him coming down the escalator and reaching the bottom of that escalator and saying that all Mexicans are rapists, killers, and some of them are good. You know, that has always stayed in my mind. We've got that particular gentleman in an area, in a community that's 95% Mexican American. And right beside him is our governor, who has passed some of the most racial and bigoted laws in the state's history. SB 4 will profile people with brown skin, and I think that includes a big percentage of the people in the state, because Latinos are about 40% of the population of the state. And it's not a law that's coming into effect in the first week of March that just targets the border. No, it targets the state. And what people fail to understand is that that affects all of us. It affects all of us. And this is our governor. And the man that's going to be, both of them are going to be here today. And they're going to be talking, and they're going to be grifting, and they're going to be requesting money. And they're going to be telling stories, narratives. The governor is going to raise his hand and say he was responsible for what's happening right now. Well, yeah, Governor, if you're responsible for what's happening right now, how about the last 2.5 years? Did any of that help? Or were you the one that was smuggling people across America? And now you have a smuggling law in Texas that is an automatic 10 years minimum. And then you're going to have another law that gives the authority to local law enforcement to stop you just because of the color of your skin. Is this America? Is this America, Governor? Is this what you're grifting on? Sir, Governor, I ask you, change your ways. Change your ways, because you cannot oppress us. You cannot put us down. You cannot kill our people. You cannot kill our culture. It will come back to bite you. I guarantee you. What you're doing, Governor, is wrong. And Mr. Trump in Eagle Pass, Texas, I never would have thought of it. You know, we are the focal point of the world at this time because of the way we're treating human beings. There's so many journalists that I've spoken to from across the world, and they want to see how America is handling this. And let me be the first to tell you, as a long-time resident of this community, that I'm embarrassed that we are treating human beings like cattle. Like a herd of cattle in the river, herding them left, herding them right, until they fall and they drop and they die. Or putting concertina wire in barrels and waters. It's the most ugliest thing you'll ever see. But that's the tactics. Those are the techniques that our governor is using to deter entry into America. And you know what? None of those have been successful, because he's bussed hundreds of thousands of people everywhere. He's actually smuggling people into America. He's helping the situation get out of control. And I'm troubled by that, because we could be better as Texans, as Americans, as human beings. These are individuals that, through no fault of theirs, are trying to find a better life. You know, we've accepted the reality that there is a global climate event happening. Rivers are running dry. Once fertile areas are arid now. And the involvement of leaders into dictators has been pervasive. And guess what? It's happening in Texas too. We've got a leader who's authoritarian, who's racist, who's a renegade, who's creating a constitutional crisis because he fails to respect federal law. From the very beginning, when he tore up islands in the river, when he installed $1 million buoy system that's sitting in the middle of the river collecting sediment and debris and becoming an island. When he spent millions of dollars putting up concertina wire, and you got to think about it, and this is what I want to relay to you, and this is what I'll close with. You got to think about it. The Texas-Mexico border is 1,254 miles long, and we're at a park that's 2.5 miles wide, Shelby Park. That's our connection to the river. That's our green space. That's where we have our ties with Mexico. And we've got this one governor making a stand at 2.5 miles of 1,254. And this is where he's decided to stage his military, and this is where he says he's going to grow it, and he's already started. He's broke land on this new military complex, which I don't know if he knows it, but it's another violation of the Constitution. All bases are federal. The state doesn't have the right to hold arms or militias together or play something like this, but he's doing it. Once again, creating a constitutional crisis. Governor, Mr. Trump, change your ways, because what you're doing is you're hurting the people that need the most help. Our community, if you were to study the demographics, you know, it's not easy. It's not easy being on the border. And this unwanted attention, this unwanted militarization of our community is unwelcome. You are not welcome here, gentlemen. Despite what you're going to the hate that you're going to spew today, you're not welcome in this community. And you need to change your ways. Those billions of dollars could go into infrastructure, education, healthcare, and making sure that the people on the border are listened to. Because every time that you come here, we have to do this on our own. We have to speak to the press on our own because you won't invite us or you won't have a sit down with us. So, Governor, what are you afraid of? I'll have that one-on-one with you. I'll sit down and talk to you, and I'll tell you what we really need in our community. So I'll put it out there for you. Invite me. Invite us. Let's have a sit down. Let's talk about it. And let's get some issues resolved. I thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
Sí, en español. ¿Donald Trump es bienvenido en esa frontera?
No. No queremos que venga Donald Trump a este lugar, pero se lo voy a pasar aquí a América y estoy dispuesto a platicar con ustedes, hermanos, hermanas, en español después que termine esta conferencia. Gracias.
Thank you. When I started the border vigil, when we recognized all the needless death here on the border, I kept getting questions about immigration. And I was very fast to say, I'm not an immigration expert. I'm not an immigration expert. But today we have an immigration expert with us. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Carrie Talbot from the Immigration Hub. Carrie?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're very much appreciative of the efforts of the Eagle Pass Border Coalition here. Thank you so much for inviting us and for educating us about all the ways in which Donald Trump would harm this community, the ways he would wreak havoc on this community, and he has in the past, and he will again in the future if he's elected. We all have to remember what happened under Trump when he was president. Families were separated. The system was horribly damaged, the immigration system. People were separated. It was a nightmare. It was a nightmare here on the border, and all these residents can tell you about that. That it's deeply concerning to think about Trump coming into power again and wreaking havoc. He's partnering with Greg Abbott, who will be here later today, and as they mentioned, they're just really causing so much damage in the community between the concertina wire, between SB4, Operation Lone Star, all of these different efforts to harm the community. They've made it a political football. They're coming here to further politicize the issue and not to really solve it. And it's just clear that they're not interested in what these local residents are saying about their interests. What they're really interested in is making it a political game, not providing not doing what needs to be done, and instead just focusing on it as politics. I think we just have to be really concerned that, former President Trump hasn't said that he's not going to do family separation again. He hasn't said that. So is he going to separate families? What his plans that have been detailed recently include mass deportations, mass detentions, massive infrastructure here along the border, and it's just deeply concerning. So I'm glad to stand here with these residents and really agree with everything they've said and want to support them in their effort to shine a light on what this local community really needs. And what they do not need is President Trump and Greg Abbott coming here and politicizing this issue and not really solving it. So thank you so much to them for having me.
If you look at the speaker list on the agenda, I'm next, and it's 5 minutes is not enough time to tell you everything about Eagle Pass. So I hope you've looked at the census data and you've seen that the average income in Eagle Pass, average per capita income is $17,000 a year. Good jobs are hard to find. Good jobs with benefits are hard to find. And if someone's got that job, they're going to hold on tight to it. Well, our tax base does not support our schools entirely, which means the Eagle Pass Independent School District is heavily dependent on the state of Texas for funding. The second largest employer in Eagle Pass is our federal government, Customs and Border Patrol, Homeland Security. And, That's another really good job with benefits, good advancement. You can travel the world if you're working for the U.S. government. So there are some very solid economic incentives not to say anything here at Eagle Pass. Add to that, after 3 years of Operation Lone Star is creating problems that only Operation Lone Star has the money for us to solve. If you go down to the fire station, please say hi to Chief Mello and ask him about what his crew have been dealing with for the last 3 years. They're filing grants with Operation Lone Star to get mental health support for the first responders that we have here at Eagle Pass. Talk to our courts. Where are they getting the money to handle the backlog of cases? They're going to Operation Lone Star. We have a problem that was created to get votes. We have a problem that was created to distract us from the very real issues that our communities are facing. And now that problem is creating real issues that we have to deal with, and we don't have the funding, $17.4 thousand a year per person. We don't have the funding on our own to fix these problems. We don't have the footing to speak up freely and not worry about our jobs. So Eagle Pass got picked on. They came down here in 2021, they put containers on our riverbanks. They put concertina wire on the riverbanks. And a lot of folks didn't say anything. Really strong economic disincentives not to say anything. Time went on and it worked. Votes went up, people got reelected. What they were doing was effective. Hate sold, and it sold lots and lots of views, lots and lots of ads, lots of newspapers. Hate sells like anything. So we didn't say anything about the concertina wire, and now the concertina wire is inside Eagle Pass. It's around our golf course. Raise your hand if you've seen another golf course in Texas that has concertina wire around it. Yeah, that's us. What happened to us here in Eagle Pass,
like she was going golfing.
Happen across the United States if we don't stop it.
No, it won't.
I love Eagle Pass, and I hate that we're being made an example of. But if we're being made an example of, I want you to tell the world that what's happening here is going to happen across the entire United States if we don't say no to hate. We must say hate has no home.
She's lying. Because it won't.
It's just going to get worse. When people tell you who they are, believe them. If they say I'm going to be a dictator on day one, believe them. If they say I'm going to put detention camps up and down the Rio Grande, believe them.
Deport them.
And in
How about
November,
that? All of
vote
them.
for your beliefs. Vote for this
They don't
wonderful
want to
country that
happen.
we have. Please don't vote for hate.
And why does it have to be that we hate them because we want them to do things right? Why does that? Okay, we hate these people because we don't want them flooding our country and taxing our national, our resources here, the money that we have. We that's hate. To not want to be taken advantage of. Wow. Just like how criminals have rights now. We don't want to be hateful towards them. They're only breaking the law.
Like now to Karen Gonzalez with the border organization. She's in Valverde.
I mean, look at that nice car and nice house you have. They don't have that. So have some empathy for them breaking the law.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Gonzalez, and I'm an organizer for the Border Organization in Del Rio, Texas. The Border Organization trains community members to address the unique challenges faced by border communities. We focus on infrastructure, living wage, affordable home, education, and healthcare, all of which is affected by the gross misuse of money the state of Texas has spent on Operation Lone Star. Since March 2021, it has drained more than $5 billion, costing taxpayers millions a week. Why not invest that into our communities, our teachers?
Dude, how are these people so fucking short-sighted to not understand that if they wouldn't have done Operation Lone Star, a lot more immigrants would have came into Texas, probably tens of thousands, and those would have also had to have been paid for their food, for their transportation, and not to mention that it would be continuing to happen right now. They want, these fucking idiots want us to be invaded, dude.
Parents are homeless, healthcare, school safety, the list goes on and on.
Like, Texas is literally the only state that's doing anything about it. And they're like, hey guys, don't do something about it. Come on.
Plenty of colonias.
Give us the money instead. Give them the money. Hey, they can come in and you can give them the money. Hey, that's better money, better spent money. Give it to the migrants. That's literally what they want, dude.
This state still in need of water, a basic human right, but yet we're too busy infringing on others' human right to seek asylum. We all know that this is a political showdown of state versus federal government, and instead of helping our border communities...
Wait, what does he call it? A what right?
On others' human right to...
It's a human right now to come through our border illegally and claim fraudulent refugee status. That is a human right now to this dumb bitch. Wow. It's a human right for them to come here and take advantage of our whole system and get paid. That's their human right. God given. God gave them the right to come here and take our money. To not work while we're working. They gave them that right. God gave them that. Okay. I'm trying to figure it out.
Seek asylum. We all know that this is a political showdown of state versus federal government, and instead of helping our border communities, you are crippling them. You even heard some elected officials and potential presidential candidates say, close the border. Do they not understand how much this would cost? Not only the United States...
Dude, they don't mean... See, God damn it, these people are fucking... their IQ is low. These are low IQ, smooth brain fucking morons, actually. When our government, when people say close the border, I don't think that they mean shut off all trade to our fucking border. I think they mean close the fucking holes and not let these idiots just walk through and become Americans. Close the border means we don't have an open border anymore, so where they can just walk in. Now you have to show ID to get in. That's a closed border. I think that's how a lot of people envision it. Just let us have a border again. That's all.
Our border communities. U.S. and Mexican citizens cross daily to work, shop, buy cheaper medicine, or attend school.
We're not talking about shutting that
They don't even know what
down.
it's like to live in a border community, and yet they want to come in and make these decisions that affect our daily lives. The immigration debate in the U.S. is never ending. No operation is going to deter them from coming. Back in 2021, in my community, we had over 14,000 Haitians under our international bridge. And Eagle Pass just recently had a huge influx in December.
Did you just say 14,000 Asians living under a bridge? I want to see proof of that. Do you guys ever hear about that?
Community. We had over 14,000 Haitians under our international bridge.
I don't believe that. When did that happen? 14,000, not 1,400. Anyway.
And Eagle Pass just recently had a huge influx in December. Our governor may have set up millions in razor wire, but our border is far and wide, and they will look for another route. Are we just going to keep throwing money at this every time that better route is found? Because
no, fuck you. Close up all the routes. Once we see that they found a better route, guess what? Now you can't come through this route either. Why does he think that we can't stop these people? They act like it's impossible for us to stop these people from coming through. So we might as well just let them.
We need to invest in humane solutions to keep both U.S. citizens and immigrants safe. Immigrants have made invaluable contributions to American society and our economy.
Yeah, but they're also making invaluable violent crime in our country by taking away people's family, killing people, man. They're fucking killing people. Isn't that valuable? Are people's lives valuable? No, not American lives. Only the migrant lives are valuable. Okay.
Sense, bipartisan immigration reform should strengthen our economy, protect the rule of law, and make our borders more secure.
Oh, just like Mayorkas' family were at one time immigrants. You know, that's why they support this shit. It's the migrants that support this shit the most, ain't it?
Not what the
We didn't know Mayorkas is a first-generation Cuban American.
governor is doing, not what the president allows to happen, in no way represents the people in our organization. We're so locked into our political identities that there is virtually no candidate, no information that can force us to change our minds. We will justify almost anything or anyone so long as it helps our side. And the result is a politics without guardrails, standard persuasion, or accountability. According to Abraham Lincoln, democracy is the government of the people, for the people, and by the people.
Yeah, but not the fucking people that aren't here. The people that are. That's for the citizens of the United States, isn't it? It reminds me of that lady that got kicked out of America and she was trying to get back in. She was in line to get back in and Joe was interviewing her and she was saying that, where are my civil rights? Where are my civil rights? Why they kick me out? What? They expect, as soon as they get on our land, to have civil rights, to have all the rights that we have, just by being on our land.
When you stop representing the many to represent the few, you are jeopardizing our democracy.
And the fucked up thing is that we give it to them.
Thank you, Karen.
And not only, we give them more rights than we have. Not putting bond on them and shit after they've done violent crimes. That wouldn't happen for a white American. Oh, but the judges are scared on the backlash.
I had hoped that traffic and getting here would be easier because I really wanted to have Deborah from Uvalde go first. We have some very
See, they try to get white Americans for everything they can. And what I mean by that is, say you get locked up in Men's Central LA County Jail, they will try to keep you in there as long as possible in hopes that you'll pay the highest bond. Maybe you'll plead out and pay the highest fees, get the longest term. But the thing is, they know that you probably got somebody in your family here that's got money somewhere that you can call in another state, maybe your grandmother or something. But these people, they know they don't have any money to get high bond amounts from them or high fees, so they just let them out to make more room for the white people that have the money. Prove me wrong. I've been one of them at one point that they did this shit to.
Our attention span is short, but on May 24th, 2022, one of the worst tragedies occurred in this part of the country. And my sister's classmate, Eva Mireles, was shot in her classroom at Robb Elementary. Eva Mireles is from Eagle Pass. She went to elementary school, junior high, and high school with my sister, the same schools I went to. We want to make sure that her memory is not forgotten. And we want to make sure that Uvalde is not forgotten, because gun safety is still a very real issue for the entire United States. So it's my pleasure to welcome Deborah.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Deborah Bond with Karma out of Uvalde.
Here, y'all, first smoke of the day.
I became
I haven't smoked green in a while.
On May 25th,
Flower.
after the Uvalde massacre that we all know about. After that, we saw division.
I'm hoping it'll help my flare out.
Between our own brown people. And we kind of came up with we wrote something together, Adam Martinez and I. So not long ago, our ancestors stood here in the same place talking about the same thing, immigration. But it was Texas, Mexico, and the immigrants were white people trying to improve their lives. Did we turn them away or throw them in cages? No, we gave them a handout and welcomed them with open arms. We all know what happened after that. So we can't pretend that these politicians want what's best for us. They create these problems so that they can have something to talk about to us, something to divide us. So people like you and I, we can run to them for help. They tell lie after lie, but we have to see through all of it. So at this time, thousands have come over, and they're just trying to improve their situations. You know, we use their labor. We use them for jobs to pay them less. The people that are coming over the border, these human beings, excuse me. And, you know, there have been a few bad ones that the right would like to point out, and then criminalize all of the people coming across the border.
Now we're guilty of using
Everybody
them.
else said before me, and I'm sorry I got here late, but we do need to stop the hate. We need to stop the
Check this
division.
out. You know, when these people are being used, they're okay with how much they're making. Primarily because a lot of what they're making goes a lot further where they're going to be sending it later, or where they're going to be moving back to. A lot of these migrant workers back in the day actually migrated with the work, because fields aren't always producing vegetables and fruit in the same time in the same area. So these migrant workers would move from area to area in the United States, going to different crops. And if there wasn't a crop that they wanted to tend to, they would go back home in the country that they were from with the big ass amount of money that they just got, and it was worth it. It's worth it for them. Now, if we start paying them like how much Americans need to survive here, then they're going to go back living like kings. And then, guess what that's going to do? Incentivize even more of them to come.
And what's going on is just political theater, and the people of Eagle Pass, the people of Uvalde do not want this kind of this state where people can put up concertina wire, and people are fighting amongst themselves, Mexicans and Mexican Americans. And well, that's about all I have to say. And I'm from Carmel, Uvalde. Thank you. Here's Pastor Leyva.
Good morning, and glad that you're here. As we conclude this press conference, I just ask that God will be the one that guides us through the Holy Spirit, because He knows best, and we need to trust, like Pastor Julio said, we trust in God, and we believe in God. So as we go through these situations, and again, not only here in Eagle Pass, you'll be throughout, let us remember that Jesus, the incarnated God, is among us, and He is with you. You are the incarnated Jesus. You are the hands and the feet and the voice of God. Whether you realize that or not,
what?
That's what we are. We are here to be God's witnesses and show God's love in the midst of the chaos, in the midst of the mess up situations. But God is still in control, and I believe that 100%. So let us pray. Bendito Padre, te damos gracias a Dios por este día. Que tú, oh Dios, eres el creador de todo.
This is Percy flour.
Y tú conoces
It's
nuestros
probably
corazones.
supposedly it's really high end. It's my last flour that I had, my last half ounce. I had like 3 ounces of weed. This is the end of it. Lemon tart pucker number 1 at 20%.
You know our thoughts.
I've had it since September of 2022.
You know, Father, our intentions. And we place them this day, Lord, in your hands. And we pray that
Percy flowers.
you touch the hearts that need to be touched, that need to be changed.
It was it sold out. It was hard to get it at the time.
And this is a place
Sold out fast.
where you are in.
Probably the last one in existence of
You
it.
have heard what has been said.
But it's alright.
But Father, we pray that through your Holy Spirit, that you will discern our spirit.
12? That's low. I actually
your way
contacting
and
them when
not
they sent me a
ours.
couple 12s.
So gracias, oh Dios, nuevamente por tu amor y misericordia.
And they gave me free weed.
Y porque estás
This
con
might have been
nosotros.
one of them, I don't know. Ended up
En el
being
nombre
free.
poderoso de Jesucristo. Amén y amén.
Thank you. I know that some people need to leave to go check in, so now would be a good time to pack
They
up
try
and
to
go.
claim that
But if you want to
THC
stay,
content
we'll
doesn't
take questions from
matter
the floor at
with
this point in
their
time. Please
supporters
tell
and
us,
stuff.
which outlet you're with, and also who
But,
it is you'd like to ask a question of.
And they don't even put on it when you buy it what percentage it is, so you don't know until you get it.
Do you think
I complain.
there's any
Damn it, I fucking complain. I was about to be all happy with a 12-something percenter, bruh. Oh yeah, they get high, but this because it's like super high like that doesn't mean it's always better. I mean, it also has a lot to do with other terpenes.
No benefit whatsoever. He's just here, like everyone has said, to spread the hate and to, you know, basically put our culture down.
If there's something you could say to him directly, what would that be?
I would say to Donald Trump.
How does he eat?
I would hope that he would find it in his heart to be truthful, to be honest, to be sincere, and to stop spreading the hate.
How do you eat something too?
He's very good at it. I would tell him to stop. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure who might be able to answer.
Got something going on my lip.
One of them is the former president actually just said he's going to visit the scene of the crime in Eagle Pass.
The invasion of Shelley Park by the state of Texas. That sounds good.
If you allow me to finish it. And his sense was that this is a crime scene. Do you all feel that the Eagle Pass is a crime scene?
So the question was, is Eagle Pass a crime scene? In 2022, there were an estimated 858 people who drowned or died crossing into the United States. Human Rights Watch says that there were over 76 deaths from high-speed chases in the border counties. 67% of all high-speed chases in Texas occur in border counties. So yes, I would say that Maverick County, Eagle Pass, the border counties are crime scenes, and I would say that Operation Lone Star is committing that crime. I'll also go on to say that Operation Lone Star is the biggest theft that the state of Texas has ever seen. It is the largest transfer of public tax dollars from state coffers into private hands, and every single bit of what's going on would be illegal if it were not for the disaster declaration. The procurement process, the things that it's paying for, the actions that are taken are all completely illegal, and we welcome the Department of Justice looking into what's happening because we believe that there are many crimes that have occurred here, and we need some sunshine on these things. So Nick, that's your question. Yes, Eagle Pass is a crime scene committed by the state of Texas.
Just one follow-up. Senator John Cornyn just announced that he is going to make a bid to replace or actually run for Mitch McConnell's speaker. Are you optimistic that now that there is a Texas representative actually that possibly could head the Senate, are you that change that?
My experience in trying. Hello?
Can you step in front of the mic, please?
Yes, sorry. Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me ask if anybody else wants to answer the question about Eagle Pass being a crime scene. Does anyone want to answer that? So, okay, yeah. So we're just going to switch mics.
Okay.
Mic check. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Let's try this again. All right, we're good. So the next question had to do with John Cornyn putting in a bid for Speaker of the Senate. My experience with John Cornyn has been that when I called his office, his mailbox is full, and they don't welcome our calls. So if he is wanting to be in this new role, my expectation, he's going to do what he wants to do and what political cronies want to do, and not what the people of Texas want to do. And I say that based on my experience over a decade of trying to reach him and his staff not being receptive to listening to the people of the state of Texas. Okay. Texas Tribune.
You mentioned earlier how the number of people crossing the border is growing, a lot of local the Biden administration has any responsibility to be compensating Napa County for those expenses and for supporting big need.
We do know Governor Greg Abbott is there on the ground in Eagle Pass. Also, Texas Senator Ted Cruz is there, hoping to reinstate President Trump's policies to end this invasion. So he is getting help today from some of Texas's top leaders to help stop this invasion at the southern border. Again, we're waiting on President Trump to talk to the officials there on the ground and also speak to the public here momentarily from Eagle Pass, Texas, and we'll bring that to you live when that happens. So stay with us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Well, in Texas, President Trump, that's again where he is today, immigration is playing a very important, vital role in this election. The people are voting on several propositions right now. Early voting is actually taking place today, right now in Texas for Tuesday's March 5th primary. So it's the March 5th primary on Tuesday. Early voting is underway.
What the fuck is going on?
Multiple propositions Texans are voting on. I'm going to go over two of those with you because they do include the border.
Nice weather, beautiful day, but a very dangerous border. We're going to take care of it. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you have any legislation ideas for it?
Oh, are these like special? Or it's like the window still looks weird. It must be like a fully armored vehicle. I used that color. Dude, I have a fucking sore, like a zit happening or something right here, dude. Right on the edge of my lip. It looks like herpes or something, bro. Fuck, man. It does that, like, it's not a festering sore, but it's like a sore bump. Right at the edge. The inside of my mouth and now the outside of my mouth starting to do weird shit. It's a twofold.
That's fun.
Guys, let's go. Guys, right here. We're gonna need you guys to move faster on the next movements, please. Go.
Damn. Get the track shoes on. They have to move faster. Don't want to make Donald sit there too long. What the fuck, man? Why is this as close as we can get? What is that noise? No, I'm not trying that shit again. It made it worse. That's why I'm trying this. The weed's gonna help now. The weed, I think, because it's flour and not concentrated. I think I went too many days smoking concentrate, and my body's starting to reject it. I gotta switch back to flour. That's what it is. We'll see. Why am I losing viewers as soon as fucking Trump actually shows up? You think you're gonna get some better coverage somewhere else? Do you want to get on the fucking conversation with the echo chamber over at right side? Or what? Hey, can we get 20 likes in here? We got 15 likes. Can we get 20? Is it possible? I've only been here all fucking morning trying to show news and trying to do something here for people. I'm not even asking for fucking money. All I'm asking for is some goddamn likes, and y'all can't do that? You saw what happened when Rumble wouldn't give me likes. I don't go live there anymore. I still get follows there too. Fuck them. Thanks wherever you are. It went up one.
First two are high. Yeah. So, this picture really represents federal government's utter failure in everything to do to secure the border, push around the United States. We would love our border patrol, others, but what they're being told to do and the way they're operating is really creating a perverse incentive for people to come from around the world across this very dangerous bit of water and enter our shores. This is part of a multi-kind of photo complex. If you can see the photo taken before this, there was a Border Patrol officer here with wire cutters in his hand.
Come on, bruh.
Reached, cut the wire, which is Texas state property, and allowed this to occur. So, and that was in court.
What in the hell? Really?
Biden went to the Supreme Court in a two-sentence opinion. The court didn't say anything about it. They just advocated what the Court of Appeals did and sent it back to the Court of Appeals. So we're still litigating. But we have doubled the amount of wire that we're putting out, adding more wire, securing all of that as well as securing the entire park. Can I show you one thing that's kind of amazing? So look at all the people coming here, illegally to cut wire. Look at right here. Right here is a port of entry. There's no reason for these people to be crossing between a port of entry. If I want to do something about it, they go to the port of entry. Remember one thing, no one drowns on a bridge. And they drown trying to come across here because Joe Biden entices them, if not forces them, to come right. So as you can see, these illegal immigrants are being essentially, just as Governor said, an unofficial and unlawful port entry occurs every time we do these breaches. And these folks are being brought up to the park in the area we call kind of a pit, which you've seen on TV, which is over here. This is a light day, in December, 302,000 people talked about the gotaways. Like 3,000 to 4,000 people coming in the park in December being processed and mass released into the country. And as we talked about,
He may be talking about 15 million people. Nobody's in
in mass pulled into the country to open door production and skilled nursing in mass release to go to New York, beat up cops on the street, in mass release to go to Louisiana and rape 14-year-old girls. Governor Abbott called me and said, we're going to put a stop to this. So, on 10 January, the governor ordered the use of his Texas National Guard military force to take control of this situation. So on the night of 10 January, in the morning of 11 January, my order to my troops was secure the park by 6:30 a.m. And they got after it. As you can see, we had hundreds of troops here. Really, in this area, we had amassed about 1,800 troops to descend on this area, work through the night, putting up barriers all around the park to, one, ensure migrants don't get into the park, and two, ensure this can no longer happen. And this is what it looks like now. This is that. Empty campus. Hadn't been an individual in that pit. 10 January, 11 January. So there's a capability to stop this from happening, right?
How do you find this effective compared to
any form of barrier. So whether it's a wall, you know, what the governor's really done is, hey, while we're building the state wall, we'll put up as much quick barriers as we can with soldiers behind it, DPS behind our soldiers. So the conversation is fast. But we are putting up the state wall.
That's what they want. Border Patrol wanted exactly that. I wanted to do concrete barriers. They wanted to OSCC border section of the same.
The exact section.
Yes.
So this is just an overarching view since you drove in. I think you came in maybe around here by the golf course. But this is where you are now. We've sealed off. This is the gate that y'all can see on the news. In front of it. The boat ramp we're doing here later on today. Shipping containers, concertina wire, agriculture, all the way around here. Here's the wall that hotels have all this. Put razor wire and all the water side that is master on barriers. They go down and out in the razor wire.
Why does it look like people are in class while they're in there right now? I guess it's seeing what goes on day to day there. They're doing their thing. Did they have to put the fucking generator right next to the tent?
To the Right Side Broadcasting Network studio,
There's a lot
you're
of
looking at
land
live
there.
pictures
Couldn't they
of
have ran some
President Trump
cables?
meeting with Governor Greg Abbott of the great state of Texas, along with some of the first responders, military, Texas National Guard there on the ground in Eagle Pass as they work to secure the border. President Trump getting an update from those leaders about what's taking place down there and the battle of the border that continues to rage on as what seems like the drug cartel who has full control of the border, allowing all of these illegal immigrants to come into our country, siding with the Biden administration, who is allowing it as well. So between the Biden administration and the cartel and the other countries like China and Venezuela, they're all working together to invade America, and President Trump there on the ground today to work with the real American heroes to try to stop this battle at the border and continue with the President Trump policies that were working when he was in office and hopefully get those policies back in place so we can end this chaos and secure our borders and protect the American people. Now, this comes at a crucial time in Texas because early voting is taking place right now for the March 5th primary. Texas votes on Super Tuesday. Now, there are a lot of other states voting as well on Super Tuesday. We have Alabama, Alaska's voting, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Iowa, Maine is voting, Massachusetts as well, Minnesota, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia, all voting for Super Tuesday. Some of these states are border states like California, where Governor Newsom is allowing these immigrants to come in as well. And he is giving them free passes for health care, free passes for housing, free passes for food. But it's up to California to vote. Go early votes, go vote on Super Tuesday so we can make sure we put an end to this in November. Now, when it comes to the primary election, 874 delegates are up for grabs on Super Tuesday. With all of the states that I just mentioned, that's the number of delegates that a candidate can receive. Right now, President Trump has earned 119 delegates and Nikki Haley just 22 delegates. Now, 1,215 delegates are needed to win the nomination to go against Joe Biden in November. But right now, Nikki Haley hasn't won a state. It's not a close contest at all. There are calls for Nikki Haley to drop out of the race, but she refuses to do so. She just keeps going on and on and on, and we don't know why. We don't know why she won't drop out. We've asked some top political advisors. I've asked campaign strategists. The only answer anyone can come with, because we don't know, only Nikki Haley knows, but the only answer that these experts can come up with is that Nikki Haley is hoping that President Trump will be kept off the ballot in his legal battles. Well, if you look at what happened in Nevada during its caucus, Nikki Haley didn't win in the primary there. So remember, there was two different elections, a primary that didn't matter and the caucus where you could earn some delegates. Well, she wasn't even on the caucus ballot, so President Trump won that one. But she was on the primary one, and she lost to none of these candidates. So even though the people went and voted during the primary in Nevada, she still lost to write-ins, none of these candidates. So America is making it clear. They don't want Nikki Haley. They want Donald Trump. Even in Nikki Haley's home state of South Carolina, where she served as governor, the results there were clear, 60% to 40%. That's a 20-point win for Donald Trump. Nikki Haley could not even win in her home state. So if she can't win in her home state, what makes Nikki Haley think that she can win across America? She will not drop out of the race. Calls for her to do so. Because what needs to happen right now, what should have happened yesterday, Nikki Haley should drop out of the race, and that way the Republican Party can form around Donald Trump and start putting its effort toward November in the head-to-head matchup against Joe Biden. That's what needs to happen. But for whatever reason, only Nikki Haley knows, she will not drop out of the race because she is wanting this to continue on and on. Looking at what President Trump has won already, he's won Iowa, he's won Nevada, New Hampshire, Michigan, South Carolina, and also the U.S. Virgin Islands. She hasn't won one state. But here in Texas, where the president is today, President Trump, the polls are looking good for him. Governor Greg Abbott, who you just saw, who is at the border with him, Attorney General Ken Paxton, they have both endorsed Trump, along with some of the state's top leaders, senators, and state reps. So as Texas protects its land, the fight to protect its land, let's take a look again at what's going on over in California. I just mentioned it. Governor Newsom giving free health care to illegal immigrants, free housing to illegal immigrants. But I want to focus on free health care. That's what really boggles my mind. You have people in the great state of California who are working 1, 2, 3 jobs, trying to afford rent and trying to afford mortgage and trying to afford gas and to put food on the table for their family and also health care for their family as well. But your governor is slapping you in the face and saying, you don't matter. These people matter. So again, along with the Biden administration, Governor Newsom is America last. Come on in, he says, from China. Come on in from Mexico. Come on in from Venezuela and all the other countries around the world. You'll come in for free. No, Governor Newsom, they need to come to California the legal way. Republicans are all about immigration, legal immigration. Come about it the right way. When you talk to legal citizens, those who came here the legal way, they're not happy what's going on. They'll ask us when we're out all over the country reporting on the ground in different communities and different states. It's not fair that we had to come here the legal way, but yet all of these illegal immigrants are coming in here for free. They get to go to any city that they want to. If you look at these reporters in the field, when they're talking to these illegals waiting to come in, they ask them, where do you want to go? Oh, I want to go to Chicago. I want to go to Washington, D.C. I want to go to, name a state, Maine, North Carolina, Wisconsin. They go anywhere they want. That must be nice. Can you imagine? Just name a city that you want to take a vacation to, maybe a beautiful mountain town in Colorado, and the federal government says, oh, that's where you want to go? We'll pay for your housing, we'll pay for your food, and we'll pay for your health care. That must be nice. But the American people don't get that luxury. The illegal immigrants do. So this has to stop. We have to be America first, not America last. And when you have people like Governor Newsom and Joe Biden and Mayorkas who are America last, this is America that we're living in. In New York City, you have governors like Abbott, governors like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who said enough is enough. You think it's okay in these liberal states and cities? We're just going to ship them to you. So they started busing these illegal immigrants to their cities, one being New York City. New York City has become so overrun with illegal immigrants that the mayor of New York City is asking for help from the Biden administration and from the federal government because they just can't afford to house them anymore. Hello, this is where we have been for years, for 3 years under Joe Biden and his administration. So now these Democrat-run cities and Democrat-run states are seeing the struggle that the border states and the border cities like Eagle Pass have been feeling all along. But it has to stop. We cannot afford another 4 years of Joe Biden and his administration and keep doing this. We have to put President Trump back in office. His policies worked. Finish building the wall. Keep the razor wire up in Texas. Stop all the nonsense and the political games. Close our border. Get the illegals that are in here out. And put America first. These legal immigrants, these legal migrants who came to America to live the American dream, who came here the legal way, they're working. They're bettering our communities. They're providing for their families. They're putting them in good schools. They came to live the American dream. They ask me, what is the American dream anymore? The American dream is now the illegal immigrant dream for Joe Biden. Because if you come here and you work, you get taxed, and you have high inflation, and you have to pay all of these high rates, more for bread, more for eggs, more for gasoline. That's the American dream now. Because they're more focused on catering to the illegals who are crossing our country. Terrorists on the terrorist watch list. Rapists, murderers, drug dealers, working hand in hand with the drug cartel. These are the people they're catering to. And if we don't get out and vote, we are going to have another 4 years of this, and America will be no longer the America as we know. It is up to you to vote, and it's up to you to make sure your family votes and your church members vote and the people at your college vote or your workplace vote, no matter who you know. Bring 10 people to the polls with you or more. We've got to save America. When I ask the people on the ground all over, what's your number one concern? They are concerned about their money and the economy. They can't survive. But immigration is the number one concern right now for all Americans. So again, with President Trump visiting the border today, he has made it clear he cares. He cares when he started building the wall. He cared when he wanted to finish the wall. He cared when he wanted to help states like Texas, where he is today. Any resources you need, I'll help. So we've got to remember illegal immigration is going to be the demise of America if we allow it. And as Americans, we cannot allow it. So we're going to go back to President Trump here in just a little bit. That's where he'll be speaking to the press. He will, and to America, he will be holding a press conference here momentarily. So we're getting set up there with Brian Glennon, our photographer there on the ground in Eagle Pass. But in the meantime, I want you to know about some other news taking place just this week in the nation's capital. Hunter Biden actually had a deposition on Wednesday, which is yesterday. It was a closed-door deposition on Capitol Hill, lasting hours long, speaking in front of the House of Representatives and the GOP. Members grilled him, actually, on if his father, Joe Biden, was involved in his business dealings. Of course, Hunter Biden denies it, but the GOP has proof that Joe Biden was the big guy in many cases and that he did get money from all of those dealings. So we hope to have more from that here in the coming week or so, but that did take place yesterday on Capitol Hill. Also in the news in Georgia, the Fani Willis case, which has been very, it has spread throughout the country. A lot of people tuned into this case. The affair timeline not adding up, with more testimony this week from friends and colleagues actually going against Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, who she was having an affair with. A key witness just this week, a key witness says that Fani and Wade were actually in a relationship before she hired him. So that goes against Fani and Wade's testimony. But if you talk to others who know them very well, who have testified, they actually say their relationship has been going on longer than Fani Willis and Nathan Wade have said. So that's continuing to go on in Georgia as well. Poll numbers, we continue to watch poll numbers as they come in. I'm a big fan of interactive polls. President Trump uses that on Truth Social as well. Always a good source to go to with the daily poll numbers that are coming out. But I want to look at some other polls today that just came out. A new Howard University poll shows that black voters are turning away from Joe Biden, which is interesting because Joe Biden, remember when he was running the first time, he says, "You're not black if you don't vote for me." The craziest thing, he says some crazy things, but that's got to be in the top 5 for me, for him to say. But yes, President Trump doing very well right now with the black voters, according to that poll. Also, a University of Oregon poll shows that Joe Biden is struggling with young voters, which is great to see because there's a push to get more young voters out. When they go off to college, they get brainwashed by professors and the college life, and so they may turn to Democrat and all the liberal ways. But when you have organizations like Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, who's making it a point now to be on college campuses to fight back against the liberal brainwashing of our children, those organizations are great. So I encourage you, if you're a parent or a college student watching right now, to look into Turning Point USA. If they're not on your campus, you can start a chapter on your campus. And it doesn't have to have a lot of members straight out of the gates. It can just be you and a friend to start that chapter. But if your college does not have a Turning Point USA chapter, go to their website and there is a tab where you can start a chapter at your college. And I believe, I heard this just last week at CPAC in Washington, D.C. I believe, from what I hear, Turning Point USA is also reaching out to high school students as well. So that's good to see in these polls that Joe Biden is losing votes with the younger voters, because there is a push now in the Republican Party to start reaching these younger voters when they move away from home and they go into the real world and they get brainwashed. Charlie Kirk and his organizations are meeting them at the door to make sure that that does not happen. So again, make sure if your college in your community does not have a Turning Turning Point USA chapter. It's easy to do. Just go to their website and you can start one at your college or university. Now, looking at those two polls, the Trump campaign touting that Trump's record of success appeals to all Americans, no matter like that first poll where it says black voters or the young Americans. He appeals to all Americans. That Bidenomics is making life unaffordable and saying that his open border is making communities more dangerous, which we all know that our communities are more dangerous because of Biden and his open border policies. If you're watching right now on Rumble, hello to all of you. If you're watching on RSBN, our network, our RSB network, that is, .com, thanks for watching. Wherever you're watching, join the conversation. Love hearing from all of our viewers as we go live from across the country. You can message us, join the chats, tell us about what some of the biggest concerns in your community are, where you live. We'll read off some of those comments if we can here later in the broadcast. Where can you follow us? Well, you can go to our app. We have the RSBN app that is free, user-friendly. It's my favorite to use, actually, because you just get on the app, and once you push the app, it says watch live, and you push watch live, and you're there. So user-friendly for our app. That's the RSBN app, and it's free to download. You can watch us there. You can also watch us on RSB.
got one right here.
Thank you very much, everyone.
This has been the migrants from all over the country. They let the water out of the
program,
What we see is mothers kind of carrying a child on their shoulders, right? That's how it happens. Thank you guys, we gotta go. All right. Now we gotta roll. Gotta move.
looking at live pictures from Eagle Pass, Texas, where President Donald Trump is speaking with Border Patrol agents there, and also Texas Governor Greg Abbott before he makes his public remarks. So we'll stand Right Side Broadcasting Network. Before that, if you weren't watching us, if you're just tuning in, he entered a tent where many members of our National Guard in Texas were standing by with big posters of what's taking place at the border, and they were given President Trump
right here up against the dirt. He's going to come down here, so I don't know if you want to walk. This is where we're just all going to stay here for now, in this one spot. Yeah.
You know how far they're going down?
He's right here. He's going to stand right there. That's it. Back up. And then as soon as he starts to move,
tested and evaluated. Texas is going to put it through. Very effective. Very effective. He has denied everything that works. If it works, he's against it. You're right. You're right about that. So this is showing you.
Waving at you. They like Trump. Could you believe it? They like the government.
It needs to be less financially beneficial for them to send them than to keep them.
Another thing,
So I think a lot of that's all right, let's do it.
All right, guys, let's go. Let's go. Take a breath. Let's go.
Gotta hustle, we gotta hustle. I know.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
I got it. You gotta hold it because I got this.
Stills with me. Pool go with Joey.
Come on, we gotta move. Oh, I did sorry to get a bad back today. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, sir. You guys want
Oh, malt. Well, this.
Right here. What's right there? Ryan? Here.
One second.
One or Mike. If you look at Arizona, they haven't done anything. Their governor hasn't done a thing, and the governor in California hasn't done a thing. People are flowing through there like nothing, but Texas is very secure and is going to be even more secure by the time you finish, which will be soon. And I just want to thank some friends of mine. Brandon Judd has been a friend from day one. He knew what we were all about and knew what we were saying and doing, and I think we were ahead of our time. And General Thomas Sulzer was somebody that was always right there and understands this Texas military department about as well as you could have. I think he understands war, because that's what you're in. You're in a war. And William Mike Gorby, you know who he is, and he's been fantastic. It's just an incredible group that you've put together, fortunately. I might ask Brandon to say a couple of words, because right at the beginning we were into it. We saw what was happening, and the governor was there, and then he really stepped it up. It's been amazing. I came when I was lucky enough to receive his endorsement. I endorsed him also, and very proudly endorsed him. And a lot of things have happened in the last little while, but this is an incredible operation. Brandon, would you like to say a couple of words, please?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, I want you to know, your agents, my agents, they're mad as hell. Absolutely mad that President Biden went to Brownsville, Texas, rather than going to Arizona, rather than going to San Diego, California, rather than coming to Eagle Pass, Texas, which has been the epicenter. What President Trump has seen right here is he's seen how his policies have worked, but he's also seen how he can expand upon those policies once he goes back into the White House. He has seen how Governor Abbott has been able to use his policies to secure this specific area, the epicenter of the last 2 years of the illegal border crisis that we have had to endure. And your agents, President, they are pissed. Border Patrol agents are upset that we cannot get the proper policy that is necessary to protect human life, to protect American citizens, to protect the people that are crossing the border illegally. We want to protect them as well. And we can't do that because President Biden's policies continue to invite people to cross here. Thank goodness we have a governor like Governor Abbott. Thank goodness we have somebody that's willing to run for President of the United States, forgo everything else that he's been doing to serve the American people. President, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The reports have come out, and we've been covering them, and everybody's been. And I spoke to the parents of an incredible young lady, and you saw her the other day. You saw what happened the other day in Georgia, and the parents are devastated. They're incredible people. But this is a Joe Biden invasion. This is a Biden invasion over the past 3 years. I call him Crooked Joe because he's crooked. He's a terrible president, the worst president our country's ever had, probably the most incompetent president we've ever had. But it's, I
allowing thousands and thousands of people to come in from China, Iran, Yemen, the Congo, Syria, and a lot of other nations. Many nations are not very friendly to us. He's transported the entire columns of fighting-aged men, and they're all at a certain age, and you look at them and say, they look like warriors to me. Something's going on that's bad. Now the United States is being overrun by the Biden migrant crime. It's a new form of vicious violation to our country. It's migrant crime. We call it Biden migrant crime, but that's a little bit long. So we'll just leave it. But every time you hear the term migrant crime, you know where that comes from. Allowing thousands and thousands and actually millions and millions of people to come. Could be 15 million, could be 18 million by the time he gets out of office, because hopefully the biggest risk we have is 9 months. That's a long time. Right. A lot of bad things can happen. I always say in speeches and rallies, it's if you take the 10 worst presidents in the history of our country and you added them all up, all of the problems, all of the lousy jobs they've done, you can add them all up. It's not as bad as this one man has done for our country. What he's done to our country is he's destroying our country. We were just talking before. The general was saying, he can't believe what's happening. He can't believe it. So sad. Last year, almost half of all ICE arrests were criminal aliens charged for more than 33,000 assaults, 3,000 robberies, 6,900 burglaries, 7,500 weapons crimes. This is all migrant crime. 4,300 sex crimes, 1,600 kidnappings, and 1,700 homicides and murders. These are the people that are coming into our country. And they're coming from jails, and they're coming from prisons, and they're coming from mental institutions, and they're coming from insane asylums, and they're terrorists. They're being let into our country. And it's horrible. It's horrible. And, you know, I know many of the leaders of these other countries that are doing it, and it's not just South America. It's all over the world. The Congo, a very big population coming in from jails from the Congo. You look at the jails now, you take a look at the jails throughout the region, but more importantly, throughout the world. They're emptying out because they're dumping them into the United States. And these guys try and make like, oh, isn't it wonderful? They don't have a clue. I think they're looking for votes. They're looking for something. Nobody's really been able to tell me how anybody could want it. You know, you're always in business. You always want to understand the other side. You want to figure it out so you can do something that's good or bad, depending on what you're looking for. But nobody can explain to me, because everybody I speak to says how horrible it is. Nobody can explain to me how allowing millions of people from places unknown, from countries unknown, who don't speak languages. We have languages coming into our country. We have nobody that even speaks those languages. They're truly foreign languages. Nobody speaks them. And they're pouring into our country, and they're bringing with them tremendous problems, including medical problems. As you know, we had Title II, and we had different things to solve that problem, but they've terminated all of that. Even the judge couldn't believe it. The judge said, no, you can't do that. It would be horrible to do that. And he let it go. But he said in 6 months it expires, and it expired, and that's it. So I just think you're doing an incredible job. Just 1 week ago, a beautiful 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia was barbarically attacked, almost unrecognizable, while she was out on her morning run. She was a morning run. She was doing keep herself in shape. She was a beautiful young woman. She was a great person, best nursing student there was. I spoke to her parents yesterday. They're incredible people. They're devastated beyond belief. But she was beautiful, just so beautiful in so many ways, and brutally assaulted, horrifically beaten, kidnapped, and savagely murdered. The monster that's charged in the death is an illegal alien migrant who was led into our country and released into our communities by crooked Joe Biden. He's crooked. I took the name away from Hillary because she's no longer relevant, I guess. She was terrible, but what he is doing is just unbelievable. Joe Biden will never say Laken Riley's name, but we will say it, and we will remember it. We're not going to forget her. It's been just a horrible story that we've had to live with for the last few days. It's hard to believe. And her parents are just, they can never be the same. Great people. Just 4 days ago, an illegal alien in Louisiana was arrested for brutally raping a 14-year-old girl while holding a knife to her throat. And he then allegedly robbed a man who was getting out of his car in front of his home and repeatedly stabbed him in the face, in the back, in the face many, many times before police found this person standing in the middle of a street, all covered with blood, standing over the blood of the man he was attacking.
It's irrelevant.
Last year, a sadistic illegal alien criminal who
Who's
was
the she
released
that's
into our
irrelevant?
country by Joe Biden was arrested for raping an 11-year-old girl and strangling her to death in Pasadena, Texas. And shortly before she was murdered, she texted her father that someone was knocking at the door. He arrived home from work and found his daughter's body stuffed in a laundry basket underneath the bed. Horrible. Crooked Joe is the blood of countless innocent victims. It's so many stories to tell, so many horrible stories. 3 years ago, we had the most secure border in history. Brandon was saying it. The general was saying it. We had the most secure border, and people weren't coming because they knew they weren't going to get in. And we weren't promising free education, free medical, free everything. I mean, all the promises that are made, no wonder they come. I mean, you look at what this Governor Newsom from California, isn't that his name, Newsom? What he's done to California is unbelievable. People are pouring in. They think they're going to get medical aid. And our soldiers, our vets aren't being taken care of. But people that come into our country illegally are.
Is she?
We ended catch and release. We built 571 miles of border wall, much more than I promised I'd build. And in addition, we purchased another 200 miles. And they sold that, much of it for 5 cents on the dollar. And it's the best wall, the same wall that you're using.
I'm trying
because
something
the
new
governor's now
today.
building
Grits
wall
and
also.
sardines.
And it works. Walls work. Walls and wheels, I always said. It's one thing never gets obsolete, a wall and a wheel. Everything else is obsolete about 2 weeks after you come up with it. And we got Mexico to give us 28,000 soldiers to take care of our border. We had the safest border in the history of our country. And now, outside of this area where Texas has done an amazing job, and in a pretty short period of time, they're going to have it all covered. They have just been incredible. The operation that they showed me is nothing less than incredible. And I'll say this, it's a military operation. I mean, we have this is like a war. It's a military operation. So we had remain in Mexico. Remember that? You can't come into our country, and Mexico agreed to it. And I'll tell you someday, I'll tell you why. Safe third agreements, asylum bans, Title 42, and rapid removals. But Title 42 was so important, rapid removal so important. But the best was remain in Mexico. You stay in Mexico. We had catch and release in Mexico. We had catch before that. It was catch and release a criminal, and they released him in the United States. We had no more catch and release. Our catch and release was we released him in Mexico. And if you broke the law, we caught you, we deported you, or we did something else. But we were doing a great job, and that's where it stood. And then we had an election that we ended up getting many millions of more votes than we did. We did much better in 2020 than we ever even thought about doing in 2016. And very bad things happened. And from that moment on, it was a whole different ballgame in Texas and all over. But the governor in Texas picked up the ball, and they've done an incredible job. And I'll tell you, it's an honor to be here. I brought some people here, some executives from New York, because they're marveling at it, too. And you're doing your job. Now we have to find out what's going on.
Do you see them patting each other in the back up here? Asylum division he's talking about now. Over here.
Liberal or more than that governor that probably doesn't want to do anything. So people are just pouring in through Arizona, and they're pouring in through the beautiful state, the once beautiful state, still beautiful, I guess, but they have a lot of crime and a lot of problems, California, because the governor's not doing his job in California. He's doing a terrible job. He talks a good game. You know, he talks about how wonderful things are, but he's wrong. And they have a big outflow of people that pay taxes, people that don't commit crime. They're leaving. A lot of them are leaving. So I just want to thank the governor. I want to thank this incredible group of talent behind me, and we just went through something very, very special. We did a tour, and we did it through all sorts of cameras. They're all over the place. I don't know. They're in the sky. They're in satellites. They're on the top of those light poles. They're all over the place. And you really have it done, and I'm very appreciative of it, Governor. You did a great job, and you're my friend, and it's an honor to have your support and your endorsement, and likewise me to you. Thank you very much. Great to be here. Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you, President Trump, for being back in Texas. You being here shows that today is a day of an extraordinary contrast. We have President Trump back in the state of Texas, literally on the border itself, a place that he's been to many times, talking about all the things that he's done to secure the border. At the very same time, we have President Biden down in Brownsville, Texas, which was an obligatory visit by him. He'd never been to the border. In fact, I don't think he's on the border itself right now. He's in some sanitized location in the Brownsville area, not seeing the razor wire that Texas has put up around Brownsville. And he announced that he was going to Brownsville after it was already known that President Trump was coming to the state of Texas. It just goes to show that Biden does not care about either Texas or the border and what's going on. As a result, you see a disaster. The United States of America is dealing with more deadly consequences than we have in our entire lifetime because of Joe Biden's policies on the border. And it did not have to be this way. As President Trump just talked, there were 4 policies that he put in place that led to the lowest illegal border crossings in about 4 decades. The end of catch and release, the Title 42 policy, the Remain in Mexico policy, and building the border wall. All Joe Biden had to do to secure the border was to keep in place what President Trump put in place in the first place. But instead, what Joe Biden did, he signed executive orders eliminating all of the effective policies that President Trump put in place. And then Joe Biden did something even worse. Joe Biden lied to America when he told America that he needed Congress to pass laws for him to be able to do something about the border. Because there are 3 laws that Congress has already passed that are on the books right now that Biden could and should enforce. One is a law that requires the Biden administration to deny illegal entry into the United States, like what Texas is doing right here and like what President Trump did. He's not denying illegal entry. President Biden is aiding and abetting illegal entry. The second law requires the president's administration to detain anybody who does get here illegally. Biden is not detaining them. He's releasing them across the entire country. The third law that Congress already has on the books is a law that requires the Biden administration to build border barriers like what Texas has built, like what President Trump has built. And Biden not only is not building any borders, Biden is using every tool that he can to tear down the borders that Texas is putting up in our state. And because what Biden is doing has endangered our country, as President Trump was telling you the stories, not a week goes by without an American either losing their life, being raped or assaulted by somebody that Biden has allowed in our country illegally. The fact of the matter is, because of Joe Biden's policies and the more than 8 million people who have crossed the border, the United States of America is being invaded. And because Joe Biden is not doing his job to step up and secure the border, Texas has invoked the authority provided to us in Article 1, Section 10 of the United States Constitution to declare an invasion and for Texas to defend ourselves from the crimes that are being caused by Joe Biden. Very quickly, here's what Texas is doing. Texas is the only state in the history of America to build our own border wall. And we did not reinvent the wheel. We're just building the very same wall that President Trump put up. Second, we deployed those big orange buoys into the Rio Grande that are effective at denying illegal entry. And Joe Biden filed a lawsuit to try to put a stop to it. Even though that lawsuit is typing in the courts right now, those buoys remain in the Rio Grande River as we speak right now. The third thing is we have tremendous members of the Texas National Guard led by General Seltzer. And General, thank you. And also I want to take this time to thank Martin Freeman from the Texas Department of Public Safety and Mike Banks, where we have our own border czar. Mike Banks has spent more time as the Texas border czar in one day than the United States Border Czar has spent in our entire tenure. And I want to thank Mike Banks for his job as a former Border Patrol agent and now as the Texas Border Czar. But what our National Guard has done, they have sealed off this entire park and taken it over, because this area was being used by the Biden administration to violate the laws of the United States of America. And I said, I will not allow this Texas land to be used by the Biden administration to violate American laws. And I asked the National Guard to take it over, and they did in one day. But this is the important fact. Since they took it over, the number of people that used to come across the border before were 3,000, 4,000, sometimes 5,000 people a day. Now, since this park has been taken over and wired shut, there is on average about 6 or 7 people coming across a day. Most of them are in violation of state law for trespassing, and they are arrested when they come into this park. And so for all practical purposes, this part of the border is sealed.
Yeah.
Same goes for where Joe Biden is right now. Where Joe Biden is on the night that Joe Biden lifted Title 42. Brownsville, Texas was ground zero where people were crossing across the border illegally. And immediately, the Texas National Guard wired that shut. So an area during the time of Joe Biden, before Title 42 was, or when Title 42 was lifted, there were thousands of people coming across the border. Now there is on average about 14 people crossing the border in that area. And that's because the Texas National Guard has wired it shut. Because we are having to do so much to secure our border, that's exactly why 5 miles south of here, Texas has now launched its own Texas National Guard military base that will house 2,300 Texas National Guard. So they will be able to more swiftly and more effectively continue to secure our border. And the last thing I'll say is this. Unless and until Joe Biden steps up and does his job, that he has the power to do already to enforce the laws of the United States of America, Texas will continue to bus those migrants to sanctuary cities all across the United States of America. But I am very thankful for the model set by President Trump. President Trump showed that when he was in office, he was able to secure the border. And I know that when he is reelected as our president, our border will once again be secured. So thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
At this time, I would like to introduce you to the person leading the effort on behalf of the Texas National Guard, General Seltzer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Texas National Guard remains decisively engaged across 1,254 miles of Texas border from El Paso down to Brownsville. We are blocking illegal immigration, drug smuggling, weapon smuggling into this state. We do this in depth. We have boats on the river, as you can see. We have drones in the sky. We have a radar truck right over there that can track 300 targets at once. And if they get to the shore, as everyone has just said, they're going to meet miles and miles of barrier. And if they get through the barrier, they're going to meet thousands of Texas soldiers and thousands of DPS troopers who are going to arrest them. So if you are around the world contemplating coming to do an illegal entry into the United States of America, you need to think twice about that. Go somewhere else or don't even begin your journey, because if you get through that wire, we're going to arrest you.
Good job, General. Okay, sure. 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 Governor, I'll go and
sure.
go ahead.
Listen, I would, if Biden were here, I would tell him exactly what I told him when I met him on the tarmac in El Paso. The last time he visited Texas, And on the tarmac in El Paso, I handed him a one-page document that listed
Whoa.
all the items I talked about here about the laws that already exist that he can enforce to secure the border. So I handed him that document and also handed it to Secretary Bjorkas, who was there at the time. And I told them there are these 3 simple strategies that you can take right now to secure the border to stop all the madness that's taking place. They said they would take a look at it. I've not heard from them since that time.
In Venezuela, it's a very terrible situation. When I left, they were in very bad shape. We would have done something very easily with them, just like we had a lot of countries in very bad shape. As you know, just to go to a different part of the world, Iran was broke, and they weren't going to be attacking Israel. They had no money. They weren't giving it to Hamas. They weren't giving it to Hezbollah. They weren't giving it to anybody. They didn't have it. Now they're a rich country again. They have $250 billion and rich as you can be, and they're handing the money out all over the place. So, you know, a lot of things changed. Venezuela was in bad shape. Now they're in good shape. We actually buy their oil, if you can believe it, and we refine it in Houston. It's the only place where you can refine it because it's really tar, much more so than oil. But we would not be playing games with Venezuela. They would not be doing what they're doing. Now they're sending people, and they just put out a statement last week, we're not taking them back. They're sending their people from jails and prisons and mental institutions, and they say we're not taking them back. That wouldn't happen with the Trump administration, that I can tell you. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the governor and the entire group of people behind me, and I would call them staff, and I would call them representatives and generals. They are unbelievable people. The job they've done so quickly and so effectively, and congratulations. Congratulations to all of you guys. Fantastic job, really, General. Great job. Thank you all very much. Great honor. Thank you. On the what? Well, I hear he's going to be not going to be leader, and he's taken that step. And a lot of people are calling me to politic for that particular job. Would you like to be the leader? I think I might have to choose this guy.
I'd rather be governor of Texas.
I think you're doing well. I want to keep you in Texas. No, it's people were surprised by it, but it's all going to work out. We're going to end up with a great leader. Would you like to see? Well, I can't say that. A lot of good choices, but I can't say that. Thank you very much, everyone.
It's one team, one fight. Looks
like he's gonna be done now.
Some of that from the agents out in the field today. Think about what that is.
Where am I? That's good to see you.
Where am I? That's you.
Where am I supposed to stand?
Right here.
Right here.
You. Welcome.
Thank you, man.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, Mr. President, I'd like to just take a little bit of a time to talk about some of our threats and some of our needs within Customs and Border Protection. So as you're aware, over the past couple years, we've been dealing with migration surges coming on our border, across the southwest border. So year to date right now, we've encountered about 890,000 individuals coming across our borders.
Excuse my back.
So as we really think about what that is, and over the course of a period of time now, the surges that we're dealing with, it's really causing us to bring officers and agents from different locations in order to help handle the surges that we're seeing across the border at many locations, which then in turn requires us to consolidate and at times suspend operations at checkpoints, at ports of entry, at locations in order for us to shift our manpower and resources in order to help out with the surge and what we're doing on a regular basis. I think the stress that of course, puts on at checkpoints, at ports of entry, at locations in order for us to shift our manpower and resources in order to help out with the surge and what we're doing on a regular basis. I think the stress that of course, puts on employees, and the stress that puts on our resources in total, right, is a toll on us and kind of what we do every single day and what our men and women do every single day as they're handling the surge of families, of minors, of adults coming into state illegal locations. So as we deal with that, we really talk about what our needs are in that aspect. And we talk about consequences, and we talk about enforcement. And we heard some of that from the agents out in the field today in regards to delivering consequences and enforcement action when we're dealing with smugglers and we're dealing with those individuals that are taking advantage of these vulnerable populations and individuals that are coming across the United States. So we talked about the ability to work with prosecutors and special agents, and we talked about the ability to work with foreign countries and our ability to repatriate those individuals that we're trying to repatriate back to their countries that don't qualify for any legal means to be here or asylum process. Those are all aspects for us in regards to how we deal, how we deliver consequences to allow our men and women to handle the work that they need to be doing and get back out to the field. Some of the things that we've done with that help ourselves in what we're doing. And we talk about mission, needs, duty, and making sure that we have the right people attacking the right problem set. So we have law enforcement personnel doing law enforcement work. We have administrative work being assigned to administrative type duties. So a lot of the things that we have done and the Border Patrol has done is regard bringing in Border Patrol processing coordinators, data entry specialists to come in with data into the systems, mission support specialists and technicians in order to help us take care of some of the administrative needs and things that we need to be doing and caring for, but then allowing our agents and officers to get back out to the field in order to perform the work for law enforcement. They do quite well every single day. In regards to the other threats that we deal with, we talk about narcotics, and just so far this year we've seized over 8,000 pounds of fentanyl this year. And so when you start, absolutely. So when we start talking about fentanyl and what we're seeing there and our needs are, and what our opportunities are in regards to narcotic enforcement, we'll be talking about large-scale NII equipment and small-scale NII equipment. Today we have 31 large-scale NII in the ground. We have another 26 that are under construction. By the end of this year, depending on budgets and funding, we could have another 43 that starts in regards to getting NII in the ground for overfield in order for the detection of fentanyl coming across the border. We're also, K9 is also a huge asset for us in regards to our ability to detect drugs coming into vehicles, conveyances at checkpoints, at ports of entry in regards to that detection with our K9 units. Or operating labs is another aspect of what we do in order to allow our men and women to be able to identify what they have in front of them from a product, from a chemical, and how dangerous that is in order to be able to identify that. Those are all aspects of kind of what we're doing from a potential aspect and how we consolidate and come together from a checkpoint, from a port of entry, inland, interior, and what we're doing from a potential aspect. Our partners in HSI, obviously an important aspect of what happens next once the either happens from an investigative standpoint and a prosecution standpoint on how we do that. I think from, as you heard today from the agents out in the field, resources are a big part of what we need. When we talk about resources, we talk about technology. Our ability to detect is one thing, so cameras and sensors and those type of things, NII, small scale, large scale. Our ability to get to that detection is the next piece of it in regards to our personnel being able to get there. So we talked about resources, surges, demands on what we're seeing today. And we talk about where we are with the budget and not having a budget as of yet. That really starts to take a toll on what our capabilities are, potentially what we can do for the rest of the year here. So without that budget to support the men and women who do this job every day, it constrains what our ability is and what they can actually do every single day. for us to make this country safe from a national security perspective and an economic security perspective. Because as you look at what we do not only between the ports, but at the ports of entry, when we talk about outbound weapons seizures, which we almost have 600 outbound weapons seizures that happened so far this year. $2.3 million worth of currency seized on the outbound side that we've also seen this year at the ports of entry. And we talk about the legitimate trade and flow of legitimate traffic coming into the United States as well. That is an important aspect of how we match both our national security mission and our economic security mission.
Mr. President, the only thing I'll add is the men and women behind you in uniform. These are the courage. These are the heroes. These are the ones that made this happen. We talk about almost 900,000 apprehensions, and 15,000 of those are criminals, gang members that they have taken off the street. All the narcotics that have been seized, it's them that has done it. They are the story here. They're the ones that need the backup and the support. We talk about the extra manpower. We talk about the extra force multipliers, technology, infrastructure, equipment. It all goes to them to help make sure they do their job as well as can be done. And like you and I talked about, sir, to make sure they make it home safe again in their ship.
The other thing is amazing is the lack of technology. The cartels and migrants on the sky.
Yes, sir. By far.
And particularly here in the RGD, we're the leading sector with the detection of drones coming across that border. And the majority of those drones are owned by cartels and criminal organizations, as we've been talking about. Those agents in the field that talk to you today, that's what they express, the need for more technology so that we are able to secure that border and at the same time increase the officer safety. Because like the chief said, our concern is that they're vulnerable and they're out there doing the job to protect this country, but with a lack of technology, it puts them at risk.
And like the personnel, one of the things we're trying to do is get moving thousands more agents, thousands more, 1,500, 1,600 more border patrols. Dealing with providing the access of what we got, 4,500 more.
4,300 more asylum officers, which will hear from U.S. citizens here.
But look, the other thing is, you know, every time you all leave the house and put on that uniform, the family wonders what kind of call they're going to get later in the day. And so we owe your families big. I mean that sincerely, from the bottom of my heart. We owe them big for what you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. More, you get you more resources. Colorado water.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to CIS.
Bruh. I can't, dude. This is a fucking. I'd leave for just a little while.
Sir, here with us are our partners from U.S. Citizen and Immigration Services. They're going to provide you a brief on some of their efforts.
For 13 people, actually for 16 people, that's how special you people are doing all this shit for 16 people. There used to be hundreds here.
It's very narrow at the border, but it is an important one. It's critical, in fact, to the whole process. Our officers are responsible for screening individuals, interviewing them to determine whether they have a credible fear of persecution or torture.
I used to be monetized.
These are individuals that have been encountered by Border Patrol, they claim to fear,
Also,
and now they go before an asylum officer who interviews them and makes those decisions. We do have hundreds of very well-trained and dedicated officers like Katisha Jackson.
Of course he's a black lady.
Enough. So we've tried to be very creative to better help support the mission since May 12th. So for example, we've leveraged IT technology to create efficiencies. We've leveraged overtime. We've even trained other volunteers from across USCIS to get them trained and able to do this work and support it. We've been very fortunate to be able to complete the highest number of credible fear completions ever in history because of those efforts, but we still need to do more. In In fact, when I was an officer, we did 5,000 cases a year. Just since May 12th, over the past 9 months, we've done 71,000.
All this is a look at what we did. Look how good we're doing.
She lives and breathes this every day as an asylum officer.
So I'm an asylum officer at a big city. Because as an asylum officer, we wear many hats. We are encountering the applicants for many hours in the day. We're running security checks to make sure that they're not at risk to national security. We're getting interpreters to make sure that we can successfully conversate with the applicants. We're doing the interviews where we're eliciting testimony to make sure that they actually have a reasonable, credible fear to be in the country. And we're asking them why
Right.
they're home.
How are they able to know that they actually have a credible fear? These people are fucking coached, you dumb cunt. They come through, they know how to fucking cry on demand and shit at this point. They've been practicing for fucking 5 countries that they've been coming up here. They act like they're able to know if someone actually has a credible fear. You know what I mean? They tell them exactly what to say, what they need to be fearing. Because here's what happens. The people that get rejected, well, they get rejected and they go back. And guess what they do? They say, what did you say to get rejected? And I told them this. I told them I feared this. And they said that I rejected. Oh, well, yeah, don't say that. You got to say this, not that. You can't be fearing that. You got to be fearing this. You got to be fearing being gay. That's the new one, actually, if you haven't heard. Well, it's actually not that new, but they've been using it for a while. And they're still using it. As long as they're scared of being gay where they live, that works too now. Dude, we got Americans that are scared of being fucking gay. What's the difference? You know what I mean? Because you're here doesn't mean you're not going to get fucking shit for your beliefs or for flying a rainbow flag or get your ass beat even. It can happen here too. I'm not saying I wanted to, but this isn't, it's like America is really that safe anymore, especially the more of them that come here.
We're trying to find out 2 things. Whether they have a positive, whether they can determine that they do have a credible reasonable fear, and then we will refer them to the immigration judge to have a full hearing. Second,
Dude, I mean, she's like some middleman, a position that we really don't fucking need, because she's probably not turning away anybody because they've all been coached. I mean, how could they? They're coaching each other. They don't even need the cartel to coach them anymore. They're in this caravan with each other, like sleeping in tents together. They're around the campfire talking about what they got to do to get in here. It's a big game that ends with a jackpot.
if they have a negative, then we will make that referral for removal. But I love being an asylum officer. I wake up and choose to be an asylum officer every day. I support the mission. I believe that if we can offer protection to anyone, then that's what I want to do. But right now, asylum officers are so overwhelmed. 71,000 since May 12th is huge. And we need resources, we need bodies, we had to pull from other areas just to be able to...
Right. So what she's trying to convince him now is that they need more employees, more money, more funding, so that they can process more asylum seekers. Not process them better, not get them to the judge more quickly, but get them out of their locking facility more quickly so that they can let them out into our country faster. That's what she wants. So we clarify that for everybody.
Support the mission and do the job. As of for the last year or so, I've worked 6 days a week doing overtime.
And what the fuck is she smiling at? Huh? What? She has been smiling this entire time. She's like, oh, I'm so proud of you. Oh, look at you. You're really growing up. Oh, you're talking to the president. Oh, and you're black. Oh, man. And we're in Texas. We're a progressive state. Yeehaw.
complain about it because that's something that I choose to do, but I wouldn't have to do it if I had the support behind me.
Hey, look, we proposed in the bipartisan to get you 4,300 additional asylum officers. Now. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next year, now. And the idea was most people at the border understand. But when you decide, and we're raising incredible spirits, you're saying, well, if we get this done. But the interesting thing is, we talk about...
Hey, why is the audio for both of these interactions shit? Trump's was horrible. We couldn't hear what they were saying hardly. This one, I'm like struggling. I can catch a little bit here and there. Both of them. And Trump, you know, if he could have had good audio, he would have blown Biden's out of the water. But now it's a little neck and neck.
Including they have reasonable concern to be reasonable and they said when they see a judge, 5 to 7 years they see a judge.
That's exactly right.
That's so true, sir. That's so
I mean, it's bizarre.
Yeah, that's true.
It's bizarre. So 5 to 7 years, and you're supposed to show up, and 70% show up. Okay. Now, what do you make? What happens in 5 to 7 years? Well,
He just said, even if that number is correct, that 70% show up, what about the fucking 30% that don't show up? Is that not a big number? Okay, 70 is a big number, but 30% not showing up is also a big number. Which one do we want to concentrate on? 30%. 30 out of every 100 people are saying, fuck it, I'm just going to live here, fuck the laws. That's concerning. Do we even know who they are?
What happens? First of all, 30% don't show up, number one. Number two, when they show up, they have none of that families.
Oh, so he's blaming. Did you hear how he did that? He blamed the time that it takes to get a court hearing, 7 years, on why they don't show up. Because, it's been 7 years. Like, that's an excuse. Bro, Dems are all about this type of shit. I'm probably going to vote for Trump, dude, just because all this border shit's pissing me off. I've never voted before. I mean, I might as well. They keep sending me the fucking ballot. I can't vote in the primary, though. They won't let us. I can't do Republican primary. I didn't want to put myself down as being a Republican. Just because you vote for a certain president doesn't mean you're a fucking Republican all of a sudden, does it? Does that make me a Republican in their system then? I have a feeling I'm going to vote for Trump, though, because this shit can't continue.
If we get you these asylum officers, you'll be able to do it in 6 months.
Absolutely.
And be able to change the dynamics in a big, big way.
That's exactly right.
But it's crazy. Why? I mean, we have the wherewithal to do this. We have the money to do this. We have the capacity to do this. And you guys have the knowledge to know how to do it.
He just say we have the money to do this?
We have the capacity to do this. We have the wherewithal to do this. We have the money to do this.
We have the money to do this. Okay. We're in the most debt we've ever been in the history of America. It just keeps going up. And we just keep spending on dumb shit. But we have the money to do this, so, right. Yeah, why not? It's just hundreds of billions of dollars. We got the money.
We have the capacity to do this. And you guys have the knowledge to know how to do it. And you say that we don't mind.
They have the knowledge to do it, he just said. What knowledge do these people have? How to get fucking snowed over by an illegal that's been coached? They know how to let illegals come in very quickly. All they need is more workers to just be like, oh, asylum? Oh, yeah. Oh, bink. Here you go. Oh, asylum? Oh, bink. Yeah, who can't do that? That doesn't take much effort, does it?
I don't mind. I don't.
Well, God love you. Well, we finally got to some overtime.
Yes.
Well, you really shouldn't have. It's you.
Pretty sure that was the second time he touched her also.
And the sacrifices your families make. I mean, they're real.
Got a thing for black women.
I wish I'm not complaining about it. I'm just making
You see his vice president, right? Hello.
Understand how complicated this is. Here, we think you have a credible fear. Well, we'll see in about 7 years, okay? Maybe 10. And it just makes no sense.
Yeah, dude, the reason why it's that long is because you're letting so many of them in that the backlog is getting insane. Now you're going to have to hire tons of judges, like judges just come out of nowhere or something. And then now those judges, well, they're going to have to stop being lawyers in whatever capacity they were a lawyer. And now we need lawyers. And maybe the migrants can be lawyers. There you go.
I promise you, we're going to fight like the devil to get to this bipartisan proposal that Democrats and Republicans supported. Some's happening right now, but we're going to see if we can clear that up.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Really appreciate it. It's so nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
At least you got some overtime. You're trying to do it. It's a long time. But it's not worth it, though.
Thank you, sir. We'll now come over here with our friends from ICE.
Biden supporters piss me off.
My mark back here. I'm Bill Sam Alexis. I got to take care of what I do. Mr. President, so my name is Daniel Bible. I'm with ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations. And our mission is pretty much interior enforcement. So what we do is we identify, locate, apprehend, detain, and then remove individuals that are either national security threats or public safety threats, and those other non-citizens that have been found removable from the United States. In FY23, we arrested over 107,000 public safety and national security threats in the interior of the United States, and removed in the interior of the United States. That's correct, sir. And
We get almost here. They didn't want to do that, I guess.
One of the things that I'm really proud about this year is we're all at this FY24.
The Secret Service pushed this guy back?
Some of the challenges we have is our metrics, right? We are now just under 40,000 people in custody. We're funded for much lower than that right now. Those people and the numbers are growing, and every day gets a little bit more difficult to manage that population. We also have approximately 7 million people on. All right, so we're at CBP. We've dedicated approximately 20% of our workforce in direct support of border security missions. But those individuals are being pulled away from the interior enforcement, where we're looking at, having to be able to deal with those bad actors that are in the communities. And we just need more resources, more personnel, more resources to have detention beds, and also resources for technology for monitoring those 7 million individuals. And hopefully with some of the stuff that has happened recently in the news, we can get some of these local and state jurisdictions to come back to the table and work with ICE so we can get these public safety threats out of the community and remove them from the United States for that ultimate immigration consequence. Besides the additional 10,000 beds that is compromise we've worked out,
10,000 beds, by the way,
in the Congress, what is the most important thing you need? What if you have a wish list, anything you need? What is the most consequential thing you need?
For me, it's personnel. And bringing back
money
those jurisdictions to work with
personnel.
us. The safest way for me to take a criminal off the street that's encountered by a local jurisdiction or a state jurisdiction is for them to turn them over law enforcement to law enforcement, rather than have more of my resources, which takes a lot more to go out to the communities and have to find these individuals and arrest them in the communities and bring them back into custody, which makes it more dangerous for not only me, for the non-citizen and the public at large.
Okay, what's the better way to take on these cartels?
Well, sir, Katrina Berger.
Does he have a two-seat question thing right here?
Security investigations.
I knew that. I'm sorry, but they didn't. But I'm glad you said it. I should have said you.
We talk about consequences, and with HSI, we are all about the consequences. And the best consequences we can put on these transnational criminal organizations is to prosecute them, arrest them, put them in jail, seize their assets, seize their money. And how do we do that? We work with our transnational criminal investigative units, our TCIUs, south of the border to help stem the flow of illegal migration, goods, narcotics coming up. They hit the border. We're partnering with CBP, our good partners over there. We've been supporting them the last year, 18 months with the irregular migration, a lot of TDY support at the border. That's also pulling away from some of our investigative activities. But it's, as I always say, it's one team, one fight. So we're there. What do we need? Certainly everyone talks about personnel. We have a lot of agents. We have a lot of law enforcement. Support staff is often lacking across the board. Analysts, criminal analysts, investments in technology.
I want the press to, what do you mean by support staff?
Our mission support people, the people that administratively help us do our mission, they support the mission. Right. Our criminal analysts that do a lot of our analytical work, help with targeting, help put together investigative packages so we can get the prosecutions on these criminal organizations. Title 21 would really help us. These are poly-criminal organizations. They're just not one-faceted. Right. They don't just engage in human smuggling. They engage in drug smuggling. They engage in weapons trafficking. If we had Title 21...
Human trafficking they engage in.
Yes. Human smuggling, human trafficking, many, many criminal activities. It's not going to stop us by not having Title 21. We're going to keep doing our job. It just slows us down. We're a poly-investigative agency targeting poly-criminals. So that's really what we need. More investments in technology as well, artificial intelligence, machine learning to help better target all of these activities out there would help us tremendously.
When I was last at the border a year ago, I've witnessed the machines that detect the fentanyl. Explain how they work and what it is, because we got a lot of money for a significant number more.
We do, and I could talk about that, but Mr. Flores can probably talk a little bit more succinctly and get it a little bit more accurately.
Well, we can do both. Come on over for a second, because a lot of it has to do with, anyway.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. President, so our NII technology is what we're talking about. We have it in two scales. We have
Explain what NII means.
Non-intrusive technology. We have a large scale, which we can drive commercial trucks, commercial passenger vehicles through, and we have small scale, which we can do packages, or we can examine tires in the small scale. So our ability to use that, first, as we talk about risk, and we talk about assessing some type of risk to a conveyance, to a commercial shipment, to a package, to a piece of mail, data that we get in advance of that becomes important for us. Analytic work that goes into it between ourselves, HSI, and how we do the analytics on that and determine what the risk is. Once we determine what the risk is, we can either do a targeted exam of that commercial truck, of that passenger vehicle, of that package, of that commercial shipment, or we can go out and randomly select based on what we believe a perceived threat to be on that. Our ability to run and scan and then have our officers or personnel analytically determine if there's an anomaly in that package is intensive work on our end. As we work towards machine learning and AI, and our ability for algorithms to be able to identify potential anomalies, and then our personnel ensuring that an anomaly exists or doesn't exist, and then we go out and examine. That's a game changer for us, and our ability to be able to quickly and facilitate individuals and cargo coming in the country while targeting risk and examining the packages or conveyances that we need to examine.
And this at port of entry, this has occurred as well. Because last time I was here, I remember they were going with looks like a box car coming across in a tractor trailer. And they had about 80 individuals in that smuggling. Other one, they showed me a significant amount of drugs in it. So I just want the American people to know what we're trying to get done. How many more of these big things are we talking about?
The non-intrusive inspection technology under the legislation, we would get more than $400 million to implement more than 100 of those machines.
That'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
It would, absolutely.
And Mr. President, Pete spoke of the construction projects that we have underway for this year. We can't finish those without additional funding.
Well, there's plenty of funding there. If we, there really is. We can afford. We can't afford not to do this. work, and we can afford to do it. I mean, for example, the infrastructure work being done at the border crossings. Well, you know, I was able to get a $1 trillion, $200 billion bill passed that has infrastructure money in it. It could be a game changer. And here we're scratching our heads like, what are we going to do? I just admire not only your courage and your intellect and your judgment, but that you're willing to keep at this. So understaffed. No, I really mean it. It's incredible.
It's one team, one fight, sir.
I know it's one team, one fight. All the sayings are worth saying, but I tell you what, getting it done is a lot harder. I think the American people should know just how much combination of risk, work, and dedication there is in trying to get this done. Anyway, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you, HSI. Thank you, ERO.
What's
Sir,
amazing?
It's time for remarks, and our briefers, I invite you to our seats, and then we'll escort you this way.
What they were able to do is amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
A native Delawarean.
I guess.
Where are you from? Georgetown, Seeker.
Georgetown, damn, girl. Everybody doesn't understand Southern Delaware first time around. Said, boy, where are you from?
I grew up at a little crossroads called Hardscrabble.
Oh, well.
Ask her where she's from.
Where am I going?
Doesn't matter.
Again, thank you. As my mother would say, please excuse my back. I apologize. Hello, folks. Good afternoon. Before we start, I'd like to say a few words about the devastating wildfires that are scorching Texas Panhandle and northwest Oklahoma. Yesterday, one of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. In response to specific requests made from the state, we already have more than 500 federal personnel here working on fire suppression. That includes the deployment of 100 federal firefighters and more on the way, as well as dozens of additional fire engines, air tankers, small planes, helicopters to help fight the flames. And FEMA has already guaranteed that Texas and Oklahoma will be reimbursed for the cost of keeping folks safe. And we're grateful for the brave first responders risking their lives to save others. And we urge folks to listen to the warnings from the local officials, listen to them. I've flown over a lot of these wildfires since I've been president. Matter of fact, I've been in a helicopter in the west and the southwest and northwest, flown over more land burned to the ground, all the vegetation gone, than this entire state of Maryland in square footage. The idea there's no such thing as climate change, I love that, man. I love some of my Neanderthal friends who still think there's no climate change. Well, my administration is going to keep building on the progress we've made fighting climate crisis, and we're going to help folks rebuild themselves in the wake of these disasters. And we rebuild to the standards that are the up-to-date standards and building codes and the rest. Because if you fly over these areas that are burned to the ground, you'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, one home sitting there because it had the right roof on it. And anyway, since I took office, FEMA's provided Texas alone over $13 billion in 3 years in disaster relief after fires and winter storms across the state. And when disasters strike, there's no red state or blue state where I come from. They're just communities and families looking for help. So we're standing with everyone affected by these wildfires. We're going to continue to help you respond and recover. Now, turning to the purpose of my visit. I want to thank Congressman Gonzalez. There you are, pal. I thank him. I thank him for the passport into his district, but he's been a great partner. I also want to thank Mayor Cowan for his partnership, and I want to thank County Judge Trevino for over 30 local officials who've joined us here today. No one works harder for a safe, secure border than all of you. And Secretary Mayorkas has joined us today, and he's joined by 7 mayors and cities and towns across South Texas. 4 county judges here from across the state. I told the county judge that I used to be a county official. It's the hardest job in American politics. You know why? They think you can do everything, you don't have the budget. So anyway. And the 2 leaders from the Texas legislature, State House Leader Trey is here, Trey Martinez Fisher, and the State Senate Leader Carol Alvadero. And all the other local officials that are here today, I want to say thanks. Folks, it's real simple. It's time to act. It's long past time to act. I just received a briefing from the Border Patrol at the border, as well as Immigration and Enforcement, asylum officers, and they're all doing incredible work under really tough conditions. Really tough conditions. They told me what you already know, and we already know. They desperately need more resources. Say it again, they desperately need more resources, need more agents, more officers, more judges, more equipment in order to secure our border. Folks, it's time for us to move on this. We can't wait any longer. Folks, on my first day as president, I introduced a bill I sent to Congress, a comprehensive plan to fix the broken immigration system and to secure the border. But no action was taken. Then months ago, my team began a serious negotiation in a bipartisan group of senators, leading conservative Republicans and progressive Democrats. And it resulted in a compromise bill. It's the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen in this country. It's pretty basic. With this deal, we could hire 1,500 additional border security agents, 1,500 additional officers, and between ports of entry. For the last 4 years, staffing has been roughly that, just flat. Agents working overtime, spending long hours patrolling the border, making major sacrifices. And I know it takes a big toll on them and their families. That's why in December I signed a bill finally getting Border Patrol agents what I've been pushed by and reminded by the congressman, overtime pay they deserve. And finally getting overtime pay. I mean, it's ridiculous it took this long. It was a long past time, and I was proud to do it, but we need to do more. It's time to step up. It's time to step up, provide them with significantly more personnel and capability. We also need more immigration judges, help handle the backlog. There are 2 million cases, backlog of 2 million cases. This bipartisan deal would provide funding for 100 more immigration judges immediately. It would also establish new, efficient, and fair process for the government to consider asylum claims for those arriving at our border. Today, the process to get a decision on an asylum claim takes 5 to 7 years. Now, you all know it down here, but the people around the country don't understand it. It's far too long. You come in, you say I have a credible fear, and we've changed that standard to make it hard. We want to make it harder. And what happens? You say, well, okay, you can come in the country, but come back in 5 to 7 years, maybe as many as 8 years, and you'll get a hearing from before a judge to determine whether you can stay. This will encourage more people. This encourages more people to come to the country. If they get by the first, they got another 5, 7, 8 years before they have to do anything, because they know they cannot handle the caseloads quickly, and they'll be able to stay in this country in the meantime. With new policies in this bill, and the addition of 4,300 additional asylum officers, we'll be able to reduce that process to less than 6 months. That would have a serious deterrent effect on those coming north. When the criminal gangs say, we'll get you north, what's $8,000? They say, no, wait, let me get this straight. I'm going to go north. It's going to cost me probably closer to $8,000, I guess, $1,000 equivalent. And I'm going to get there, and in 6 months, they may be able to get rid of me. I don't know, man. 6 months, 7 years, 2 different things. The person who's thinking about entering the United States understands that cases to be decided in a few weeks or months instead of 5 to 7 years. They're less likely to come in the first place. They're not going to pay the cartels thousands of dollars to make that journey. Knowing that, it will be turned around quickly. Look, and we also need more cutting-edge inspection machines to detect and stop fentanyl from entering the United States of America. A year ago, I stood at the border in El Paso, and I watched these machines at work. They were able to detect everything from fentanyl to weapons to people. being smuggled in cargo containers. This compromise bill would provide an additional $424 million for 100 more of these machines and could save lives in the process. This compromise legislation will also give me as president, or the next president, emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border between ports of entry when the numbers of immigrants and migrants, overwhelm the border, straining the Border Patrol's ability to process them. At the same time, at our legal ports of entry, like here in Brownsville, we're making investments in infrastructure. My bipartisan infrastructure law is going to provide nearly $4 billion new dollars to boost security, to ease waiting times at land and ports of entry like Brownsville. And I want to thank again Congressman Gonzalez for helping me get that through and get it passed as the law. That you get the money that's how you got the money for the Gateway Bridge from that fund. Folks, the bipartisan border security deal is a win for the American people. And it's a win for the people of Texas, and it's fair for those who legitimately have a right to come here to begin with. It's a win for the people of Brownsville, and I believe that's why the Border Patrol Union endorsed it. I believe that's why the National Chamber of Commerce endorsed it, not known as a Democratic organization with a capital D. Look, and that's why the Wall Street Journal endorsed it as well. This is a truly bipartisan initiative. That's why the bipartisan South Texas Alliance of Cities endorsed it. Folks, I didn't get everything I wanted in that compromise bipartisan bill, but neither did anybody else. The compromise is part of the process. That's how democracy works. That's how it's supposed to work. Compromise is a very positive step on the critical issues for the country, all those issues for the country. And folks here in Brownsville and all along the border know that. We need to have their backs, your backs. I want the people to understand clearly what happened here. This bill was in the United States Senate, was on its way to being passed. Then it was derailed by rank-and-file politics, partisan politics. The U.S. Senate needs to reconsider this bill, and those senators who oppose it need to set politics aside and pass it on the merits, not on whether it's going to benefit one party or benefit the other party. It's about whether it benefits the American people. It's what the American people deserve. And the Speaker of the House needs to put this bill on the floor, because if he put it on the floor unrestricted, it would pass. The majority of Democrats and Republicans in both houses support this legislation until someone came along and said, don't do that, it'll benefit the incumbent. That's a hell of a way to do business in America for such a serious problem. We need to act. It's time for the speakers and some of my Republican friends in Congress who are blocking this bill to show a little spine. Pass a bipartisan, as remember, bipartisan, conservative leaders supported this border security bill. Let's remember who we work for God's sake. We work for the American people. Let me end with this. I understand my predecessor's in Eagle Pass today. So here's what I would say to Mr. Trump. Instead of playing politics with this issue, instead of telling members of Congress to block this legislation, join me, or I'll join you in telling the Congress to pass this bipartisan border security bill. We can do it together. You know and I know it's the toughest, most efficient, most effective border security bill this country has ever seen. So instead of playing politics with the issue, why don't we just get together and get it done? Let's remember who the heck we work for. We work for the American people, not the Democratic Party, the Republican Party. We work for the American people. And let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. No, I mean this. Think about this. There's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing when we work together. And if all things we should be working together on is this, we have the formula to get it done. God bless you all, and may God protect our Border Patrol, and God protect our troops. Now I'd like to turn this over to Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I want to echo the President's words about the tragic fires in Texas and Oklahoma. We in the Department of Homeland Security, especially our agency FEMA, are intensely focused on providing the support, resources, and assistance the impacted residents and communities need. We are grateful to the brave firefighters and other frontline emergency personnel as they combat the flames that continue to burn. Mr. President, thank you for visiting the men and women here at the border in Brownsville, Texas, who dedicate themselves to the safety and security of our country and the enforcement of our laws. The operational brief you received today demonstrated several crucial points. First, you were able to, once again, see up close the extraordinary talent, tireless dedication, and true heroism of our personnel who give so much of themselves every day, many at great personal risk, to secure our border, disrupt and dismantle dangerous cartels and smuggling operations, keep fentanyl out of our communities, rescue victims, and so much more. I'm incredibly proud of the men and women in and out of uniform who serve our country through their work for our United States Department of Homeland Security. Second, you heard about the dynamic and challenging phenomenon of irregular migration we face as our hemisphere and the world experience the greatest displacement of people since World War II. At times last year, 30% of the encounters across our entire southern land border occurred in this Rio Grande Valley sector. Today, we discuss the dramatic changes our partners in the South have helped bring about by increasing their enforcement before people reach the United States border. Third, you heard from DHS leadership about how resource-starved we continue to be. Only Congress can address our desperate need for more Border Patrol agents, field operations officers, immigration enforcement agents and officers, asylum officers, immigration judges, support personnel, facilities, and technology. You can see the impact these resources will have on our ability to strengthen our security, advance our mission to protect the homeland, and enforce our nation's laws quickly and effectively. Though Congress has not yet provided the resources we need, DHS will continue to enforce the law and work to secure our border. We have listened to our workforce and, leveraging every available asset, equip them with new technology, logistical support, innovative tools, 11 new processing facilities, and hundreds of additional processing coordinators and support personnel. We are removing and returning historic numbers of migrants who entered illegally and failed to qualify for relief. Just since mid-May, we have removed or returned more such migrants than in any full fiscal year since 2015. We have provided asylum officers new authority to streamline the asylum claims process, implemented regulatory changes that incentivize migrants to follow safe, orderly, and lawful pathways, and so much more. The importance of passing the bipartisan legislation to fix our broken immigration system and add much-needed resources cannot be overstated, nor can the heroism of our personnel who accomplish so much for our country with so much less than what they need and deserve. Finally, Mr. President, you heard about the difference that cooperation, collaboration, and communication between federal personnel and local officials can make in the efficient and effective enforcement of our laws. Unlike Texas Governor Abbott's efforts to undermine federal border enforcement, the leaders in Brownsville serve as a model of cooperation in addressing, together, the challenges that irregular migration present, all in the service of this community and our country. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the public officials here at all levels of government, and thank you to the extraordinary public servants of the United States Department of Homeland Security. It is now my pleasure to introduce Congressman Vicente Gonzalez.
Thank you all so much for being here this afternoon. Thank you, Secretary Mayorkas. It is my honor to welcome President Joe Biden to the 34th Congressional District of Texas. Let's give him a big, warm welcome. And we hope this is just the beginning of many more visits to our region, not only in this presidency, but in the next. We want to thank him for such critical conversations that we've had on issues that impact us here and across the southern border. But I can't go by without celebrating the recent over $300 million of infrastructure investment that we've received right here to our congressional district. I know when you travel across the valley, you see this massive infrastructure in roads and bridges, but we've especially have received a lot of resources in expanding our ports of entry, our airports, $68 million to deepening and broadening the port of Brownsville, which will allow larger vessels to come in and more projects to assure that we continue to compete globally in the next generation. And secondly, I'd like to thank folks who are here today who understand that border security is not a Democratic or Republican problem. It's an American problem that requires real bipartisan solutions. And that's why we must enact legislation that enables us to hire more immigration judges, more agents, more infrastructure on our southern border. And the bill that came from the Senate side, that the bipartisan border security package, would do just that. And it would fix many of the problems that are urging our southern border today. And we need to continue with ideas like that. We need to assure that one former president and a partisan rogue group of members of Congress don't stop this progress and don't alleviate the pressure on our southern border. I continue to urge safe zones in the Congress to create safe zones in places like Guatemala and Panama and possibly Colombia, where migrants can process their asylum claim thousands of miles from our southern border. And it takes the pressure off our southern border, and it assures that cartels don't continue to enrich themselves by trafficking people to our southern border. However, we cannot do this without a bipartisan cooperation, and we need to assure that we continue to nudge that small rogue group of members of Congress, of Republican members of Congress. It's not all of them. It's a small group that are putting a stop on important legislation that could create could really take the pressure off our southern border and create improved conditions here in South Texas and across our region. So rest assured that I will continue to work with President Biden and members of Congress across the aisle to bring policies that will make things better for everyday Americans, but also secure our southern border. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to all the stakeholders that are here, that joined us this morning. I could not be more proud than to have all of you here today. So God bless South Texas, and God bless the United States of America. Mayor Council.
The judge. Do you bear any responsibility?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Cowan, and I am the mayor of the city of Brownsville. Mr. President, thank you for visiting our beautiful city, the largest city in the Rio Grande Valley. I believe I speak for all of the elected officials here when I say it's an honor to have you here. We stand united in our commitment to protect our communities, secure our border, and uphold our values. I'm a member of the South Texas Alliance of Cities, a group of mayors from South Texas communities. We work in partnership with the federal government, local law enforcement, and nonprofits to address the challenges created by the border issue. We understand the complexities, the diversity of thought on possible solutions, and the compelling need to ensure that immigration is not a wedge issue. As local leaders, we are responsible for our communities, our safety and well-being. We cannot play politics with this. I am proud of the work we have done in Brownsville to help people entering the country. Our approach, called the Brownsville Model, is as compassionate and humane as it is efficient. It prioritizes dignity and care. For 2 years in a row, Brownsville has been named one of the 20 safest cities in America. Mr. President, all of us here are overworked and understaffed. In Brownsville, we have assisted over 240,000 migrants since 2021. Our population is just below 200,000. From El Paso to San Antonio to Brownsville, we all need help. So do our federal partners. We cannot afford to wait. We need to pass the Senate's promising bipartisan border bill that you have championed. We've studied it, and it will give cities critical resources to respond humanely to the migrant challenge. Thank you for your leadership. It's a big deal to have the President of the United States in the Rio Grande Valley. And thank you all for visiting beautiful Brownsville, Texas. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you bear any responsibility for Laken Riley's death? A disease thought to be eliminated from the U.S. 24 years ago is making an alarming comeback. There have already been 36 cases of measles reported across 15 states this year, compared to 58 cases in all of last year. And it's only February. Florida is dealing with the largest outbreak of the highly infectious disease. There are already 10 confirmed cases there, with 7 only in one elementary school. And the state's top doctor is now under fire for his policies around the disease. Florida Surgeon General Joseph Ladapo is breaking with 50 years of federal guidance by not recommending vaccines or requiring non-vaccinated children to stay home to avoid the spread. Joining me now is medical expert Dr. Frida Fisher. We call her Dr. Frida here. She is a friend of the show. I want to thank you for joining us, because the minute you and I talked offline about the spread of measles, you said, Nick, we need to get the message out there. What is your reaction, first of all, to the Florida Surgeon General telling parents, oh, don't keep your kids at home if they are not vaccinated?
Hi, Nick. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable because we have the evidence-based data that absolutely shows us that measles are preventable. And it looks like the Surgeon General is looking at all of the evidence and going against it. And he's putting families at harm. We absolutely know that measles was eradicated in this country, we thought, in the year 2000. And we know that if you get both of the measles, the MMR vaccines, you are almost 100%, over 97%. Surely you won't get the measles if you get the vaccine. And here's the good thing. Even for people, those children who have not been vaccinated, if they go and get the vaccine within 3 days of exposure, they can still be protected from the measles. And so it shouldn't be a, hey, parents, it's up to you. This is public health. Absolutely, if your child has been exposed and they have not been vaccinated, they should get vaccinated within 3 days and be quarantined for 21 days after exposure. We have the answer. It just has to be implemented in Florida.
Dr. Frida, is the risk only to children, or is it also to adults?
It's to anyone who is not vaccinated, and it's to people who are immunocompromised, even if they have been vaccinated. And here's the thing, Nick. Measles is one of the most contagious viruses out there. If you're unvaccinated and you're exposed, you have a 9 out of 10 chance of getting the disease. In fact, you can walk into a space, and if someone who has measles was there even 2 hours ago, it's so infectious that you could still get the measles. And sure, you can get runny nose, you can get cough, you can get rash, but you can also get brain infection, encephalitis. You could go blind, you could go deaf, you could die. Many people were dying before we got vaccinated, but now we have the answer, and it just boggles me on why someone who is the Surgeon General won't protect this country.
Dr. Frida, I don't want to put you in a political space, but do you believe that the word vaccine has become a 4-letter word and that has instilled some fear in some parents?
Unfortunately, it has in many cases, and we saw it happen after the pandemic and with questions about the COVID vaccine. People started going back and questioning everything and putting out disinformation. But the truth of the matter is this. Before vaccines, we had people dying from measles, mumps, rubella, smallpox. And the reason now we have so many people who have the luxury of thinking that vaccines are bad is because they did not live in the times when these infectious diseases killed people. But if we keep up and if people stop getting vaccines and they start allowing these infections to flare, then they'll understand why we got the vaccines in the first place. People need to educate themselves, follow the evidence-based medicine, the CDC, physicians you trust, and definitely, if you have not been vaccinated for the measles, get the MMR vaccine. If you've been exposed, quarantine for 21 days, and get vaccinated within 3 days of exposure. That is a must.
Dr. Frida, I have less than 30 seconds, but I have one more question for you. We're also learning that if you received the vaccination in the 70s or 80s, it may not still offer the same protection. If people were vaccinated as kids, what's the best way for them to make sure it's still effective?
The best way, go to your physician. There are blood tests we can do to find out if you're still immune to measles. If you're not, hey, we'll give you another vaccine and you will be protected.
Dr. Frida Fisher joining us once again today. Dr. Frida, thank you so much.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
Well, if you're looking at your calendar wondering how it's still February, that's because 2024 is a leap year, and they exist because while we follow a 365-day calendar, it actually takes the planet a little bit more than a year to orbit the sun.
And that is why leap years are added every 4 years to account for that difference. CBS 2's Christy Kalishian tells us how people are spending this bonus day and how financial experts recommend we spend it.
For some, it's leap day.
It's a day to party. I have friends that are leap year
your babies.
For others, it's just Thursday.
It does not feel different, honestly. Like we could have went to March.
You're ready for March already?
Yeah, I definitely am.
February 29th, or Leap Day, comes to us only once every 4 years. It's at the end of the month when financial advisor Carl Gould hears from clients that they wish they'd made more money.
And sometimes for some people, at the end of the money, there's still more month, if you know what I mean. They run short. So this gives you one more day to figure out how to make those payments.
It's also an extra day to spend money. He recommends using the day wisely to plan on how to better save, or for business owners to be experimental.
This is a really good, fun day for social media.
If you want to test something out, this is the day to do it.
This is your day to do it. If it doesn't go well, you have 3 years, 4 years for people to forget all about it.
February 29th is also seen as an extra day of care for New York Cares and Westside Campaign Against Hunger.
I mean, hunger doesn't take a break in New York or any place. Having an extra day of hunger also means there needs to be an extra day of giving back.
If each one of us just takes a couple of hours in this extra year where we have an extra day, we can all make a really big difference.
The food distribution with Westside Campaign Against Hunger was one of at least 40 different volunteer opportunities citywide organized by New York Cares on Leap Day. 8-year volunteer Ana Nicasio is also a meal kit recipient.
It's an extra day of the year, so we need to do something nice for other people.
An extra day, as volunteers shared, for opportunity to do good and be grateful. In Washington Heights, Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
This guy died. He was in these movies, I guess.
Housing solution for migrants growing louder after city officials bust 2 illegal shelters this week.
First, a furniture store in Queens was busted for housing migrants in a cramped basement, and a second building in the Bronx was raided yesterday. That's where we find Fox 5's Stephanie Bertini. And Steph, you talked to the owner of the buildings involved here. What did he have to say?
Natasha, Steve, he said his reason is simple: to help them. He says he's prepared to face the consequences. In the long run, he hopes this will push the city to do more.
We need change. We're not going to let our people out there sleeping in the streets. It's wrong.
Ibu Sar defending himself after the city shut down 2 makeshift shelters under his name. He admits to housing migrants for $300 each a month, while some are suggesting his practices are exploitive and officials are calling them dangerous. He's sharing his perspective.
I'm not exploiting anybody. Like I said before in the past, we are helping ourselves because they're not helping us. I mean, putting the guys out there in the streets, spending the night in the streets, especially in this cold weather, is more dangerous than, what we're doing right now.
SAR says the city's restrictions on shelter days for migrants due to the overflow, 30 days for singles and 60 days for families, are creating issues, especially for singles who are bouncing around often and sometimes left without a bed. We've heard some migrant advocates say the same during this migrant crisis. SAR says African migrants are coming to him for help. How are they finding you? Through word of mouth? You have personal...
Through word of mouth, because, they all talk, they all, group chats, they all communicate. And
so some kind of Trump plate in the background.
But I cannot take all of them.
The city was tipped off by complaints about the hazards that come with cramming too many people.
Donald, I saw a T on it.
Him for help. How are they finding you? Through word of mouth? You have personal...
Through word of mouth, because, they all talk, they all, group chats, they all communicate, and everybody want to come to me. but I cannot take all of them.
The city was tipped off by complaints about the hazards that come with cramming too many people in small non-residential spaces. FDNY and the Department of Buildings stepped in earlier this week in Queens. Officials evacuated a furniture store SAR was using to house people. This video shows their sleeping situation. Then yesterday, this space being used in the Bronx was shut down for the same reason.
We became aware of those two locations because there were complaints that were filed. We went in and found that there were individuals living in unsafe conditions. And as we would with any New Yorker that we find living in an unsafe condition, we immediately vacated those locations and referred those individuals to additional resources.
The city says SAR could face consequences.
We are still in the middle of an investigation, so we'd have to wait until that investigation concludes before we could understand all of the facts related to it, as well as what he might be charged with.
He says he hasn't been fined or charged yet.
I welcome anything that comes because it's part of the process.
And he says his long-term goal was to find a building to house migrants from Africa specifically. He says he will continue to do that, and the money they were paying monthly was meant to go towards that goal. We'll keep following this. Back to you two inside.
Very well. All right. Interesting. Thanks, Stephanie.
Are you getting sick and tired of rising food costs? You are not alone. But as food inflation continues to persist, some shoppers are getting creative with the way that they shop for groceries and plan their meals. The Wall Street Journal reports consumers are cutting down on eating out, leaning more on coupons, and changing up the kind of food they eat. Heather Haddon co-wrote that article, and she joins us now to discuss. Heather, thanks for being with us. So break down for us, what are some of the strategies shoppers are using to get creative?
Yeah, so the era of just going to the grocery store willy-nilly and buying whatever you want is really fading for a lot of Americans. So the folks that we talked to said that they're really planning their grocery shopping trips. You know, they're checking their pantries, making sure they're not buying duplicate items. Well, they're flipping coupons, whether those are digital or old-fashioned coupons. And yeah, they're only buying what they really need. They're also changing which grocery stores they're going to. You know, they're maybe going to an Aldi or a Lidl, some of these more discount-oriented chains, and going away from maybe the higher-priced ones like a Whole Foods, because as we all see it, grocery prices have really gotten expensive, and people are feeling it.
So they're not doing cereal for dinner, as a certain CEO suggested might be a good alternative.
I know. And did you, I mean, a lot of people, Heather, because I know you cover restaurants, I mean, like, a lot of people were really frustrated by that CEO's comments, the CEO of Kellogg, suggesting that people could perhaps eat breakfast for dinner. Now, it's been kind of a marketing campaign that they've had for a long time, but in these times where we're talking about getting creative and using coupons and cost of food going up and people eating out less, was that sort of like hey, read the room, buddy? I'm sure you don't feed your kids cereal at night, even though you're the CEO of a cereal company?
Yeah, I think a lot of readers that we talked to did not love that comment. You know, I mean, they are in the cereal business, so they want to promote their cereal in the ways that they can. And, you know, if you just look at the cost of breakfast, I mean, cereal and a lot of these other goods have gotten very expensive. So I mean, that's creative interpretation of how you can use cereal, but I think maybe it did rub some consumers the wrong way.
So let me ask you about just people eating out. If people are sort of eating out less, then how's that impacting the restaurant industry?
Yeah, I mean, you hear the companies talking about it, that they are seeing, some of these companies are seeing a slowdown in consumers, particularly lower income consumers, or they're seeing them maybe not get an appetizer when they go out, or skip on the dessert or the drink. You know, people still love to eat out, but a lot of people are being more conservative about what they spend when they go out, or they are, once again, clicking coupons or really looking for deals and promotions that a lot of these restaurant chains do realize they need to offer, because they are worried about consumers just slipping away and eating at home, maybe eating cereal for dinner.
So, Heather, help our audience understand. I mean, on one hand, they'll hear from the administration that the economy is strong, the economy is doing well. And if you look at the numbers overall, that is true. But then there are prices. There's the economy, and then there's prices. And there's prices that affect people at home. So if the economy is doing well, the stock market is doing well, why are people still feeling the pinch at the grocery store? Why are food prices going up? Why is the cost of eating out going up?
Yeah, it does feel like a disconnect at times, absolutely. But these companies say that, yes, the crazy surge in inflation that we all felt has started to level off, but not all their costs have reduced. So you look at restaurants, and they really rely on labor for their sales, and labor prices continue to go up, whether it's minimum wage increases or benefits that they have to pay to workers. Those costs are still increasing. When you look on the packaged food side, cocoa is way up and it's expected to continue to be up. Beef is up. So, well, some of their costs have leveled out. Not all of them have. And that means, according to these companies, they need to continue to find ways to keep their profits in a way that make their shareholders happy. And so that does, at times, mean they need to keep increasing their prices.
So because there's so many different factors having an impact on how much we spend on food, whether if it's restaurants, it's got to do with labor. If it's grain, maybe it has to do with Ukraine. I mean, it's kind of all over. It's not one single thing. I mean, can we expect any relief, or is it really going to be kind of like an item by item situation?
I think it is going to be select, like you said. So some of the packaged food companies said that they do hope that we see some relief later this year. I know Walmart did talk about some relief coming for consumers, that certain items in the grocery store are expected to at least level off in terms of price increases, but others aren't. I talked about that cocoa example. I wouldn't expect necessarily that candy bars or meat necessarily are going to get cheaper. On the restaurant side, yeah, we'll have to see, because those labor costs are still growing. So it's not necessarily going to be cheap to go out to eat anytime soon.
Yeah, often once things go up, they do not come back down, even when the circumstances change. Heather hadn't. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Well, we have been reporting here on the dozens of West African migrants housed in illegal sleeping quarters in the Bronx and in Queens. The store owner saying that he took in the migrants after they were evicted from shelters under the city's 30-day rule.
They're part of a growing number of West Africans coming to the city as asylum seekers.
We're gonna begin this hour.
Jesse Mitchell covers Harlem and shows us an organization that's doing what they can to be a part of the solution.
Young people in crisis find food, friendship, clothing, and calm at Safe Horizons Street Work Drop-In Center on 125th Street. The past 3 months, staff has seen a surge in demand for their services.
We went from seeing about 60 young people a day, and now we're seeing hundreds of young people accessing our drop-in.
Supplies stack high in the hallways, stretching all savings. This social worker recently started working in the kitchen to accommodate the increase in hungry mouths, speaking a variety of languages. One of these new clients is 20-year-old Sidi Mahmoud, who spent a month traveling here alone from Mauritania. A map on the wall marks his journey, tracks that are increasingly common.
So you knew it was not going to be an easy trip, right?
Yeah.
Why did you make that decision to do it anyway?
Because I had to. I feel unsafe in my country, so I had to leave.
He still hides his face to protect his family back home from persecution. Like many others, once he arrived, he faced an uncertain future.
For days, he was on the street. He didn't know what resources were available to him after he was discharged from his 30-day placement.
Word of mouth brought Mahmoud here, where his English language skills have made him an asset in the peer outreach program. He now leads workshops on mental and sexual health, allowing him to earn a stipend. And caseworkers connected him to a transitional shelter where he can stay for up to 2 years.
Right now, the landscape of New York City and the folks who are experiencing homelessness happen to be new arrivals, and that's our job, that's our charge, is to support this population.
The goal is to get each of these young people on a path to success beyond the program and beyond an overcrowded shelter system. Mahmoud has found new purpose. After he earns his GED, he's entertaining the idea of becoming an entrepreneur.
Organized wedding, maybe, because I like to see people celebrating and happy.
Showing growth to overcome. In Harlem, Jesse Mitchell, CBS 2 News.
Head Street
Why
Work
is
is
so much
funded by
gay
the city.
shit everywhere? Like, this says paint your pride, and then right after that,
In Harlem, Jesse Mitchell,
there's
CBS.
this. What the fuck is going on, man?
Yes, 2 News.
And street work is
Wait,
fun.
was that gay too? Wait.
In Harlem, Jesse Mitchell, CBS 2 News.
No, kind of. Rainbowy.
And street work is funded by the City Department of Youth and Community Development and has 750 beds across the city for young people who are homeless between the ages of 16 and 24. And Jesse covers Harlem.
So originally that was for Americans. And now the migrants are overwhelming their system.
If you have a story you'd like to share with her, please email harlemtip@cbs.com.
Pretty soon the Americans won't be able to go there anymore.
With a study of marijuana use, which is apparently linked to a higher risk, didn't see this coming, of heart attack and stroke. This includes whether you smoke it, you vape it, you eat it, however you ingest it. This is a study that found that daily cannabis use, so that's a lot, is associated with a 25% higher risk of heart attack and a 42% increase in the odds of stroke when compared to non-daily users. Cannabis is now legal just for fun in 24 states, plus the District of Columbia, and another 14 states allow it for medical use. Dr. Celine Gounder is a CBS News contributor and editor-at-large at KFF Health News, and she joins us as we wrap up American Heart Month. Dr. Gounder, good morning to you. If you're consuming daily, you might have some stressors in your life that might tie into heart problems. So what do we know here? Is this causation or correlation? What's the theory?
Well, that's a great question. So this is survey data. It's difficult to do this kind of research because cannabis remains a Schedule I drug under the DEA, so it's classified right alongside heroin. So that makes it very difficult to study. To answer that question, we don't have a direct answer to that question.
But most people think of marijuana that is, and I've never used it, but Tony can help us on this particular.
And you were alive throughout the 60s. And
I know, I was alive.
It's an amazing fact.
It's
quite the accomplishment.
I'm just a big square. But most people think of it as, many people think of it as medicinal or benign. That's why I was surprised to hear this. Well, you were not.
I was not. Smoke is smoke is smoke. So if you're smoking cigarettes, if you're smoking cannabis, if it's wildfire smoke, people think these things are natural.
Yeah.
But smoke is still inhaled. You're inhaling these particles, these other chemicals, which can cause damage to your lung and your heart.
Okay, so people that may consume it, they'll oftentimes say, well, I just vape, I don't smoke. Or I just do edible, I don't vape. Yeah. Or I smoke, I don't do anything else. So what is the difference between different ways that people consume it?
Well, with vaping, you're still heating up not just the THC itself, but all these other chemicals that are in the vaping fluids, additives, flavorings, et cetera. So when those get heated up, you have these byproducts that are released, which can also be damaging to the lungs and the heart. In the case of edibles, you have THC. THC alone, whether you smoke it, you vape it, you eat it, THC alone also has effects on the cardiovascular system, which can lead to an increased risk of heart attack and stroke.
So people that use it for medicinal purposes, should they be worried?
Well, there's a
And
trade-off.
how much do you have to use before it's an issue?
Right.
And people will say it's all medicinal. But
Well, it's a trade-off, right?
It's true.
Any medication, there are risks and benefits, and it really depends on the setting. You know, if you're talking about somebody who has cancer, the risks and benefits you're going to weigh differently from somebody who's a young, healthy person who hasn't even turned 18 yet. So, you know, it really depends on the context.
So what about a recreational user who's 30 or 40? Are there benefits to smoking cannabis?
Well, I think it really depends on, you know, what your experience of that has been. I think certainly some people do think there is.
Yeah.
Is there a safe level of smoking? We don't know. Again, this relates to it's very difficult to do this kind of research to give you an answer. Is there such a thing as a safe level?
So I'm trying to figure out the bottom line here, because you said we have this study, it could cause heart attack or stroke, but you have to weigh it to see whether it's worth it or not. Yeah.
Well, I think, you know, one concern is we've seen cigarette smoking really decline, and we've seen lung cancer rates really decline. What's concerning now is, will we see lung cancer rates and other issues like heart attack and stroke go up again as we see, use of cannabis go up? And, you know, I think we have a map to show of use across the country. A lot of this tracks with politics, but I was sort of surprised. It wasn't just politics that predicts how much people are using cannabis. You know, there's some states like Montana, Oklahoma, Missouri that are more red, where you also see pretty high rates of cannabis.
Willie Nelson and Snoop Dogg, they have cannabis in common. I will say recreational is such a weird word when applied in this context. Ping pong is a recreation. I mean, cannabis is just a thing, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Not a recreational Coca-Cola drinker.
Yeah.
Doesn't make
Spot on,
sense to me.
Tony.
Doesn't make
Spot
sense
on.
to me.
Dr. Slingounder, thank you so much.
Pot smokers may want to listen to this next story. A new study is out revealing how regular smoking of marijuana is linked to an increased risk of heart attacks and stroke.
Yeah, the findings from one of the largest ever to examine the relationship between cannabis and cardiovascular events. For more on these disturbing findings, KRON 4's Teresa Stasio joins us.
Which is worse, alcohol or marijuana for your
Teresa,
heart?
a lot of people will be paying attention to this.
Close attention, no doubt. Vicky and Grant, health experts are calling the study a wake-up call, saying that it sheds an important light on this subject, especially as the use of cannabis is on the rise among all age brackets, especially, though, younger Americans.
42% increase in strokes, 25% increase in heart attacks. That is the finding from a recent study examining the frequent use of cannabis in cardiovascular disease. Published in the Journal of American Heart Association and backed by NIH, the study drew its results from nearly 500,000 cannabis users. Nearly 75% consumed cannabis by smoking the drug, 25% by vaping, drinking, or eating the drug.
It's a very interesting study and a very timely study, given the fact that more and more people are using cannabis.
Dr. Joseph Wu is the director of Stanford University Cardiovascular Institute. The study drilled down on how toxins released into the body when cannabis is burned is similar to tobacco smoking. But the doctor says that the active ingredient of THC in cannabis causes even more of a heart risk. In addition, he says eating cannabis products also not heart healthy.
So when you smoke, you get two doses. One is the particulate matter causing damage to your lung, and the THC causing damage to your vascular system. When you take the edible, there's no particulate matter involved. It just goes to your gut. Your gut absorbs the edible. THC gets released, and the THC causes vascular damage. So the notion that edible is completely safe is also not true.
Medicinal use of cannabis is now legal in more than half of the country, with recreational use allowed in 24 states.
And most people in the public think that, oh, because it's legal, it is safe. But there are a lot of products that are legal, not safe. One example is tobacco smoking. It's legal, but it can kill you with lung cancer and heart disease. So the public should be aware that smoking marijuana is actually not safe in the form of smoking or in the form of edible that we just discussed. I think for the healthcare provider.
With the use of cannabis on the rise and soaring heart disease rates, medical experts say that the study is an important public health issue to address.
And I hope public education and especially the results from this study will help the public be aware that marijuana is not safe at all. Yeah.
Not safe at all. Although the study focused on frequent users, even weekly usage was also linked with higher rates of stroke and heart attacks compared to those who did not use marijuana at all. Grant and Vicky.
All right. Thank you, Teresa.
Everybody's reporting on it.
This new study makes it clear smoking cannabis is like smoking tobacco, dangerous to your heart.
Cannabis is not an innocent bystander when it comes to cardiovascular disease.
The research published in today's Journal of the American Heart Association found people who use cannabis every day, primarily through smoking, had a 25% increased risk of heart attack and a 42% increased risk of stroke compared to non-users. This is one of the largest studies to look at cannabis and cardiovascular events, reviewing data from nearly 435,000 Americans. Dr. Robert Page of the University of Colorado School of
Hey,
Medicine.
look at this. A junkyard fire in Denver. The cars are going up, man. It's a car lot. A car, like, I think we can go pick apart or something. Bummer. Oh man, it got one of the buildings. This is live, dude. This is so fucking live, dude. I can barely talk. Alright.
Our dear friend Eddie, what did he say to me? Hold on, I'll show you again. Well, I'll tell you.
Right,
Mr. Frank. It's pretty cool. That's nice. I like.
What is that? Is he in Florida? Oh, no, it's a dolphin. I don't know what they say about Florida.
It's pretty cool. That's nice. I like it.
Is that his?
Is it live, Jan? Okie dokie. I'm trying to level this thing out. Oh, maybe if I just lean sideways, huh?
That's a nice tank, dude, if that's his.
Anyway, sweetie, I think it's live. Can you see it? Yeah. Is it all right on your end? Yeah. Okie dokie.
Man.
I can't see them.
You think it's his?
It doesn't
Or
matter.
you think it's at a hotel or something?
I'll wait. Ready? Oh,
He's not acting as weird.
Oh, it won't record. That's too bad.
Like he's in public, maybe.
Alrighty.
He's not doing the
So?
Yubi-Tubi thing. He's not doing the baby
It
talk.
looks like it's crooked. It's not crooked, is it? Yeah. It is crooked.
You're at an angle.
Oh my goodness.
It looks all right.
It looked all right, I guess, huh? Oh no. Is that any? No, that's no better, is it? Oh, this is getting out of hand. I'm gonna leave it at that, babe. Okay? How's that? What? No picture? Black? Now it's back. It's probably because I touched something over here. Anyways. Do we have people on right now, Tink? Good. Then I'm going to go ahead and start. Greetings, family. Hey, what's up? I'm not going to keep you long, okay? I promise.
Because he didn't do his
See
whole
if the levels
thing.
are okay, Jen?
His beginning part.
Go down. Thank you. That's good. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tony. So, yeah, family, greetings. Welcome to a short, I mean very short, UB2B from Frank 26 here. The reason I want to talk to you very quickly is because rumors, they can get out of hand, you know what I mean? Now, I want to show you something that happened last night. And as I look it up, you remember with me, okay? You remember when I was reading to you? Well, hold on. Remember when
like
I was reading to you Eddie's report?
Dick flower. The plant's got a penis.
And I stopped right at the end of his report, the last report that he sent us. Now, the reason I stopped it is because I didn't feel that we had enough information on it. I just felt that we wanted it to evolve a little bit more before we talked about it, you know, discussed it, analyzed it. But I see that the internet and the phone calls that I've been receiving are a little confused because of what people are saying on the internet. And I don't want it to get out of hand. So I thought I would help just a little bit. So last night, as we were reading this, I said to you, Eddie is telling me...
Hey, remember what Biden said, right? What did he say? Because whatever Biden says is right. It's what's happening in the country, right? Well, tell it to Chicago.
Great to have you with us. I'm Joe Donlan.
And I'm Erica Sargent. Just over an hour and a half this morning, police say the same crew robbed 8 different people in 8 different locations, all within blocks of one another.
CBS 2's Sabrina Franza is trying to get to the bottom of what happened and who these people are. She's in Logan Square tonight with new details on the investigation.
Neighbors that we've spoken to have said the amount of times that this keeps happening is impacting their quality of life. 8 more robberies this morning is adding to that growing concern. In Spanish, a husband who asked we hide his identity told us how he and his wife were held up at gunpoint this morning. His worst fear. The men took her ID, credit cards, emptied her purse. Then he says they tried to take what they could from him, but left him because he didn't have any money on him at the time. That was on North Avers Avenue just before 5:30 a.m. Police say the spree began around 4:30 this morning, lasted until about 6. The pattern was the same. 4 men get out of a dark sedan, guns drawn, rob someone on the street. They take personal belongings and drive off in the car they came in. In another case near Armitage and Kimball, a street vendor told us off camera he'd been robbed for the second time in 2 weeks. He claims the men took $80 cash from him after jumping out of the car, pushing him against a fence and sticking a gun in his face. At another location.
I don't know, it's sad. I think I've witnessed at least, 3 or 4 cars just on this street be at least broken into, if not stolen. And, several of my neighbors have had, their bikes stolen. My bike's been stolen off my porch. And so it just sort of kind of feels like you're always waiting for the next thing to happen.
Danielle Starkey was spared this time, but she says her car was broken into twice in about a year, stolen once. To her, today's news is not surprising.
It's frustrating, especially like there's nothing wrong with my car. I want to keep my car, but having my car feels like a liability.
Police have yet to make any arrests in this case. They're asking anyone who has any information to come forward to help them make that arrest. We're in Logan Square. Sabrina Franza, CBS 2 News.
That the IMF and the CBI is meeting, but I didn't show the rest of it to you because the rest of it says, Eddie says that the meeting with the IMF basically said that in 2025 they would see the changes, any changes. This is a time of preparation. Eddie says he thinks this is from the TV news. So, yeah, we know that they're meeting. And we know now that they're meeting and talking about many different subjects. And one of the subjects was, like I said to you, that they are meeting and talking with the WTO and the IMF about supplying equipment, supplying people that will help them with the exchange of their monetary reform process. First time they've gone through it, right? It's new to them. They don't have any idea. They need help. So the IMF and the World Bank says, you got it, we'll send it to you. But while this is going on, Sudani goes to Washington, D.C.
For the possession. A Milford school van driver has been arrested and is facing charges for the possession and distribution of child sex images and videos. NBC 10's Carla Rojo joining us live from Milford with this disturbing case. Carla?
JC, so Robert Nolan pleaded not guilty to these charges, but a judge ordered a $10,000 cash bail. If Nolan pays this, he will be placed under house arrest and have no access to the internet.
Well, the allegations are monstrous.
Today, 27-year-old Robert Nolan, a Milford School special needs van driver, appeared in front of a judge at Milford District Court, facing 2 charges of possession and dissemination of child pornography. Authorities allegedly found images and videos of children between 6 and 16 years old who were naked or engaging in sexual acts. Allegations Judge Richard Eustace calls repulsive.
He is alleged to have had, among other materials, a video of a 6 to 8-year-old child being raped by an adult male. It's repulsive to the conscience.
Nolan was arrested Wednesday after state and local investigators received an anonymous tip. Milford Police Chief Robbie Tassino says that tip connected officers to a Yahoo account containing the abusive imagery.
They were able to actually interview Mr. Nolan, and he gave them some direct information, and he had evidence on a personal cell phone of child pornographic material.
Adding that they have seized other devices from Nolan's home and are waiting for a warrant to conduct a search.
We don't have any evidence that any students were involved in this.
The superintendent of Milford Public Schools, Kevin McIntyre, telling us the suspect worked as a school special needs van driver for 6 years and is no longer employed with the department.
We want our children to be safe. We want them to feel supported. We want them to feel, welcomed when they're in the schools. And, anytime an issue like this occurs, it's kind of a breach of that. And we do take that very seriously.
So this isn't the first time that a Milford school employee has faced this specific or has been charged with this specific crime. Just last December, a former second grade teacher pled guilty to the possession of child pornography. Meanwhile, Nolan will be back in court March 29th. Reporting live in Milford, Carla Rojo, NBC 10.
They seem to have a problem.
Only on 3 tonight.
By the way,
interim
Memphis. Oh, interim. Oh, it's a black lady, by the way. I forgot about that.
Police Chief C.J. Davis talks with the News Channel 3
the
investigators
police chief
about
of
public
Memphis,
safety
one of the most
and
violent
the violent
cities,
crime impacting our community.
In an exclusive interview, Davis tells WREG investigators in Low we can expect to see police putting a greater focus on repeat offenders.
Detectives spent the early morning hours before and after the sun came up Thursday combing for clues in the city's latest homicide. A woman was shot and killed at this home in Whitehaven. Before we even reached the last week of February, Memphis had already seen nearly as many homicides as it has days in the new year. Frustrations about public safety were aired out at a recent town hall hosted by Memphis Mayor Paul Young, who confirmed he called on the area's gang leaders for a ceasefire. Interim Police Chief C.J. Davis also got an earful from folks at the meeting, and when News Channel 3 caught up with her, we asked about this latest strategy to fight crime.
What, if any, impact have you all seen from the ceasefire with the gang leaders?
Well, it's too early.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really too early.
Calling Mayor Young's efforts admirable, Davis continued.
I think it really shows the community that we have a mayor that wants to connect to the community, and one that feels that if we don't talk to the individuals, boots on the ground, we're not going to be able to get to the bottom of the problems in the city.
Chief Davis referenced the move as the mayor, so we asked her what else she had in mind to tackle the disturbing trend of rising and rampant crime.
I think we've got a great plan. We've got officers that are relentless, regardless of, the hard work, the heavy lift. I do think that continuing to partner with other entities in the criminal justice system is really important.
Much of crime fighting focuses on the offenders, but Davis says seeing it through the lens of those who suffer is critical to keeping families safe.
We have to be victim focused. We have to be concerned about the victims of crime. Help individuals who are in a life of crime right now when we can, but when people show you who they are, especially violent criminals, they don't belong in our community because every day we see victims. So we are paying attention to repeat offenders.
We have more questions for Chief Davis that we hope to sit down soon and get answered for you. In the meantime, you can take your questions directly to city leaders at their next town hall, which is scheduled for tomorrow. Zanetta Lowe, WREG News Channel 3.
Article thread. And he says in Washington, D.C., well, actually, this is what they say he said. Iraqi.
Oh, is this?
Country, but sometimes a little schadenfreude goes a long way. Boston's wealthy elite are outraged over new shelter for illegal immigrants in their neighborhood, reports the Post-Millennial. Aw. These uppity urban liberals who voted for this policy in 2019 when the Democrats were on stage and they were asked, would you open the borders? And they all raised their hands. You voted for it. You want me to cry for you? Okay, fine. Welcome to the fight. Can we please start doing something about this now? On the debate stage, they were asked, would you change border crossings from criminal actions to civil violations? They all raised their hand. What's a civil violation? It means when you illegally enter the country, you get a little ticket and then you're good to go. And that's where we're basically at right now. Well then, the Post-Millennial reports, Boston residents living in one of the city's most expensive neighborhoods are outraged over the city turning an office building into an emergency shelter for illegal immigrants. Ooh. The Boston elite expressed severe grievances about the decision at a community meeting on Tuesday evening. Yet state officials had no answer for them. Residents of Fort Point in Seaport couldn't stomach the idea of illegal immigrants living among them in a sanctuary city. Reaping meets sowing. What's this? Libs of TikTok tweets, the upscale town of Seaport in Boston is turning an office building into a shelter to house illegals. Residents are fuming. Biden won Massachusetts by 33 points. Biden won Boston by 67 points. Democrats turned Boston into a sanctuary city. Elections have consequences. You know, I look at these Democrats and I see them setting themselves on fire. And then they go, fire hot, fire hot. And then their other friend runs up to them and goes, oh no, and tries to grab them. Oh, fire indeed hot. Okay, fine. I'll get the fire extinguisher. I don't want the fire on you spreading to these houses. But what do you do if people keep lighting themselves on fire? Here we are. Among the greatest concerns were safety and security, which have been raised in sanctuary cities across the U.S. Brian Curley, a resident in the community, told WBZ that state officials did not give a voice to the community before making this decision. Yes, they did. Biden said he was going to do this. Biden looked at the camera and said, I'm going to make sure every single illegal immigrant comes into this country free of charge, and they will come to your homes. And you went, well, wonder what that means. I'm being hyperbolic. Biden said, along with all the rest of them, free health care to non-citizens. No more criminal actions. They just tried to codify open borders. They called it a border security bill. 80% went to foreign war, and the bill would codify illegal immigrants crossing the border would be allowed in. Fortunately, it was struck down by what we have in the Republican Party. Not that they're great, but y'all are going to keep voting for it. Maybe the dam will finally break, and these people will say enough and vote for Donald Trump. Then Trump can come in and begin the largest mass deportation of criminals in this country. Can I just make something clear for everybody? The crime rate of illegal immigrants is 100%. I love this. You know, that you've got this poor young woman who was murdered, and they're like, don't conflate what an illegal immigrant did with this crime, because crime happens. They say things like, actually, illegal aliens have a lower rate of committing crimes in this country. That's not possible. It is a violation of U.S. law to enter outside of a port of entry. So they've already broken the law, which means they're criminal aliens. That's the legal term for it. All of them, every single one. You know, I actually do have some respect for many of these people who want to come to this country so much that, and they love this country. I love this country, and they see the wealth and opportunity that these leftists don't see. I respect that. But you got to come in legally, man. Each and every one, you come knock on the door, we'll talk about it. But you're breaking through my window, I'm calling the cops. It's anybody entering the country illegally is a criminal alien, 100%. I think there's a lot of angry residents who feel the same way I do, that this was being forced on us. But you voted for it. I don't quite understand.
No plastic.
Is there something wrong with your brain? I'm just so sick of this, man. They vote for it and they cry about it. The office space owned by the Unitarian Universalist Association will house 80 illegal immigrants once it's officially morphed into an overflow shelter. The site of the shelter is located at 24 Farnsworth Street. You know, let me just tell you guys. It is not... You can't just send the migrants to Martha's Vineyard. There was that story out of Illinois. Now, Illinois, I know. Naperville, a well-to-do suburb.
I've been there.
You had one elected official there say,
I've worked there before.
I think we should open up our homes to these undocumented. How many of you are today are going to commit to that? And they're, oh, well, I never. They were so offended. Oh. Yeah.
South of Chicago.
You vote for it all day and night with smiles on your faces. And then when the roosters come home, it's, oh, they're forcing this on us. These people make me sick. United Way of Massachusetts Bay, a nonprofit that the state has selected to open temporary shelters for migrant and homeless families, plans to get the new shelter up and running as soon as possible, said Governor Maura Healey, according to the Boston Herald. We are working through all of that, Healey told reporters, declining to give an exact date as to when these illegal families would move in. I just don't know how long it's going to take to get everything operationalized and work things out with the community, work things out with the city. Although United Way ultimately selected the site, the governor stated that her administration supports the space's use because we need to continue to find safe housing for people. That's right. Right in your neighborhood. We continue to be in dialogue with the community and with the city, Healey said. However, community residents said that officials gave them no answers. At the meeting on Tuesday evening, officials informed the residents that there would be another meeting on Friday, and they hope to have more answers then. How is it a done deal when you cannot answer these questions? There was a lot of questions tonight. There were not a lot of answers. General Scott Rice, a state official who is overseeing security at its migrant shelters, vowed to keep the community safe. He's talking about the migrant community, not you. Our track record has proven very good. We had very, very, very few incidents. Very few means some, doesn't it? One woman asked at the meeting, how are you going to ensure we're safe? I would like to see a little bit more compassion. That's my point of view. Another man interjected. Yes, a little bit more compassion. Bring them into your bosom, into your homes, Boston residents. I demand that you open up your homes to these people in your sanctuary towns. This is what we need to do. We need these cities. We need the federal government. You take these illegal immigrants, you go to their houses, and you put them in. I know it violates the Third Amendment. I'm joking. I'm saying make sure these people know exactly what they voted for. I love that propaganda video where it's like the woman's like, I feel like I have my own personal chef because she brought an illegal immigrant into her house. A refugee, as it were. Apparently, I hear from, Dane over here at Timcast that the Spanish of these individuals was atrocious and it didn't quite make sense and it seemed fake. Well, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know. But I can tell you, boys at propaganda. We brought these undocumented people into our houses, and now they live here forever, but they cook dinner for us, and it's like having your own personal chef. Yeah, we had a word for that. We had a word for that back in the day. There's slavery. I provide food and shelter for an individual in exchange for services and labor. Do you pay them? No. Can they leave? They can technically leave, but the dangers are less appealing than living here and cooking me dinner. Yeah, okay, it's kind of like slavery. I like to be real. During slavery, they literally couldn't leave. They had slave catchers and things like that. What they're doing now with these migrants, I shouldn't say migrants, that's not fair. The criminal aliens. In this story, though, they were refugees. I think that's what I'll try to be legally correct. These individuals can leave whenever they want and sleep outside in the winter. So they're not going to do that, right? Mm-hmm. The people who are brought into these homes, who are cooking meals, oh, you're in for a wild ride. Because they're not going to serve you or be your slaves. And maybe they'll be nice. But it's going to be a wild story when these people in these well-to-do neighborhoods let these criminal aliens into their home. And then one day they come home and the locks are changed. And they can't get in. And they call the police. And the police say, what's going on? They say, we can't get in our house. Why not? Keys don't work. Someone changed the lock. Who did? The guy who lives there. Who's the guy? We let him live here. Ma'am, so the man lives there? I thought you said it was your house. Well, we do live here. He's an undocumented immigrant. We wanted to help him, so we let him move in. So you're having a tenant dispute? Well, it's not a tenant dispute. We can't get her out. Lady, look, you got to go to court for this. Okay, we can't help you. I'm really, really looking forward to those stories. Boston, I'll say for the third time to wrap this up. Reaping, meat sowing, cry more. Next segment's coming up tonight at 8 p.m. over at youtube.com/TimCastIRL. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
I wonder if he watched both presidents today, so that he'll be able to have an opinion on both and how probably, maybe, hopefully. I did it. I did it. I did it. I'm a doer. I did it. I need a theme song. Talk about how I did it. Oh, now JLR is watching it. I think his camera's small. I thought mine was small. Holy shit! That dude's tiny down there. I can barely tell he's there.
And sensors and those type of things. And our ability to get to that detection.
In the way or something? Oh no, he might not be able to make it any bigger.
Resources, surges,
Zoom or something. Where's that other one? StreamYard, maybe.
Not having a budget as of yet, that really starts to take toll on what our capabilities are, potentially what we can do for the rest of the year.
There are people watching
that budget to support the men and women who do this job every day and constrain what our ability is and what they can actually do every single day for us to make this country safe from a national security perspective and an economic security perspective. Because as you look at what we do not only between the ports, but at the ports of entry, and we talked about.
Anyway, it's like he's gonna be commenting on anything. The whole time he is. Yeah, he didn't do it like I do it. I paused the shit out of it and I put in my 2 cents on a little something, something. You know what I'm saying? Because why, dude? Anybody can watch this like on their own with no commentary to it. You can just do that anytime. I wanted to know what he had to say about some of this shit, but I don't want to have to wait till the very end for that. Okay.
Prime Minister Mohammed Saleh al-Sudani is scheduled to pay a visit to the White House next April, which is widely viewed as being pivotal in determining the future relationships between Baghdad and Washington. Now, the reason why is because they want us to leave Iraq. They don't want our military there. You think we're going to leave? No.
Who? U.S.?
Should we talk about this, Sudani, Washington, D.C.? You can talk all you want, Sudani, but we ain't going nowhere. We're not about to abandon that which we built for you and us.
Dude, we left fucking Afghanistan. We can leave anywhere at this point, the way I see it.
Yeah. And the most important ones are the monetary reform files.
You know what I mean? We gave them a fully functional fucking military-grade airport, dude. It was used as our air base for the Air Force out there. That's what we handed over to them. It was retrofitted with new technology. So we'd definitely leave some shit behind for other people to take advantage of it. So I don't know what he's talking about. We got a track record now. Oh yeah, all the equipment too. Yeah, we already know all the other stuff, military stuff they left. The dogs, even remember all the dogs they left? The dogs. Cage, dude, didn't they leave them in the cages or something? Or there were like wild dogs just running all over the base.
To achieve what is asked of them with one basket. What? You heard that, didn't you? So
They should have brought the
Sudani's over
dogs
there
back,
talking to
man.
them about,
Those are service members,
and I
weren't
say to
they?
you about, you know, get your military people out of my country. America's not going to do that.
They were probably bomb dogs
Sudani's over
and
there
shit,
talking to him
too.
and telling him about the success of his reforms. What are the reforms, family? Let's see.
Trained. They were
Economic
regular
reform?
dogs.
Yeah, okay. But the only reason you have the economic reform is because of the success of the monetary reform, which allows the Iraqi dinar to be sanction-free, restriction-free.
This administration has pissed me off more than any other administration since I've been alive. I didn't know that I would ever actually care about politics, but this shit's gotten stupid. Alright then. Oh, is this a new interview with this guy? Bro, unmute. What the fuck? Oh my god. Whatever. I'll just refresh the whole page then.
Of his 2 stores, many with beds stacked on top of each other. One of the illegal shelters was in Fordham in the Bronx, the other in Richmond Hill, Queens.
CBS 2's Jennifer Bisram reports now on the safety concerns and also the new option the city is exploring to house migrants.
Every day I talk to them. You know, I've been running back and forth between Queens and the Bronx.
2 basements of businesses in 2 boroughs housing African migrant
He
men.
had to go pick up
Ibu
rent.
Sar has been leading the charge.
They don't know where to go.
Sar owns both businesses and leases space at both locations, but city officials say he was housing dozens of migrants in illegal sleeping quarters in Queens and the Bronx. Dozens of beds and cots in tight spaces in the cellars and on the first floors with limited ventilation, exits, and bathrooms. Inspectors also finding e-bikes, space heaters, and hot plates.
We went in and found that there were individuals living in unsafe conditions, and as we would with any New Yorker that we find living in an unsafe condition, we immediately vacated those locations and referred those individuals to additional resources.
The mayor says he was taking advantage of asylum seekers.
I don't know if this was benevolence or was a benefit that he was trying to obtain.
But Sar says the men have been reaching out to him after their 30-day shelter stay, most with nowhere to go but the cold streets.
That church is on fire.
He says at one point he even lived in the Bronx basement.
Oh yeah, he was taking a $300 donation. See? So remember the first one? They said that they were taking donations only at the first one? Yeah. A $300 donation only. Mandatory. So we got church fire. And church fire.
Now he's looking for a better place for them.
Like back home, when you have a store, you can live in your store. You know, that's the way it is over there.
Officials say over 179,000 migrants have gone through the city's system since last spring.
You can live in your store.
1,200.
You can live in your store here too, man. You can't have 40 people living in your store that you're charging them rent for. A little difference there. Like, the government doesn't care if you fucking pass out working at your store and sleep there all week because you got an order to get out or something. Or even if you're living there all the time, probably. As long as they're not creating a nuisance in the neighborhood, nobody's going to care. Why would anybody care? He created a nuisance at that point with all them batteries and from there was a fire hazard with all them electric vehicles, the in and out of people constantly coming in and out of that place. Like, he created a fucking nuisance, and that's not the same. I'm sure that the people he's talking about that do that with the businesses and live in them don't have 50 people in there like that. And if they do, he's talking about Africa. There's a reason why it's fucking Africa, dude. This isn't Africa. Stop trying to make it like Africa if that's how it is over there. It's not like that here, asshole. What are you talking about, man?
alone. With 217 emergency sites and limits on how long they can stay at each, housing everyone has been no easy task.
We are helping ourselves because they're not helping us.
CBS 2 has learned the city is exploring all legal and safe options to house migrants, including expanding their faith bed program.
It'd be way cheaper to fly them all
who have
back.
the space and are up to code to help.
We have a strategy.
And we're told some of the migrant men were taken to a service center so they can wait to be placed in another shelter. In the meantime, Sar says he wants to meet with city officials to discuss housing ideas. In the Bronx, Jennifer Bisram, CBS 2 News.
What is there must be a certain egress time that the government goes off of for when it comes to like fire code. It must be that, like, a certain amount of people have to be able to egress in a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you're only allowed to have a certain amount of people in there. True. Home.
Back to Senate Bill 4 now, the controversial law that would allow Texas police to arrest people suspected of crossing the border illegally. A federal judge in Austin blocked the law today from taking effect next Tuesday. Reka Mudaraj joins us now in the studio with reaction. Reka?
Yeah, Mia, this preliminary injunction comes as the ACLU and the Justice Department are suing Texas over the law in a combined lawsuit. Now, for background, SB 4 was signed into law back in December by Governor Greg Abbott as an attempt to deter people from crossing the Texas-Mexico border amid a surge in migration. It would allow Texas police to arrest people suspected of crossing the border illegally, and it would allow state judges to order migrants to return to Mexico if they are convicted. The federal judge who granted this stay said in part that the law would inspire other states to pass their own immigration laws, creating an inconsistent patchwork of rules for immigration. An immigration attorney we spoke to today makes it clear that this does not mean the end of SB 4.
This just stops the law from entering into effect now, but of course the state of Texas is going to appeal and the Court of Appeals will rule. And then, of course, one of the two parts will appeal to the Supreme Court. I think that this stay is a win for the country and for the system of laws that the country has, because we need to make sure that we are clear as to what are the powers of the federal government and what are the powers of the states.
Governor Abbott responded in a statement to this preliminary injunction, saying Texas has the right to defend itself and that the state will immediately appeal this decision. But of course, this case, Mia, is expected to ultimately end up in the Supreme Court.
$30 to $40 for one, it looks like. But that's for 1.5 ounce. This is 1 ounce. So it says restaurant or premise prices will vary, but expect to pay $30 and $40 in the U.S. for 1.5 ounce pour. Damn. That's crazy. I would never do that. I just wouldn't ever fucking do that. If I went to a bar and I saw that their shots for what I wanted to drink were like $30 or $40, I would definitely not do that. Crazy, because they had the right prices on here for the bottle. It says it goes for $150 to $200. That's what it's going for currently, so they know what they're talking about. Trippy. I don't go to bars ever because of that, dude. They're just stupidly overpriced. How do people afford bars? Drinking out at restaurants and stuff. I don't know how people afford it, dude. I can't do it. If I did that, I would feel like I'm just burning money. I feel like that already with this, because like I got this at Costco even for $109, and it go like I wouldn't spend $150, $200. There's no fucking way. Even that, not even that would I do. So like bar prices for this kind of stuff? Oh hell no! Man, let's go back to the hotel room and get some Miller High Life at that point. Fuck it. Go get some McDonald's. Shit. 75 to 200 bucks a shot. What shot was $200? Johnny Blue. People know Johnny Blue. They'd probably pay it. Maryland State House is locked down. What's that mean? Maryland State House was locked down for undisclosed security threat. Probably was one of the 200s. Probably. I can't imagine if there be any like. It wouldn't be any high end bourbon because that'd be worth way more than Johnny Blue. Like, you know, Pappy Van Winkle or anything like that. It's not going to be anything. It's actually worth $200 for the shot. Get a whole bottle of Johnny Walker for that price. Oh, they did. They had custom brew like beers. Yeah, man. Think about it.
Que viene recién llegada a Matamoros y no sabe a dónde ir o a dónde dirigirse, viene al campamento, pero son pocas. Realmente nosotros en la organización tratamos de que se vayan a albergues. Nosotros realmente ya no queremos que haya campamentos, queremos que este campamento desaparezca.
Escaping the effects of climate change. Is that a refugee thing now?
Solo en esta travesía, tengo aproximadamente 6 meses en esta travesía y pues lo único que tengo importante en mi vida es mi mamá, mi hermanita nada más. Con el favor de Dios y todo salga bien.
Fuck you. I don't give a shit. Everybody's like that.
Algún día me da el momento para yo
you left them. Yeah, but they're so important to you. Yeah, fuck you, crybaby.
Panda? Yeah, 5. Yeah, 5. He's
Bleeding Heart Associated Press right now. Bruh.
Jade, thank you. Well, it is a battle at the border today for the 2024 presidential frontrunners.
They do it because they think that somebody in America is going to see them on the news because they don't know, dude. They know anything's possible here, and they know also that when you got Fox News or Associated Press talking to you or an actual journalist, it's going to hit a lot of different people. So maybe somebody will see it and they'll give him a bunch of money, or they'll put him up in a place, or it'll help him become an American citizen faster. He doesn't know what that interview could help him with by being as sad as possible and making himself look as vulnerable and weak and, oh, poor me, help me, can get him. Because if he comes in, he's like, hey, I got this, man. Thank you. It's been an easy trip. It's been fun all the way up here. I've met all kinds of people and shit. Nobody's going to want to help him if he does that. He knows that. Like, all these people are coming here told to be needy. Be as needy as possible. Act like you're hurt because that gets you a pass to the front of the line. try to get them pregnant, because that gets you a pass to the front of the line and faster pathway to citizenship.
Donald Trump
they
are
know all the
visiting
tricks
the border
now,
today,
dude.
but in different cities.
All the things that were set up to try to help people that are coming here with issues, with problems, you know, specific problems, they're exploiting those programs. There are probably programs for people that come here pregnant, right? That are refugees, and they know that, so they intentionally get pregnant before they hit our border, so that they can say, I'm pregnant right now and I'm escaping the refugees. I'm not having this baby here. It's already with me. Help him. And if he gets born here, he's automatically a citizen anyway. And here's another one that a lot of people don't know about. They come here and they claim to be youth. They come here and they claim to be below 18. And if they are alone and 18, then they have to go into foster care. Well, here's something a lot of people don't know about. We have programs in America for foster kids to help them excel in life because they don't have parents. They give them thousands of dollars for school, for training, for supplies, all kinds of stuff, just for being foster kids. They're taking advantage of all this shit, dude, because they know it. The cartel knows it. That's why the cartel is able to make so much money off of these people, because these people know that they're going to get it all back from the federal government.
Their visits come as a federal judge has blocked the new Texas law that would allow Texas police to arrest people suspected of crossing the border illegally. Fox's Mills Hayes is live in Brownsville. So, Mills, why did President Biden go to that location?
Hey, Rashi. Well, 5 years ago, when President Biden was running for office, he told asylum seekers to surge the border. Since he's been in office, more than 7 million migrants have crossed into the U.S., and now he is taking his second trip to the border to show Americans he's serious about border security. Immigrants have been coming to Brownsville for decades.
Our town, the families here, we're all immigrants, and so there's a lot of understanding.
But over 7 million people have come into.
Look, here's this one. Here's this one for California. California Chafee Grant for foster youth, often referred to as a Chafee Grant, provides up to $5,000 for eligible foster youth. That is just California. That's a state one, but there's also federal.
To the U.S. under the Biden administration.
And I'm all for those being for our people who are actually foster kids, who were kids in foster care. But these people are coming here lying about their age, dude. And you wonder why there's so many unaccompanied children that are disappearing. Because they're actually adults. But they're going to pop up years from now, be like, hey, remember me? I got in the system when I first got here. And then we're going to look them up. Oh, yeah, you came in 2022. Yeah, you were fine. You ran away. What happened? Yeah, I ran away. But now I would like to take advantage of those foster kid programs. You know?
Smashing
I heard that Anthony says that it makes them citizens as soon as they turn 18. I don't know about that, though. Is that true?
As we add more people, there is more risk for bad things to happen.
When we travel, people think, oh, it's just mayhem, right? It's mayhem, and it's really not. At least not Brownsville. I don't see it. People are coming here to work.
It gives them a faster path
to the
to
Rio
citizenship
Grande Valley
somehow,
or the
I think, maybe.
RGV to see the border issues for himself.
Folks, it's real simple. It's time to act. It's long past time to act. They desperately need more resources, need more agents, more officers, more judges, more equipment in order to secure our border.
300 miles northwest, former President Donald Trump is in the Del Rio sector in Eagle Pass.
I call him Crooked Joe because he's crooked. He's a terrible president, the worst president our country's ever had, allowing
he is the worst president we've ever fucking
thousands
had.
of people to come in from China, Iran, Yemen, the Congo, Syria, and a lot of other nations.
The Del Rio sector has seen twice as many migrant encounters as the RGV sector, but both areas are seeing a drop in illegal crossings as migration shifts toward Arizona. Recent polls show immigration is Americans' top issue ahead of November's election. Biden is urging Republicans to revive the bipartisan border bill that would add more Border Patrol agents, immigration judges, and asylum officers. But ASU's Trans-Border Studies Director says that bill doesn't go far enough.
Unless we examine our foreign policy and we examine the conditions in these countries and what can be done to mitigate the circumstances that lead people to leave, the problem is going to continue.
Coronado says that the U.S. needs to do two things in order to fix the humanitarian crisis at the border. One, look at its foreign policy, and two, look at its asylum policy and allow migrants to apply for asylum in their home country. In Brownsville, Texas, Mills Hayes, Fox 26 News.
Better settle for this instead.
So, hello, everyone. Show you what I got going on here. Yeah, so, let's see here. What I've done is made like a bit of a motorhome out of this van. I've got my couch back there that folds down into a bed, my clothesline. I even got a bathroom behind the seat here and curtains to block it all off. So we're about to hit the road here, but I got a few
This is happening, folks.
touches that need done before I...
This one I thought there wasn't anything to look at because I was starting to rehash old news.
This isn't going to work very well.
It just falls right in my lap, folks.
We're just going to throw that back there. And then I need to, there we go, turn that on. Now,
he's doing
there.
it.
Whoops. Okay, do that.
I thought I was about to play PUBG.
This, trying to keep everything all nice and clean. Okay, I gotta put this away, put this away. Oh! Grab that. Yeah. Okay. Down in there for now. And what was I? Oh, that was what I was going to grab. Okay. Should have already grabbed. Okay, put that back. Slide that there. Yeah, okay. Alright. So, oh, yeah. Now, I wonder, yeah, that's not very stable. So, I'm gonna need to probably take and do something there so that I keep that stable.
You should have probably figured all this before you went live.
Haven't quite, I'm fixing to head out here. Haven't quite left my area yet, but I'm doing a few finishing touches. I've been working non-stop to get everything ready to have a good, decent road trip and be comfortable, be able to sleep in the van, so on and so forth.
Should I change the I'm gonna change the thumbnail for YouTube so let everybody know what's going on right now.
Come on. Oh. Come on. You little brat. There we go. Okay.
There we go. We got the coleslaw one up.
Alright. Now, what we're gonna do, we need to,
This is the review section of the show.
Well,
I guess.
I'll get away with doing that and then run a zip tie or two right there. That'll work. Then I can put my computer there and use my computer as my GPS.
His mom kicked him out finally.
Because I got my route.
That would never happen.
On the computer itself.
She worships him.
But now that I think about it, to do that, I'm gonna have to
He's the second coming, bro.
My cord. There it is.
Hey man, did somebody ask them if they had sex once? If they had like... Was there a time when that was a thing, when that happened, where somebody was like, do you guys have a relationship, or am I tripping?
Well, we're just gonna have to do this.
They could.
Do that there.
Nah, probably not.
Put this away. And then... That fall in.
Oh, that was the Whitakers, probably. It is interesting that he's delusional enough to think,
safe travels, amen.
like he really thinks that he's gonna meet a woman
three of us, that is.
to marry.
Love, Mom, love you too, Mama. Yeah, I'm funny enough. I'm still here at Love's. I am fixing to get out on the road. I had a call come in, and so
You might have missed this community post.
25 minutes, and had dinner with my son. And I said goodbye to him until I come back. So that was nice. So on and so forth. Get this plugged up. All right. Hey, what happened here? Okay.
He posted.
Okay. Now, let's see here. Let me get connected to my
sorry, Barbie. Here we go. I just have to share prayerfully. Someday I will receive my traditional wife. This is 3 days ago. Okay.
What is all this nonsense?
Traditional wife. I know that even though Satan tries to whisper otherwise, she is out there.
Oh my goodness.
And I do pray for her as often as I think to do so. Not pray for her in a sense of God bring her to me. No. More rather, God, thank you for protecting my future wife, growing her, giving her rest in such a restless world, etc.
It's not even picking my network up. Appreciate y'all hitting that thumbs up button. Let's see here. Okay. This.
Oh, what? Interesting. He had somebody else's post here that was connected to it. Like he was sharing somebody else's post. For whatever reason, they deleted their post.
It still is not picking up. Why is it not picking up the computer on or hotspot here?
I mean, I guess it sounds kind of sweet, but at the same time, it's like, bro, what the hell are you doing thinking about being with a girl? If you build it, they will come.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. Ah, okay, it's connected. It was connected all along. Okay, come back over here. Now.
Dude, not to toot my own horn or whatever, but I could have definitely won on multiple dates as being a live streamer. I bet people get mad at me because I won't hang out with them. They just disappear on me for it. Because they wanted the penis. That's why. They gave up on it. Gave up on the penis. Tell you what. It's well worth the wait, ladies. The hell? A couple years.
Available offline. Why am I offline?
Victrola. I mean, Victoria.
Okay.
You're an outlaw fan too?
Offline. Why are you offline? I don't understand that.
Oh my gosh. I can hear the fan from his laptop or something. That's gonna get old. It gets old, like when my electronics do that, I fix them because it means it's overheating. It's bouncing off the rev limiter pretty much for the fan speed.
Why is
wheel. If your shit's doing that, you need to clean the dust out of it completely.
Because for some reason...
Might even need new thermal paste, depending on what you're working with.
Oh boy, one thing after another here. I just have my tape right here.
Or you're just working with this extremely old product that's not going to be able to keep up with today's software. Hey, gamer quiz.
This adapter is so heavy. That is why it's not wanting to act right.
Well, hey, why do we call him coleslaw? I forgot. Is it because he doesn't like coleslaw? Or no, he really likes it. Well, we know he likes the meat pudding, the savory meat pudding, and crustless bread. Does he like coleslaw or doesn't like it?
Oh. Now, why is this not... I don't understand what it's doing to me. Why it keeps saying it's offline for. Let me just, wait a minute. Oh, is it working now? I think it's working now, finally. Okay.
Nobody remembers. Nobody knows why we call him coleslaw.
Okay, it's working good. So let me get
this
this
started one day.
Dealt with here.
We kept calling him coleslaw. I think he likes
okay, that's done there. Let me edit this.
A tub of it?
Oh, it's already on there. Oh. Well, good. I don't know how that happened, but okay, good. All right, well, I'm all good then.
He does like it.
All right, now what we'll do, we're going to come over here because I'm going to pop this chat board out. That way I'll be able to see it from two different angles.
I can't get over it. I'm drinking like $40 drinks right now.
Hey,
$30 drinks.
Allison, good evening, Allison. Where are you?
I feel rich.
What are you up to? Well, I'm fixing to get out on the road and do some traveling.
Costco makes me feel
Take a road
rich.
trip just to find my place with the Lord. And
so you guys think I should start a new stream though for YouTube?
I was actually
dedicated
I had
to
my
him.
Trip planned. What the world?
So I have a dedicated coleslaw stream on YouTube.
Like I was
probably because people aren't going to know this is happening.
On traveling towards Arizona.
Yeah. All right. I got to do that.
Several days before the fires broke out and all that.
I got to do work sometimes. Are you gonna fucking do something for this work I'm doing?
The highway,
are you gonna do
like
something
Route 66, and
I'll do extra right now. I could be playing PUBG. I want
closed down or what? Because I've heard that a lot of the highways are blocked off.
No, not gonna do any good. No, you ain't gonna do
no. All right, bear with me. Y'all might get a little bit of echo for a minute, but it's going to allow me to test this, make sure the audio is working. Testing. What? Can y'all hear me? Wait a minute. What's going on here? No, test. Wait. Oh, y'all can hear me? Well, this is odd. Why is my computer not picking up the volume? Very odd. Oh. Testing. odd. Oh, testing. This is odd. Oh, testing. This is odd. Oh, testing. There, all right. Now, stream is just fine. Okay, good. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to see if I can pop this out. What? That's not what I said. Oh, get off it. Now, there we go. Let's see here. What? Okay, now see if I can open this in a different window. I don't know, but I need to get over here. Come on. Let's see. Did you hear Earl's holler? Supper's ready, haha. There you go. He trying to imitate me, is he? Alright, so now, what is going on here? Okay. Am I going to have to refresh this? Oh boy. Where is my option for... Oh, it's going to make me refresh this. Doggone. Hope it don't undo all my work there. We'll be getting on the road here soon. Y'all been getting to sleep over there, Mom? Send directions to your phone. So, what is it? Not gonna let me, not gonna let me start here? What's going on? So it's telling me, which that's not my route. Why is it not allowing me to? Alright, baby girl. Where's my start button? You up, boy? This route has toes. Yes, I see that.
There's toes. It has all 10 of them.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Huh. Well, oh, there we go. Avoid toes. Yeah.
Avoid the toes.
It's just not going to let me do the navigation from my computer. That is just weird.
It'll be alright.
This route has toes anyway. Oh, whatever. Okay, well, let me just do it this way. I'm going to, I'm just going to start driving. No, I got to do this. For some reason, this just ain't working. Whatever.
Okay, that is created. So I'm going to end this one, and I'm going to start the other one. It's going to happen instantly. I don't... Oh, we did get a follow, though. I'm going to put it on the end screen for a second. I got a follow on Twitch earlier.
I'll have to play with all this when I come to a stop for the night. because this.
If you're anywhere else, you have to worry outside ending. This YouTube stream is about dead. No. Wait, where's that follow at? It's not doing it. There it goes. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Well, it's fault. Alright. Maybe they unfollowed. So I'm gonna switch out to YouTube. See you guys in a minute if you care to join us over there. But here's the link. Probably. Maybe you want that.
Oh my goodness. Everything wants to fight me.
There it is. Alright. Thanks everybody. Thanks for being here for this one. We're going to end this one and start a new one that's dedicated to this guy because it doesn't really fit with the immigration news or views or PUBG.
Okay.
Alright. See you in a second.
Alright.
Like it as soon as you get there, it helps. Actually. Okay. Here we go.
Preview. I want you to start the navigation, not preview. You rascal.